Test, test, test. So I can literally show you the text messages. They're pretty easy. You tell him what it's going to do. And he says, okay, I'll call him.
I couldn't even get scoring to look up correctly, so.
Because I knew exactly the issues we got last year. But like, this is what they're going to do. Just taking this whole piece. Download the power controller.
Check. Is it coming through on? Is it coming through on the audio? How about Check. Mic 2.
How about mic number 1? Mic number 1 sounds better. Mic number 1 sounds much better. Mic number 2. Mic number 2.
Take off. Go. Camera 5.
Welcome to the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am in St. Joe, Texas. This is the longest short course off-road race in America. Drivers just getting ready to take off. Here we go. 12 hours starting at 7 a.m. in the dark, going in today and then finishing in dark again. Thank you guys very much for joining us with the Outlaw Series live feed of the Texas 12-hour Can-Am side-by-side race 2022. All of your favorite drivers out here.
Someone go chase the race. Just follow the lights.
You can see all the pit crew, everybody getting ready for their drivers to come around. We have a 9-mile loop today through some really good terrain. So you got some technical sections. We have some high-speed sections, very good for passing. Yesterday, they had a poker run that gave the drivers a little bit of a chance to be able to see the track, preview it. Be interesting to see how these drivers, strategize their race throughout the day to be able to make these cars last. for 12 hours.
Your HDMI is flashing. You stop wiggling your HDMI.
Lots of team efforts here. We'll get you guys a rundown of the order. I'm going to be your host for the day. My name is George Hamill. Got an awesome Outlaw Productions TV crew here helping out, get you guys all this footage. Some of these drone shots and stuff will come to fruition throughout the day. Starting in the dark is a little difficult, but this fantastic facility out here in St. Joe, Texas.
Okay, you have no picture. We're getting a lot of audio feedback from all you guys. I can hear you and everybody.
So, your game, the white one.
I got nothing, guys. Can we get the caster on or something? Because I got nothing.
As the sun comes up here in Texas, production crew getting everything ready for you guys to have this awesome live feed. Thank you very much to everybody who's joining us. Throughout the day, we'll give you guys updates and kind of get you guys set up so you guys can watch all your friends, family, everybody get out there and really tear it up. This 9-mile track is a really, really good track. Like I mentioned before, we have some very technical sections. We got some rock sections, tight sections through water crossings. It's going to be a really, really good track. Man, there might even be some bottlenecks. We were talking about tires yesterday, how the tires are going to shape up. People are going to change them if we get some inclement weather. If we get some inclement weather, we are going to have to look and see how these guys actually proceed with what they're doing with their tires. Some of them are going to be a more aggressive tire. We just talked to Hunter Miller just before the race started. He said he's using some Maxxis Liberties, and he's got some more aggressive ones that he has on deck just in case he needs to put those on as well. A lot of the drivers are changing their setups a little bit, making their setups a little bit more agile so that they can have a little bit more traction through some of these rough stuff. Bigger tires as well so that they can clear some of the ruts. The track yesterday has some really soft sections, so to speak, and it's going to be cool to be able to see that stuff I don't know what you want to say, deteriorate or improve throughout the day, because those things are going to get massive ruts. Hopefully some of these drone shots can show you guys those things as the sun comes up. Here in Texas for the Can-Am side-by-side, 12-hour side-by-side race. We got a bunch of good sponsors that you guys will be able to see in the lower right-hand portion of our screen. So thank you very much to Maxxis, Liqui-Moly, G3, Hess Motorsports. We got some cool stuff happening with them that we'll talk to you about during the live feed. You guys will be able to get some discounts, different things like that from them. We really appreciate you guys joining. So please also comment in and let us know what you guys think about your favorite drivers, what you guys want to see, talk about everything that's going on. Be very, very cool for you guys to join us and hang out for the rest of the show. We got 12 hours of racing, man, so it's going to be a long day. I think some of these cars won't even probably won't even shut off for the next 12 hours. It's going to be interesting to see. These team strategies and the different things that are going on are pretty interesting. We talked to a lot of people in the pits over the last, 16 hours or so. Did the poke around yesterday, talk with them. It's really, really cool to see how they do it. Let's go through a rundown of how everybody is stacked up here. So we have a number of teams. Looks like we got 49 teams with different drivers. Obviously, at least one driver. A lot of these teams have 3 different drivers that are going to split up the driving duties. 12 hours is a long time to be in a side-by-side. Endurance and making sure that your vehicle is going to cross the finish line is very important, but also yourself as a driver, making sure that you have the ability to focus clearly, to not make any mistakes, and to pass over a good car to the next driver that you have here. So we'll go through the list here real quick while we wait for the sun to rise a little bit, get you guys some good camera shots. We have first team 53X in the Yamaha, and that is going to be and they have 3 different events here. They have a 3-hour, a 6-hour, and a 12-hour race. So you can sign up for either one of them. A lot of these guys want to do the 3-hour race. These guys are Julian Celadon, and he's the only guy. So he's going to Ironman that 3-hour race. Let's see here. We got a Can-Am driver, number 44, Ian Lay, and he's going to do the 3-hour race by himself as well. Polaris driver, number 614, Sean Philbin, and Sean's going to get some help from second driver, Carson Vale. Number 888 in his Honda, that's going to be Greg Rice. Greg Rice is going to be doing sole driving duties as well. Let's see here. Number 933 in his Can-Am is Tim Otto. He is going to be doing the 6-hour race, and it looks like he's going to try to Ironman that bad boy. So that'll be pretty cool here as well. Props to those guys for being able to Ironman that. Number 333 in his Polaris. We got, let's see here, doing the 6-hour race. We got Dylan Jacobson. Dylan Jacobson's going to get some help from his second driver, Ty Lukemeyer. Number 58 in his Can-Am is going to be David Holaby. David Holaby is going to be getting some help from Elliot Cook, came all the way from Florida, come hang out with us and drive in that Can-Am X3. That's going to be good to see. 6 hours of racing for both of those guys. Interesting to see their strategy as well. Number 57 is Polaris is Sean Burnett. Oh, Sean's going to be splitting. He's going to be splitting that 6 hours up with 2 different drivers. So Sean is going to be the driver of record. We got Gene Burnett and Summer Burnett. So it looks like it's a family deal with those guys. That's pretty cool. So they're going to all get some time to drive. Production crew doing a fantastic job giving us a shot of the replay here of the start. Thank you guys very much for catching those awesome drone shots. Can't wait till the sun comes up a little bit.
I'm on your replay right now because it's all I've got. So just keep it rolling for a second. Okay, I'm about to jump off.
All right, so Sean Burnett's doing his family thing. Number 787 in the Can-Am. Let's see here is Angel Fontanez. Oh, it looks like Angel Fontanez is going to try to Ironman that 6-hour race here. Mad props to those guys that are doing the Ironman. That's crazy to be in the side-by-side for 6 hours. Like I said, it'll be interesting to see how those guys finish as well as how those guys maintain their focus and energy level. So we also have number 614 is Polaris. It's Sean Philbin again and Carson Vale. So it looks like they're going to be doing double duty, the 3-hour race and the 6-hour race. So it looks like they registered twice. Maybe they're even going to do the 12-hour race. Yeah, I think they are. So they signed up for each individual one of those races. Number 762 in the Arctic Cat. We got Justin Moore and Kyle Beto. Kyle Beto and Justin Moore have some pretty interesting, or have a pretty interesting story for each of them. Veterans of the United States Armed Services, and Kyle, unfortunately, lost his left lower leg, so he's a left leg amputee. And Justin has a spinal cord injury. Both of them have fantastic stories, man. The motivation that these guys provide. So we'll talk to them a little bit later today. We did an interview with them, so we could probably see if we can get that up for you guys a little later. It's just fantastic to see these guys out here in a side-by-side, being able to come out and get some adrenaline pumping in this 12-hour race. out here in St. Joe, Texas.
Talk about the fog for a second. I've got fog up.
Looks like the drones in the sky are having a little bit of trouble seeing you guys because some of this inclement weather, some of this fog is going to burn off during the day here. We had, looking at the weather reports, we had a little bit of a chance of rain. We're not going to try to jinx it here on the broadcast. We're going to keep our fingers crossed, but you can see the fog. So this is some of the stuff that the drivers will have to deal with for the rest of the day, or excuse me, for the rest of the morning, and focus on making sure that they can see through it. When you see some of those lights, you can see how the lights get spread out in the fog. So depending on what position you're in, and if you're coming back on the course where somebody else is going forward, it's going to be very difficult to see. So those guys are going to be hoping that the sun rises quicker than slower. All right, let's get back to some of the other drivers here. I think we left off with Justin Moore and Kyle Beto. So Greg Rice, number 888 in the Honda. We had already spoken with him. Yeah, you see what I'm talking about there with some of the light and how it expands. It's very difficult to see. Some of the fog will burn off during the morning here. Let's talk a little bit about the facility that we are at. We are at Rednecks with Paychecks. Like I mentioned, we are up towards the northern portion of Texas, almost to Oklahoma. So very, very north in Texas. Super cool facility, though. Rednecks with Paychecks has a big property out here, allowing us to have this 12-hour side-by-side race. They do a lot of other stuff out here as well. They have mud competitions, which I would like to see. They have rock crawling concerts, big venue. We had a VIP area for the Texas 12-hour side-by-side race here last night with the drivers meeting. Everybody's showing a lot of energy during that drivers meeting. As you saw when they took off just minutes ago. Again, thank you very much for joining the live feed. We apologize for having such a slow start, but starting off in the dark is sometimes difficult because of the viewable angles of the drivers. It will improve quite a bit. Again, we're going over the start here. The start here is very unique. The drivers do, I think it's called a Le Mans start, where they run to their vehicles, the dead engine start, and then they have to start their vehicles once they get in. Really, really cool to be able to see that. Yeah, and we're showing you guys the replay. And this happened roughly 10 or 15 minutes ago here. Yeah, 20 minutes ago. The start was at 7 a.m. Can see some of the track crew getting ready, making sure that the track is ready for these guys as the sun comes up here in Texas. Let's keep going through the drivers of record here and everybody that's out there on the track. So we finished all of the 6-hour drivers. Now we're getting into the 12-hour drivers. In the 12-hour race, we have pro and sportsman. In the pro class, we have our first driver, number 72 in a Can-Am, is Glenn Jung. And let's see here, Will Harris. And their third driver is going to be Michael Presswood. We have number 77. Looks like some of our drivers are actually coming around for their first lap. Hopefully the production crew will be able to get some cameras going here for you guys to be able to see this. Number 8 in his Can-Am. Looks like it's Drew Holdifer. And Drew Holdifer is going to be assisted by Brian Nichols today. Looks like they're going to have just 2 drivers for the whole race, which is going to be pretty cool. I know a lot of guys that were doing 3 drivers, but having 2 drivers is a whole nother game. 12 hours. I don't know how you guys would do it watching us, but as you see some of the drivers coming through for their first lap. Again, as we stated in the beginning of the race, it is a 9-mile course, roughly 9 miles. So they're going to be coming through pretty quickly. They're going to be getting a lot of laps today, a lot of laps here. So it's going to be interesting how the track matures, we'll call it, for the rest of the day. So Glenn Jung, let's see here, number 979 is Polaris. We got Jack Letourneau. Jack Letourneau is going to be racing with Mike Letourneau, so another family. As we see some of the drivers coming through, it's going to be a little difficult for us to see. Oh, and another thing we should talk about as well is all of these drivers, every lap, come through the pits. I know that sounds a little bit weird, but it's part of the fun of this race. As you can see, the drivers right here, they're going to be coming through. A lot of these teams are going to be doing visuals every lap as they come through. And there we go. A lot of these drivers coming through here. We will be able to get some of the numbers for some of these drivers as the sun comes up. Talking with a lot of the teams yesterday after the poker run, and we'll get back to the coming through the pits every lap. A lot of these drivers and teams we're going to plan to race at maybe like a 40 to 60% level so that they could keep the cars going for that 12-hour duration. So they weren't pushing too hard, they weren't breaking parts, and they were making sure that the vehicles are going to last the whole duration of the 12 hours. 12 hours is a long time to be driving. Imagine driving from, Texas to Arizona or Southern California to New Mexico. It's very, very far, and most people take a passenger car, 12 hours, stopping 3 or 4 times just to, get something to eat or use the restroom. As we see some of our drivers coming through, they are exiting the pits, going back out on course. Drivers coming through, just rounding out their first lap, heading back out on course. This section is pretty high speed. They can make up a lot of time. And we were talking about the drivers going through the pits every lap. So the rules behind going through the pits every lap are pretty simple. You have to go slow. 15 miles an hour is the speed limit. And as you go 15 miles an hour, it'll take you 90 seconds to round the pit loop. As you can see the drivers doing right now coming into the pits. So no speeding, but there is actually passing on pit road. So if a driver is going slower than 15 miles an hour, that will be an advantage to those people that can come through, or if a driver's limping their car into the pits. But it's going to change the strategy for everybody. All these drivers coming into the pits right now. We'll keep going through list of drivers. And as the sun rises out here in Texas, we're going to be able to get you guys some drone shots and some other fantastic coverage. So thank you guys very much for tuning in. Hang tight with us for a little bit as we are able to get you some more viewable footage of your guys' favorite drivers. Let's see here. So we have we left off on Drew Holder. Oh, no, we left off on Jack Letourneau. So now we also have number 419 in his Can-Am. Let's see here. Timothy Slocum. Timothy's going to get some help by two other drivers. Looks like Tyler Gleddy and Dave Navrosky. Both will be great drivers as well. Fast team right there. Number 81 in their Can-Am. Looks like Ryan Tewksbury. Oh, who we actually just saw come through. Cody Martin and Jay Shaw. They're going to be a team to be reckoned with as well. And this is all the pro class. All your pro drivers. Number 222 in their Can-Am, we have John Colaguru. And John is going to be with Jacob Frederick and Tim Farr. Tim Farr, man. Tim Farr is a legend in side-by-side racing. Cool to see him out here at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am in St. Joe, Texas with us. All right, we have number 311 in their Can-Am. We have Dustin Robbins. And Dustin Robbins is going to be driving with Bill Hilliard. Number 735 in their Can-Am is Ariel Borowski. Ariel is teamed up with Justin Schmieder and Trevis Pointer. So Travis actually gave me a ride from the airport, so thank you very much, Travis. But he is doing some really good stuff here. So he is teamed up with them, but he is also a coach, a driving coach. So he's able to give them advice and be able to help grow the side-by-side racing community. Travis is a 5-time side-by-side short course champion, or off-road champion. That was a great shot. Again, thank you to our sponsors. Looked like a driver already coming into the pits in the Motul car. The fog is still lingering a bit here. You can see some of the pits here with the ARD UTV Race Shop team there. The fog is lifting and will get better throughout the day. Let's keep going through some of the driver list here. There's a lot of drivers and co-drivers, so thank you guys very much for letting us take our time going through it. These 9-mile laps are going to be going by pretty fast today. Let's see here. So we have number 492, William Thomas. William Thomas is getting some help from Connor Martell today. And, Here we go, the start of the Ironman. Ironman in the pro class. We have number 991 in Polaris, Caleb Broker. So Caleb Broker, man, he's going to Ironman 12 hours of side-by-side racing. Graphics guys coming through. Thank you very much to the graphics guys for always supporting the Texas Racing Series and the Outlaw Series, as well as our current 12-hour side-by-side race. Oh, looks like they're having a little bit of issues. Already needing to get some help. Yeah, it looks like he's having an issue. Definitely don't want to go backwards on the race course. Going backwards on the race course is frowned upon very much. So it looks like he needs to get back into the pits. My suggestion is to all the drivers who are racing out here today, anytime you need to get back into the pits, never go backwards on the race course. Ask a safety crew, turn around, loop around, whatever you can do to make sure that you're not going backwards on the race course. It creates bottlenecks and a lot of other frustration for a lot of the team members.
Tell me when the start button goes down off the screen.
So the track crew, everybody out there helping the graphics guy's car. Want to get everybody back on track. You see some of the drivers. There we go. He's back on track now. All right. Get back out there, boys. All right, so Caleb Broker, man, you're nuts going out there and trying to Ironman that bad boy. Number 10 in their Can-Am, we got Chris Donald. Chris Donald is getting some help from Kevin Hall and Cesar Lapointe. In their Honda, we have Chad Deutsch. Chad Deutsch is getting some help from Ty Phillips and Danny Hill. Let's see. They also got another Honda car, red Honda of Hess Motorsports. Sean Hess. Sean Hess is getting some help from Cross Kirchmeier. We did a little interview with those guys. Those guys are actually helping out quite a bit for this race. Cross Kirchmeier and Sean also have a third driver that's kind of on retainer, we'll call it. Cross's dad might jump in the seat and have a little bit of fun with them as well.
All right, we're on replay right now.
We'll go through a replay and show you some of the action in the pits here. Again, the strategy for a lot of these guys is going to take a lot of pit strategy, actually. Man, they got a lot of media around this car getting all cleaned up. So looks like they're already going to be taking off that light bar. So interesting strategy for these guys to remove the light bar on the first lap. Good, bad, or indifferent, but they're at least checking over the car, making sure that everything is good. We'll keep going through your list here. We still with the pro drivers. Sean Hess is who we just finished up with. Yeah, let's keep the camera on this pit stop here. Let's see here. We have number 47 in their Can-Am. We have Lane Bethke. And Lane is getting some help from Mick Schumacher. Wow. And Gina Schumacher. That's pretty cool, man. Transcending into different genres of racing. Really cool to see them out here. The drone shot here, you can see the UTV Race Shop pits. All the team members getting ready, conversing. Also having a lot of fun out here. We talked to a lot of people about the different things that were going on with the races. I think we're going to have an interview here for you guys in just a second with some of the guys in the Can-Am crew. Drivers in their driver's suit already getting ready to go, just in case they need to be ready. If one of the drivers wants to get out, they can jump in. Definitely going to be cool to see all these teams more prepared. The Can-Am 12-hour side-by-side race, this is the 3rd annual race, and the last 2 years have been dominated by, obviously, Can-Am and the Miller Brothers. Miller Brothers, very, very well known for King of the Hammers wins, also racing side-by-sides in the 4400 class at the King of the Hammers. It's really cool to see them come out here and we're going to call it dominate for the last couple years. They did a very good job last year at managing their cars, turning it up on the last few laps, and really, really pushing it to showcase how much reliability these side-by-sides now have. But this year, it's going to be a little different. We're already getting text messages. Thank you very much, Mandy, for letting us know or reminding me that the Miller Brothers definitely have a target on their back. So they may be getting a run for their money. And all of these different conditions will be interesting. Here we go. It looks like we got one of our first drivers coming through. To round out what's looking like their second lap. So it looks like roughly 10 or 11 minute lap times for these drivers. Here we go. Some of the yellow and black professional Can-Ams. Maybe Cody Taylor, Hunter Miller, maybe Cody Miller, or the Tewksbury. So the leaders, yep, just coming around now. One thing that we did notice on the poker run yesterday when we were out there, basically previewing the track is what we were doing. The poker run is very fun because you can win prizes. You can do all kinds of different stuff with your family. You can take everybody out there. You can do all your Instagram and get all your fun stuff taken care of. But you get to preview the track. You get to check it out. And a lot of the guys were saying, wow, this is some tight sections. These are some more like GNCC. If you guys are familiar with GNCC, it's like woods racing. So it'll be really cool to see the different people that are used to that type of terrain and that type of racing come up and actually have some really good battles today. I think it's going to lend itself so that the normally aspirated cars, non-turbo cars, are going to have a little bit of an advantage because they have no turbo lag going through some of those really tight sections. So it'll be cool to see how everything shapes up as we get going a little bit more through the day. Again, we have some great weather here in Texas. A little foggy this morning, but we're all crossing our fingers. You guys can send some positive vibes. It looks like the race leader right there, number 492. First car through. Still lots of time left. We're not even 20 minutes into the race yet. So we have 11 hours and 40 minutes left still. Number 492, looks like William Thomas and Connor Martell. Not sure who's in the car right now. I'm assuming it's going to be William. Let's go through some of our other drivers here. In the number 714 Polaris, they're driving a Pro R. We got Chance Haugen and Andy Ives. Spoke with both of them yesterday. They brought a very new vehicle out with the Pro R out to last year's 12-hour race. Didn't even have shipment of the vehicle 2 weeks prior to the event. Built them as quickly as possible. And brought it out here this year. They are coming a lot more prepared. So it'll be very interesting to see how those guys end up doing and what their strategy is. A lot of work has gone into that program, so we're very excited to see. Chance Haugen comes all the way from Prescott, Arizona, and Andy from Minnesota. Let's see here. Number 22, we got Cody Miller. And Cody, team of both Codys. There's one of the cars that we were talking about, the Bikeman Pro Rs. With number 979, they have that very distinct sound. They have a 4-cylinder motor, a little bit heavier than some of those cars. No turbo on those cars, so no turbo lag. So it'll be interesting to see how those vehicles do, especially with a year under their belt. So we just mentioned Team Cody Miller and Cody Taylor. They're going to be definitely a favorite as well. Number 90 in their Can-Am is Hunter Miller. Hunter Miller is teamed up with legendary side-by-side racer Kyle Chaney. Very, very, very talented drivers. Going to be interesting to see if anybody can give those boys a run for their money. Still watching some of the guys coming through the pits. Fantastic shots, very, very clear shots of what is happening with all the drivers, their pit crews. We're going to get a lot of action from this area today, seeing how, like I said before, every lap these drivers come through the pits. Every lap they come through the pits. Again, they have to be at a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, and they have to make it in 90 seconds or above. They cannot speed through pit roads, or they get a very heavy penalty, making sure that everybody's safe going through here. 15-18 right there in their Polaris, ready to head back out. Looks like a pretty stock vehicle to me. It has some very minor safety stuff on there, but it's cool to be able to see that you can basically go down to a dealership. You can buy a side-by-side doing some very limited stuff like safety things. You can even run stock tires if you want, man. Those Maxxis Bighorns would actually probably work pretty well out here on this terrain. As you see, some of the drivers come through the pits here. They're doing a visual on this car, making sure that that car is good, and very quickly back out. Good job on your social media coverage too, bud. Got his team, get his phones and cameras out there. And again, this is a 12-hour side-by-side race, so these guys are not wanting to give up any seconds, but we got to remember, these vehicles have to cross the finish line in 12 hours. First, you must finish before you can win. So we'll watch a lot of these other drivers get heading back out on course. I'm going to keep going through some of these sportsman drivers. Number 4901 in their Polaris, we got Sean Capps. Sean Capps is getting help from two other drivers. Looks like Brady Goodwin and Waylon Tubbs. Number 20 in their Polaris is Ricky Johns. Ricky Johns getting help from, again, two other drivers, Noah Sidorchuk and Eric Westover. Number 88, Greg Rice, who we mentioned before. Looks like Greg is going to try to Ironman this whole 12 hours, dude. Whew. Greg, kudos to you, buddy, for having that much ambition. That's going to be a gnarly, gnarly race for 12 hours Ironman. That looks like we have a battle coming out of the pits. 3 drivers neck and neck. We have a factory Can-Am driver. Looks like number 47. So that's going to be Ian. Oh, Leon is what I see here. Leon Bethke. If I'm messing up the name, please let us know in the comments. Or come over to the trailer, man. Hang out with us for a little bit. We're going to get a lot of interviews from different drivers, team members and stuff coming in here throughout the day. Man, we got 12 hours to kill, so my voice is going to be tired after this. Thank you guys again for joining us on the live feed. My name is George Hamill. We're going to be with you guys for 12 hours, so if you're going to watch the whole show, I apologize in advance for you guys having to listen to me, but we will try to give you the best coverage possible of this fantastic 12-hour side-by-side race out here in St. Joe, Texas. Again, we have a 9-mile track at Rednecks with Paychecks. Safety crew doing a fantastic job. So this is one of the things that we were talking about more earlier at the beginning of the show. Looks like Travis Pointer coming back with a wounded Can-Am. But this does not mean that he's out of the race. We're not familiar with what, we don't know what's going on with the vehicle, but this does not mean that they are out of the race. They can take this vehicle back to the pits, see if they can get it repaired, and get back out there. Many, many times last year, those drivers were able to get their cars back on track. Even all kinds of different crazy stuff happened last year. Tire failures, wheel failures, motor failures, exhaust failures, all kinds of different stuff. So we'll get you guys some more shots of the pits and different shots as the day progresses here as well. Thank you again to the Outlaw Productions TV crew. Our second sportsman driver on our list. Oh, excuse me, our third one is number 410 in their Can-Am, Robert Murkowski, Jerry Jones, and Blake Gustin. And speaking of Blake Gustin, thank you very much to his mother for being able to provide us with all of the great breakfast food this morning. Blake does the tech inspection for the Texas 12-hour side-by-side race. Very, 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 very good at his job, making sure that all these drivers are safe, and the vehicles will keep these drivers safe as they go out there, making sure that all the guys have all their bolts tightened, they're using the proper metal to be able to build their cages. Let's see here. We have number 609, Dale McCord. Dale McCord, Trevor Johnson, and Matt Brockway, all sharing driving duties. Number 1518, who just passed by us a little while ago, is Ryan Lewis and Justin Martin. Number 124 in their Can-Am is Michael Byerski. Let's see here. He's getting help from Jim Flory and Jason Nichols. It's cool to see that these guys are sharing their cars as well. So most of the guys that are driver of record will be the owners of the cars. And these guys that are helping them drive just get to go out there and tear up these Can-Ams, Polaris, Arctic Cats, Hondas, Yamahas, all these different vehicles. So it's like a free car for the day, right?
Somebody's standing in front of a camera and dance or something. I got that.
All right. So we have number 501 in their Can-Am, Ryan Leach, Josh Gutschel, and Mark McDonald.
Can you just check and make sure everything's feeding okay?
Let me see. Number 762 in their Arctic Cat, we got Justin Moore and Kyle Beto. Those are the veterans that we were talking about before. I'm going to probably say this story a lot today. Fantastic human beings, getting help from the Mulligan family. Really cool to see. Kyle has a left leg amputation, and Justin Moore has a spinal cord injury. Both of them still out there racing, man. It is so cool to see. So cool to see.
That's your knob right there.
Cool.
And then encoders are down. We're working on getting that fixed, and the scoring will be back up shortly.
Okay.
So if you want that.
All right, we just got some news from our production crew. Thank you very much, Josh, for giving us an update on what is happening behind the scenes. We're still trying to get a couple other cameras up for you guys. Lots of Wi-Fi out here in Texas. Some of that Wi-Fi is actually disturbing some of the equipment that we have. So scoring and production are going to try to see if we can get you guys some other feeds here. As some of these drivers come through, looks like another Polaris Pro R. All right, so number 614 in their Polaris. Oh, we got a camo car. We won't be able to see them. Sean Philbin and Carson Vale. Both going to be driving that. All right. We got another one of our Ironman, number 527 in his Polaris. Black Polaris is Vince Broker. Dude, you are the man for trying to Ironman that, Vince. Number 37 in their Yamaha. Looks like Patrick Samblin, Matt Seahorn, and Cesar LaPointe. Out there tearing it up, man. Some of these guys, okay, so we got one of my favorite guys, number 574. in his green Polaris RZR 900 is going to be Alexander Knoll. Alexander is going to be trying to Ironman this race. He Ironmanned it last year. Last year, Alex Ironmanned the whole thing by himself, got out and just asked for a sandwich. So that's how much energy he had. So we'll have to see how he does, Alexander Knoll. Good luck trying to Ironman that bad boy. 12 hours of side-by-side racing is just insane. So we can't wait to see you cross that finish line, buddy. All right, number 86 in their Can-Am, we have Donovan Willis. Donovan Willis is getting some help from Michael Schroeder. Let's see here. And number 37 in their Yamaha, we got Patrick Shamlin, Matt Seahorn, and Cesar LaPointe. 5 more drivers to tell you guys about, and then we're done with the list here. So Sportsman driver number 105 in their Polaris, Kevin Adds. He's getting some help from Cole Smith and Nathan Adds as well. Again, family is first out here in side-by-side racing. Off-road is a great sport to be involved in. Number 73X in their Can-Am, we got Jubal Cheatwood and Rachel Cheatwood. So, again, more family. Super cool that they're sharing the driving duties in the sportsman class for the Texas 12-hour side-by-side race out here at Rednecks and Paychecks in St. Joe, Texas. Number 118 in their Yamaha, we got Byron Mowry, graphics guys, and Max Mowry and Corey Williams. Number 1176 in their Honda, we have Brian Stevenson. Brian Stevenson is getting some help from Corey Williams and Byron Mowry. So it sounds like Byron Mowry is going to be getting some seat time today in a Honda and a Yamaha. And finally, rounding out all of the drivers here, number 314 in their Polaris, we got Shaylee Broker and Katie Thomas, so the women. Really cool to see all of the people out here. Tons of family environment as you see this Honda getting back out on course. Some of the drivers already having some issues with their vehicles, having a lot of, we call them visuals, when they come out and just check over the car, look at it. Some of the guys were adjusting their light bars already. Rednecks and Paychecks is a fantastic facility. You can see one of the monster truck mud boggers out there with some of the VIPs that get the extra level of service out here, hanging out, having some fun. Really, really, really good facility here. You can see some of the fog is still hanging out a little bit. Very early on in the race, we have 11 hours and 6 minutes still to go. Number 81 is Ryan Tewksbury's car in the yellow car. Not even an hour into this race, people are already stopping in the pits and getting some action. Leaders are coming through. Let's see who we got here. Looks like a little bit of a battle. So this battle was happening last lap as well with a normally aspirated car of Sean Hess, and I think it was either Cody Miller or Hunter Miller in front of them there. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Drivers getting back out on course. One of the things that I love most about this side-by-side racing is you can have your own personality. Look at all the different cars, all the different liveries or stickers on the cars, wrapped differently. Builds are different. A lot of these guys like it low. Some of them like it high. Some of them like it lightweight. Some of them like it more durable, built like a tank. But each and every one of these people trying to get across that finish line after 12 hours of racing. Leaders heading back out on course.
Yeah, that's my camera 6.
Oh, the PC is?
Okay. Camera 2, you're clear. Yeah. 2 is clear. We need them. I've got towels in the RVs. Okay, hold tight. I got nothing. Camera 2 is on the ground, and camera. I got. Okay, the only camera I have right now is camera 3. Yeah, camera 2, you're breaking up. It's all pixelated. Camera 3 is the finish line. Yeah, the one in the pit, the pit camera. It just came back. Yeah, you're back. Going to 2. I just gotta get off this dead camera 3 here.
Fog still hanging out here in St. Joe, Texas for the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. We had some fantastic sponsors: Hess Motorsports, Red Bull, Maxxis Tires, Liquimolly, all the sponsors that you see, Crown Construction. Everybody's been helping out quite a bit to getting this new facility. Maxxis Tires. Max is out here supporting all the drivers, brought a bunch of tires. G3 Motorsports, like I said, Blake Gustin, doing his due diligence, make sure all these drivers are safe. Doing tech. Ultimax Belts, Mel, all his crew. Liquimolly, thank you guys very much for being the lubricant sponsor. Yesterday we were with Progressive Power Sports, the Bearded Stitch. Thank you guys very much for being a part of it. We couldn't do these races without you guys. 7 FPV. Josh and his whole crew setting up this production for Outlaw Productions TV. Drone pilots John and Scott. George Cruz out there also manning a camera. Takes a lot to get this live feed to you guys, so we really appreciate you guys joining. Just over an hour in to the Texas 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. All these drivers coming through. 11 more hours to go. You see the clock ticking down. 10 hours, 59 minutes, and 30-some seconds. Tons and tons of racing left for you guys. We are going to give you a little bit of a rundown on the racing track system, which is a GPS system that we use. We have David Clay here from Racing Tracks in the booth with us. We're going to give you guys a little bit of a rundown of everything that's in these cars that tracks these vehicles throughout the race. Why don't we go to camera 6 and we'll have David explain a little bit of this stuff for you. What's up, David?
Hey, how's it going?
We're doing pretty good. Let's see.
Back on the show.
There, your mic's on now. So, David Clay, thank you very much for hanging out with Racing Tracks. Give us a little rundown, dude, on how this system works.
So right now the system, it's kind of a two-part system. There's obviously the system that's putting the dot on the map, which is what you're looking at right now, where people can see the location. We're updating positions every 2 minutes. We also have a live leaderboard, which we're actually fixing right now because some people missed some of the start points. So we're getting that up. So don't show that quite yet. But this gives everybody's location.
This is very, very valuable information. So how can our the people that are watching the live feed check it out? They can go to racingtracks.com?
Yeah, absolutely. Get on to racingtracks.com. There's a button that says Live Map. Click on the map, and then it's going to pull up the map, and then you need to click Menu and Show All, so that way you can get all the racers up.
All right, so give us a little bit of a rundown here. So in the left-hand side, you have Menu, and you can show the racers and do Show All. You can get this same view that we're looking at here, so you can kind of see where your favorite drivers are. Obviously, it's organized by numbers, as it is on the screen, but you can also filter, so you can just see your favorite driver cruising.
Yeah, you can pull it up by class. You can pull it up by individual.
This is a fantastic system, especially in a 12-hour race, because 12 hours is a long time, David.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's nice to be able to keep track of where your guys are and what lap they're on and all of that information, because these guys are, I mean, they might do upward of 40 laps, which is insane.
It is. It's really insane, and the track changes so much as well, right? So you'll be able to know what your guys is, how you guys are doing out on course. You'll be able to track their lap times with the way that timing and scoring is working. We'll give you guys as much information today. Really appreciate you coming out here and hanging out for the.
How do you think it's going to go when the rain start?
You think it's going to rain?
It says like 90% chance. I think it's. This morning I was literally wrapping bags over the trackers and putting zip ties on the back.
Sure. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that it's like just sprinkles a little bit, waters the track for them, so to speak. But I think it's going to be crazy. I know a lot of drivers have different tires on deck. I don't know if you saw any of that action in the pits.
Definitely, there was a lot of teams that I saw that had a really aggressive tire just kind of sitting there waiting in the corner, so that if they need to switch to those, they definitely can. One of the things when it starts raining, there's a lower visibility. The drivers with the racing track system, they actually have a screen, and so if somebody stops up ahead of them, it's going to give them a warning with an arrow pointing in the direction of the stocked vehicle.
Oh, really?
There's a countdown starting from 10 all the way going down to 1 that counts down however close they're getting close to them. So if it's 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, that's 900 feet, 800 feet, 700 feet, 600 feet, etc.
So multiple functions for the racing track system.
Right.
This is pretty cool for us to understand. So maybe give us a little bit of more of a breakdown. So obviously we can track our favorite drivers when we're sitting at home, but it's doing a lot more here in the vehicles for these drivers. So safety precautions.
Right. The racing tracks device is great at saving bent metal because, especially in desert racing, you get up on somebody, you're honking your horn, and you just don't hear a lot. I mean, it's the same with these guys. They're rapping
out here already a bunch today.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are going so fast and their motors are like wrapped out and they don't hear anything. So to hear somebody's horn, it's not going to happen. And so the only thing you can do is like bump these guys.
Right.
And that gets people upset. And I'm not talking about like emotionally upset. I mean, it upsets their vehicle.
Right.
Right. And so like people can crash, people can roll. I got hit at a race that didn't have a tracker that I put my RS1 in and it flipped me.
Oh,
like
man.
Completely, like I was able to get on the tires and finish the race. But
so what can they do? They can see if somebody's coming
right.
up on
So
them,
this device actually has a pass button. So you just hit your pass button and it shows on the screen ahead of them pass. And they can hit their pass button and it'll say OK on their screen. And it'll say OK on the screen behind them.
So they can communicate back.
So they can communicate and basically say like, hey, I know you're back there. Don't hit me. Let me move over and make a good clean pass that way.
That's pretty cool, man. That's a really, really good technology advancement in off-road because it allows people to be able to negotiate their race differently, right? Because then they can also manage their car better. I mean, 12 hours racing is a long time. Like, you're going to have tire issues. You're probably going to have all kinds of different stuff happen with your vehicle during that amount of time. You don't want to have to add another layer of safety on, so you're helping take care of a lot of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's why we're out here just, it's great for friends, family, sponsors, but also vehicle to vehicle. It's a great tool as well.
Yeah, that's cool. So keep an eye out on the Racing Tracks website. Again, racingtracks.com. And let us know what you guys think about it. You can comment in, and we're going to have David in throughout the day, kind of just giving us updates on everything that's going on. Thanks, dude.
Awesome. Absolutely.
Much
Thanks for having me.
Great job. All right, these drivers are still out there rounding the course. Like I said before with David, you can go to racingtracks.com. It's a fantastic tool for you guys to be able to keep track of your drivers, see what the leaderboard is. All right, there was Alexander Knoll just passing by. This dude is an Iron Man from last year, so we'll be able to see how he does this year. Pits have calmed down a little bit. As you see the fog is still hanging around a little bit. A lot of moisture in the air. Probably keeping the drivers nice and cool. This racing track system is so awesome to be able to look at all of the different drivers and what location they are on course. Another thing that I'm just looking at when I see these guys, see this map here, if you look at it, the red line is the race course. You can see it goes all different directions through the hills. Out here at Rednecks and Paychecks in St. Joe, Texas. Very cool view where you can see some of the technical areas where it slows down through some of those really tree heavy sections there. We are down towards the center lower portion of your screen where it says Rednecks with Paychecks. The highway to come into the facility, obviously a little lower than that. Number 410 up towards the top of your screen is at the end of the north portion of the track. Some of the faster sections you will see are down there where it's a little bit lighter color. The more tan area of the track. Very good passing sections. Some of the other drivers coming into the pits now.
Josh, if you walk past camera 2, can you raise it up a little bit? Okay, that's cool.
Very interesting for me to see that a lot of these drivers are still coming in glued to each other's bumpers. Last year at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am, we had the field kind of thin out throughout the day because of vehicle failures. I'm wondering if some of these drivers have learned from maybe some of the mistakes that they had last year or just gained a little bit more experience to be able to understand how to maintain their vehicle, to be able to get the vehicle across the finish line. We're only an hour and 10 minutes into this event. All these drivers, if you're just joining us, have to cross through or go through the pits every single lap. And when they cross the finish there, they're hanging a right and they're going directly into the pits. They hang out in the pits for a little bit, make sure to do a visual, kind of check things out. And the pits are down there towards the bottom of the screen. And you can see where they drive through. They have a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. And they must be in the pits for 90 seconds or more. Otherwise, they get a penalty. But this also offers opportunity for these guys to be able to get their cars looked at. Any changes to be made. And this is every lap. So it's a fantastic opportunity to make sure that these cars stay together for a lot longer duration because they're able to look at them. As we have a driver coming through the screen on the top right. We'll get that up on the screen for you guys right now. Sorry for the black screen. We'll get a picture up here in just a little bit for you. We got some action coming out of the pits. We'll switch over to that camera for you guys. We got tons of drivers coming out. Some of the drivers still electing to use their light bars right now as well. We'll get you guys a better picture here in just a second. There we go. Here's some action coming out of the pits now. Thank you guys for dealing with that stuff so quickly, Josh and Jeff, the production crew. This live stuff is pretty amazing that we can bring you guys all this great footage from such remote areas. Man, we couldn't even watch this type of racing a year ago, and now we're able to do it. It's so fantastic. So thank you very much to the whole production crew for getting all this stuff going. Obviously, thank you to David Clay and his Racing Track system for giving us the opportunity to be able to see where our drivers are on course. This is fantastic data as well. So a lot of these racers will be paying attention to that, not just to see where they are at or where their team is on course, but to see where their competition is on course. As you see right there, that was a perfect shot of what is available to do in the pits. A driver getting rid of a water bottle with one of his team members over there to go pick it up. Probably got the water bottle at the beginning of pits, drank it while he was going through the pits there, and then threw it out at the end and had somebody in his crew go pick it up. Fantastic race strategy right there to be able to keep your body in focus, make sure it's hydrated. A lot of these guys using onboard systems as well. Camelbacks with water in them. They have a fluid logic system that's out now. That's an electric system that you can actually get water into your mouth through through some devices. Like that guy's hoodie with his KMC hoodie. Thanks for standing right in front of the camera, boys. Here we go. So we're going to some of the fog is making it a little difficult for the drones, but here you can see a good view of the I don't know what you even call it, the mud bog or the swamp pit out here at Rednecks and Paychecks, just on the other side of the finish line here. All right, so here was what we were talking about before. It'll clear up a little bit. The fog is still a little bit heavy, but right on the other side of the school bus monster truck right here that you see is a big mud pit. They have a lot of fun in this mud pit out here. I heard that they get 100,000 people or so out here for some of these big events that they have. People out here having a great time. So thank you very much to the owners of the facility, Rednecks and Paychecks. There you go. You see the sign right there. Fantastic facility out here at St. Joe, Texas. There we go. We got a clear camera angle. Thanks, boys. Some of these drivers, like I said, still using their light bars out here. Not sure if that's helping or hindering them going through the fog, but, man, an hour and 45 minutes into the race, maybe they're going to run the light bar the whole time. Maybe that's a strategy for these guys and some of their teams. I know that some of these teams have limited resources in the pits, so they may just be putting it on and getting out there and doing their best they can. As we have a little bit of downtime with the cameras, waiting for some of these guys to get back into the infield area. Want to do a big thank you to everybody that is involved with the Outlaw Series and the 12-hour side-by-side race. Fantastic people that make this operation run. Caitlin, everybody in the admissions department, sign up, getting everybody taken care of. All the people in timing and scoring. David with his racing track system out here helping. Everybody in the production crew. It takes a lot of people to make these events happen. Brian Adkison, our fearless leader, making sure that we are all safe, making sure that these events are still put on year after year. So thank you very much, Brian, for organizing this all for us to come out here and have fun. 12 hours of racing, man. 12 hours in a side-by-side. And these dudes, I still tell you what, man, these guys that are going for the Ironman are just insane. All right. We're going to give a little bit of love to each and every one of these driver sponsors. This is what it's all about, right? They want more help. So let's go through it here. We have the 3-hour open race. We have the 4 drivers that we have. We had Ian Lay, and he is sponsored in his Can-Am from Batavia, Ohio. He is sponsored by Boustain, Crown Off-Road Racing, and Fandango. Ooh, Fandango's a good sponsor. Way to bring in the non-endemics, buddy. 53X, Julian Celadon out of Oak Point, Texas, in his Yamaha, 19 years old. Number 614, Sean Philbin out of Truxton, Montana, excuse me. Let's see here. Man, he's got a bunch of sponsors. So we go through HBR&P, Power Sports, WelderD.com, QuickSawRacing.com, Ride Epic, Forward Visual, Eddie's Flooring Installation, Alwell's Country Meats, I think that's how you pronounce it, Ginger Jakes, OffRoadArmor.com, HSD Industries, Wilson Power Sports, and Vittle. Greg Rice out of Hazlet, Texas, G3 Motorsports. All right, in the 6-hour open race, as you see, man, that fog is still holding strong. In the 6-hour open race, we have number 57, Sean Burnett out of Hilltop Lakes, Texas. Sponsored by Grimes Service Center and Pro One Services. Number 58, David Holby out of Millsap, Texas, G3 Motorsports. Number 333, Dylan Jacobson out of Pflugerville, Texas, UTVRaceShop.com. Number 614, Sean Philbin out of Truxton, Montana. Oh, we just mentioned all his sponsors, so he's got tons of them. So good on you, Sean. Number 762, Justin Moore out of Stephenville, Texas, Maxima Racing Oils, MRT, Rugged Radios, Cryo Heat, and Raceline. Number 787, Angel Fontanez out of Fort Worth, Texas, Level Communications, KT Performance, and G3 Motorsports. Number 933, Tim Otto out of Buda, Texas, and Kids 2 Team. Let's see here. And this is the 12-hour pro race. So we're going to probably go through a lot of sponsors here. Number 8 is Drew Holdifer out of Hinsville, Arkansas. Wilson Power Sports, Psychotic Lighting, and Can-Am. Number 10, Chris Donald out of Alvarado, Texas. SA Belt, Motul, Demon, Maxis, Ignite, ARD, Cryptic, and UTV Race Shop. Number 18, Chance Haugen from Prescott, Arizona. Sponsored by Polaris, Super ATV, Dyno Jet, Ames, Sparco, Rugged Radios, MRT, Method Race Wheels, and Bikeman Performance. Number 22, Sean Hess out of Munster, Texas. Hess Motorsports, Honda, Maxis, Elka, E2R, HMF, Raceline, Tire Balls, Rugged, Maxima, Raceco, and SSI. Number 222, Cody Miller out of Greenville, Texas, sponsored by Can-Am. Number 24, David Navratsky out of Croydon, Pennsylvania. Concrete Cutting Systems, Evo Power Sports, G3 Motorsports, and Plymouth County Power Sports. Number 47, Liam Bethke at Gordonville, Texas. Number 71, Glenn Jung at Austin, Florida. Sponsored by 77 Motorsports. 81, Ryan Tewksbury out of Paradise, Texas. Sponsored by Can-Am, Boustain, Texera Tech, HMF, Yokohama Tires, Zebros, Exit Shocks, Evolution Power Sports, Raceline Wheels, S3 Power Sports, Crown, Off-Road Racing, Sparco, and ZRP and Hess. Number 90, Hunter Miller out of Greenville, Texas, Can-Am. Number 222, John Colgaroo out of Niles, Ohio. Johnny KS Power Sports. 311 is Dustin Robbins out of Decatur, Alabama. All things UTV is helping him get to the track. Number 419, Tim Slocum out of Ashburnham, Massachusetts. Patrick Edwards Electric, KWI, Wayland Speed, Hess Racing, MRT Tires, and Plymouth County Power Sports. Number 492, William Thomas out of Lowell, Arkansas. KWI Clutching, Twin Peaks Restaurants, another in non-endemic. So awesome on you for bringing Twin Peaks into the sport, man. Double E Racing, PPEI, Ignite Race Fuel, HMF, TGR Fabrication, Double E Racing, Texera Tech. Number 714, Andy Ives out of Prescott, Arizona. Well, technically he's not out of Prescott, Arizona, but we'll go with it. Polaris Super ATV, Rugged Radios. Number 735, Ariel Bayarski at Chagrin Falls, Ohio. Johnny K's Power Sports, G-Force Racing, and Cargado. Number 911 is Chad Deutsch at Evansdale, Iowa. Let's see here. Honda Power Sports, DR Power Sports, PPEI, Raceline, and CA Tech. Number 979, Jack Letourneau at Lindstrom, Minnesota. Bikeman Performance, MRT Tires, Vision Wheel, Clutch Energy, Torque Link, Chopper City, Blown Concepts, Race Coatings, Fox, Fowler Parts Service, Sniper Clutch Weights, and Letourneau Electric. All right, rounding out the 12-hour pro class is 991, Caleb Broker at Berryville, Arkansas. Sponsored by Maxxis Tires, RCV Axles, HCR Suspension, Nitro Racing Products, Wheel Pros, Ultimax Belts, Godspeed Industries, 5-Star Tuning, Psychotic Lighting, Rise Fab, Wood Power Sports, Hilltop Ranch, PRP, and G-Force Suspension. And number 5,012, man, big number. Brian Stone out of Easers, Pennsylvania, sponsored by Brooks Power Sports Incorporated, CT Raceworks, Factory UTV, Gear Grabber Shifters, G-Force Racing Suspension Technologies, Hess Motorsports, Keller Performance, MRT, NRP, PRP, and ZRP. In the 12-hour sportsman class, we have number 20, Ricky Johns out of Benton, Pennsylvania. Number 1, Patch Customs. Number 37, Patrick Shamblin out of Burleson, Texas. Shamblin Racing, Seahorn Yamaha, ARD, Hess Motorsports, and UTV Race Shop. Number 73X, Jubal and Rachel Cheatwood. Saline, Louisiana. Super ATV, S3 Power Sports, VP Race Fuels. Let's see here. Hero Construction, PPEI, and Double E, and Can-Am. Looks like some of the fog is lifting a little bit. You can see a little bit better with the drone there as some of these drivers come into the pits. Number 87, Donovan Willis out of Georgetown, Texas. UTVRaceShop.com, ARD Autosports, Hess Motorsports, Double E Racing, Texera Tech, SA Belt, Ignite Race Fuel, Demon Axles, and Motul. Number 105, Kevin Ads, Rice City, Texas. Dallas Karting Complex is helping him get to the track. Number 118, Brian Mowry, part of the Graphics Guys team. Now, Orange YXZ, number 124, Michael Bayarski at Shangrin Falls, Ohio. Johnny K's Power Sports, G-Force Racing, Carg Auto. Number 410, Robert Murkowski, Austin, Texas. Let's see here. Number 501, Randy Leach, Enola, Pennsylvania. Out of Brandstone Racing, helping him get to the track. Number 527 is Vince Broker out of Berryville, Arkansas. 573, Alexander Knoll, the Iron Man at McDonough, Georgia. Number 609, Dale McCord out of Columbia, Tennessee, and On a Mission Motorsports helping him. Number 614, Sean Philbin out of Truxton, Missouri. Montana. I keep getting that mixed up. HBR and P Power Sports. Man, he's got a bunch of sponsors. We already named him, but we'll give him a little bit more love. WelderD.com, QuickSawRacing.com, Ride Epic, Forward Visual, Eddie's Flooring Installation, Allowell's Country Meats, Ginger Jake's, OffRoadArmor.com, HSD Industries, Wilson Power Sports, and Vittle. Let's see here. 762, Justin Moore out of Stevensville, Texas. Maxima Racing Oils, MRT, Rugged Radios, Cryo Heat, and Raceline. 1518, Ryan Lewis out of Springdale, Arkansas. 1776, Brian Stevenson out of Austin, Texas. And the final two drivers on our list, number 4901 is Sean Capps at North Richland Hills, Texas. Sponsors is XIT Off-Road, SideBySideWeRide.com, Mark Co. Machine, MRT, MTS, HCR, Super ATV, S3 Power Sports, Keller, Sandcraft, and Tucker. And in the women's class, we have number 314, Shaylee Broker out of Berryville, Arkansas, Off-Road Vixen, Ultimax Belts, GR Graphics, HMF, Bearded Stitch, Double E Racing, and PPEI. All right, so enough talking by me. We'll give you guys a little bit of a break, and you guys could just watch some racing for a little bit. We are 1 hour and 30 minutes into 12 hours of racing. 12-hour pro class. Thomas is out front. Tewksbury's in second. Jung, Hunter Miller, Hess, Holdifer, Cody Miller, Culligrew, Stone, Broker. checking out the Racing Track system on screen. You can see your favorite drivers out there leading the course. So we have number 492, Thomas, out front. You can see he's coming through, getting close to being back in the pits here. The leaders are coming around again to round another lap. You got a Pro R, you got a RS1, you got a Honda Talon. All kinds of different vehicles out here at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. Last scoring that we had that came through, we have Thomas, Tewksbury, Jung, Miller, Hess, Holderfer, Cody Miller and Cody Taylor, Team Cody, Calgary, Stone, and Broker round out the top 10. Pit shots are really great, being able to see all the action that's coming through. Lots of action out on the race course. If you look kind of towards the bottom right of the screen, or middle, the direct middle of your screen, you can see all those drivers bunched up. Some of those sections are a little bit tighter sections. There's some bottlenecks and stuff, but you'll notice that happens throughout the day because of all of the congestion in those little areas. You can't even see half those numbers. Right where that number 57 was on the screen. Lots of congestion in that little area. Looks like Byron Mowry got a wounded vehicle, going to come back into the pits, see if he can get that thing fixed up. Graphic guy and his team get back out there on course. Get that wagon across the finish line. Production crew getting all this stuff ironed out. You guys can see these guys a little bit wider angle, getting these guys back out on course and coming into the pits. RacingTracks.com providing us all of the great data. Looks like nobody's out at the bottom of the course right there. It'd be nice if some of those drivers could get out there, make up some time, man. Lots of extra room over there. And there's a whole bunch of people just bunched up, coming out of the pits and getting back on course over there in the middle of the course. One of the factory Can-Ams exiting the pits. Safety crew getting back out on course. Number 991 all alone out there. Let's see who 991 is. Number 991, 37, and 419 all have some very, very good positioning on course to be able to make up a lot of time. Yeah, getting through a lot of that stuff. Real deep terrain, a lot of ups and downs, elevation changes. Yeah, bottlenecks as well. Number 991 is Caleb Broker out of Berryville, Arkansas. Let's see here if we can find 37 and 419 as well. .419 looks like it's Tim Slocum out of Ashburnham, Massachusetts. And let's see here if we can find number 37. Patrick Shamblin out of Burleson, Texas. A lot of Texas guys obviously out here for the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. We are out here in northern Texas, almost on the up towards Oklahoma, in a city called St. Joe, just outside Munster, Texas, north of Dallas. Fantastic facility with Rednecks Paychecks. Brand new track for the Texas 12-hour side-by-side race, put together by Outlaw Series race director and owner Brian Adkison. A lot of work goes into these side-by-side races, but a lot of fun is had because of all that hard work. So thank you very much to everybody that's participating in making this happen. Tons of people in the pits also helped out as well, providing resources, tractors, all kinds of different stuff to be able to make this event happen. So if you're looking at the racing tracks map there on course, one of the advantages that people will have today is to be able to have clear track. The clear track will give them an opportunity to make up a lot of time and not be in bunches. A lot of times when racing, people get caught up by battling together. In situations like this, it helps to be by yourself so that you can have clear track and have a lot of time made up on course. Driver already pulling into the pits. It looks like Sean Hess or one of the Hess cars.
Sets up, if he could put that light back on more straight, we don't have all those shadows on his eyes. You see graphing tape over there? No, but there was a big roll on that table.
Hey, Josh, I put it way over there at the end.
Huh?
I put it at the end.
If not, I've got a roll in my truck.
Thank you guys very much for watching the live feed of the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. Haven't mentioned it in a while, but please comment in on YouTube and Facebook. Tell us what you guys think. Tell us if you guys have any of your favorite drivers out there. As the inclement weather kind of burns off, we have some fog. We have a little bit of moisture in the air. Difficult to fly drones in that type of weather. Lenses get dirty, and moisture gets on them. But we're going to try to see if the weather lets up a little bit. And as that weather lets up a little bit, we'll get you guys a little bit more coverage on cameras and different things like that, so we can bring you a little bit better view of some of the areas on course. Extra race coverage. In the meantime, you guys can watch the racing track stuff that we have on course, or excuse me, on screen right now. You can see the leaderboard over there with Thomas, Tewksbury, Jung, Hunter Miller, Hess, Holderfer, let's see here, Cody Miller, Culliger, Stone, and Broker. The leaderboard has not changed very much in quite some time now. Getting text messages from some of the people in the pits. Looks like everybody's having a good time, making all kinds of different Can you go to one of the things that we want to show you, we have one of our drone pilots actually in the broadcast booth here with us. So John brought in, why don't you show us this drone a little bit, John? So we have some of the moisture, what it actually looks like with the inclement weather here. Pretty crazy to see that the moisture can get so close and so much on the actual drones. It's very difficult to see in the camera, but some of these lenses make it very difficult. Thanks for showing us, Sean. We appreciate it. These guys are out there doing a whole bunch of hard work, making sure that you guys can see all this great race coverage. So thank you to all the guys at Area 51 for flying these drones, doing a fantastic job. You know what? I heard a story this morning by these guys when they were giving me a ride over to the track, telling us how intricate and how many different things happen with these drones to make sure that everybody on course is safe. You got to make sure you're flying in the same direction as these vehicles. You can't fly against the traffic. All these different things that you wouldn't think about when you're just a viewer of this television broadcast. So it's really cool that these guys are out there operating such a professional environment for us, and to be able to give us this good coverage. Let's thank some of our sponsors too. We got at the bottom right corner of your screen, G3 G3 Motorsports, Hess Motorsports, Can-Am for being the title sponsor of this event. Very grateful for all of those guys. Crown Construction, obviously the Texas Outlaw Series for bringing you the event. Everybody that helps out. We had so many people at the drivers' meeting getting, I don't know what you want to call it, getting thanks because they helped out to produce this event for you guys and get it out here. The leaderboard, number 492, Thomas Tewksbury in second, Jung in third, Hunter Miller round out top four, Jason Hess number 22 in fifth, and sounds like we got some other drivers that are getting ready to come back in to the pits as well. We mentioned it before. Some of you guys just getting up on the West Coast. We're early birds out here in Texas. We've already been racing for just under 2 hours, 1 hour and 53 minutes into 12 hours of side-by-side racing out here in Texas. So if you're just joining us out on the West Coast or you just turned on the live feed, we have some great footage for you guys. These guys come into the pits, like you saw that driver backing it in every lap. They come into the pits. They can do a once-over on the car. They can come in for repairs, all kinds of different advantages. But there are some rules that you have to follow going into the pits. You have to go 15 miles an hour. You are able to pass if there's a slower car, maybe a wounded car or whatever it is. You just cannot exceed 15 miles an hour. From the start of the pit road to the exit of the pit road, you have to take 90 seconds. 15 miles an hour at 90 seconds is the exact length of pit road. If any of that is not obeyed, unfortunately the drivers get a penalty. So all of the drivers very cognizant about that, and at the end of the race, all of that stuff is calculated. If any of those penalties matter, the race results at the end will be unofficial, and then we will see how everything transpires. Trying to get some drones in the air for you guys as some of these drivers are getting ready to come back on course, getting everything updated. It looks like we actually may have a lead change. between Tewksbury and Thomas. So both those guys out there tearing it up. Hunter Miller coming into third position now. Hess jumping up. I'm going to read you guys some of the timing and scoring now. And we can look at racing tracks as well if we want to see some of that. Oh, we got a drone in the air, so that's even better. So perfect. Now you can actually see a lot of the stuff that I was talking about people coming through the pits and not exceeding 15 miles an hour. This driver is doing a very good job making sure they watch their speeds. Some of these race cars actually do not have a speedometer, or they don't check their speed going through the pits. Some of the drivers opting to go a little slower than 15, some going right at 15.
Racing Tracks also pops up and shows them their speed in the pits.
There you go. So David Clay just came in from racingtracks.com. Let us know that it will show your speed on Racing Tracks and flash a light if you're not doing the proper speed.
Also, we have a big log jam right here. Right where 4901 is.
All right. So now we are taking a look at 4901 on course, but there is a big bottleneck or log jam out here in this section of the course where it gets a little bit more technical. This could create some issues.
These guys are going to be coming in hot into the finish here really soon.
Sounds like some of these guys are in that log jam are going to be neck and neck coming back into the finish. So we'll see some of these guys come around as you see some of those fantastic drone shots, man. It is so cool. We showed you guys some of the moisture on the lenses, but even though they can fly the drones out here and show you guys all this, it's just magnificent that we can bring you guys all of this fantastic footage. So the log jam, we're going to see it. We're going to see a bunch of people coming in to the pits very shortly. Yeah, look at all these guys, all neck and neck, just like we anticipated. So these guys were all on track together. It was one of those big groups of people like we had talked about earlier. Thank you, David Clay, for bringing us some of that Racing Tracks data and information. Fantastic to know all that. Just as we see some of these people coming into the pits, we can hear some of the roost actually hitting our production trailer. So there was probably 10 or 15 cars. Oh, look at that, all through the pits. Look at that fantastic drone shot of exactly what we were talking about some of those cars not exceeding 15 miles an hour unless you want to get penalized, but still battling through the pits. We got two factory Can-Am drivers, one stopping, one not. Again, this is the advantage of being able to come into the pits. Unfortunately, that driver acquiesced one position, but he was able to have his crew members look over the vehicle. Make sure it was okay. Yeah, so that bottleneck looks like it cleared up a little bit. Obviously, there's some racers still out there going through that section. Here are those same drivers that were all together. Look at that line. All of these drivers are going to be entering the course at the same time. You can see that. Look at that single file all coming out on course together. So that means this next lap or these next two laps are going to be very intense for all of these drivers. Making their passes quickly and efficiently is going to really provide them a lot of time to be able to get away at the end of this lap. Sitting behind all these drivers for that long is going to be very difficult, especially if your pace is faster. Looks like the track holding together pretty good. We like to call it chocolate cake. As we wind down the final seconds of the first 2 hours of the Can-Am 12-hour side-by-side race out here in St. Joe, Texas, just north of Dallas in northern Texas. Pit crew still working on that YXZ, making sure their driver is going to bring that vehicle across the finish line. Oh, we got a wounded soldier. Thank you very much to the track crew for getting that vehicle back into the pits. Hopefully that driver can still get their vehicle repaired and get back out there to finish the race. There we go. Pit stop, get that car back out on track. All right, we'll. All right, looks like we're getting some pit action queued up for you guys in just a second here. Some really good pit action. All right, we have some pit action ready for you guys here. Looks like the graphics guys had an issue with the front end of their car. Blake Gustin at G3 Motorsports trying to get some parts ready to get this Byron Mowry and his crew fixed and back out on course. Thank you to the Outlaw Series safety crew for bringing that car back in, giving him the opportunity to still get his money worth and get back out on course. Get some parts for that car and get rolling again. A little bit of a hectic situation, making sure everybody's out there getting the information that they need. Looks like we're going to get the co-driver out. Help work on the car, get it back out there. Even giving us a little wave to the camera. All in fun. Out here for the Texas 12-hour side-by-side race at Redneck's Paychecks out here in St. Joe, Texas. Just south of Oklahoma in northern Texas. Man, he's got a little bit of work to do. Hopefully they got an A-arm and a ball joint for that bad boy. Some of these dudes even wearing moto helmets out there. Super cool to see that everybody has a chance to race these side-by-sides. Side-by-sides have come a long way in the last 5 years. Now to see the entry count that was come in and all of the people out here racing this race is fantastic. Back to some of the race action. Some of these drivers exiting the pits. I think it's Alexander Knoll still trying to go for the Ironman. He is just over 2 hours into his Ironman stint. All right, so we have a special announcement that we'd like to make. Hess Motorsports is going to offer all of you guys that are watching the live feed a discount code. It is for their website. It is 12 HRLIVE 12-hour live. You can go to their website and you can get a 10% discount via that code. Hess Motorsports just moved in to third place on course. And depending on their position, if you keep watching the live feed, towards the end of the race, if they podium, they may even offer a bigger discount for you guys. If you guys do not want to wait, go to their website now. Thank you very much, Hess Motorsports. As you can see, they are sponsoring the time clock at the top right. So thank you very much to them for being a big part of this live production with Outlaw Productions TV. Those drivers all still deciding, or drivers and crew deciding what they're going to do to that vehicle to be able to get it back out on course. Looks like the driver letting him know what happened to it. Change up in the lead. We now have Tewksbury out front, Thomas in second, Hess in third, Hunter Miller rounding out the top four, and Cody Miller and Cody Taylor in the top five. Looks like it was a ball joint issue in the top of the spindle.
All right, I'm coming to you. We're on drone right now. Tell me when you got to go.
All right. Drivers slowing to enter pit road now.
Okay.
A Razor and a Can-Am there.
Nobody else
You see some of the stuff off to the right. Tex and his Octane Media, thank you very much for all that you do for all of us racers and all of us fans out here, Tex. Calling the shots, as usual. Nice shots of them repairing that ball joint and spindle on the front of that Yamaha. Great job to Blake at G3 Motorsports and all of his crew for getting all those parts ready for Byron Mallory. Blake even taking a little bit of time to talk with George Cruz a little bit about what's going on there. Hopefully we can get a little bit more in depth with some of these people a little bit later today, get some interviews for you guys as things progress. Look, we just mentioned we are just over 2 hours into the 12-hour race, so we have plenty of time. Lots of action just for one vehicle to get back out on course. Thank you guys very much for watching at home. Kyle Melville, appreciate you, buddy. We saw the one and only Christy Melville. She's holding it down out here, helping everybody make sure they're on track and doing everything that they need to do. So as long as it's taking for these guys to fix this Yamaha YXZ, it's still very good they're able to get it fixed. I mean, like the amount of time that we have, they can get that car out on track, and it still has a lot of time to be able to do well. Multitasking here, putting another 5 gallons of gas in that thing, getting the drivers back in safely, getting them belted in, getting their window nets up, doing all the things that that matter to make sure that this car crosses the finish line. When they say it takes an army, it really does. It really does, to be able to get these cars across the finish line. 12 hours is a long time for a vehicle to be running. Looks like they're looking over it. They got that portion of it fixed, but it looks like they're still looking at some of the other parts of the vehicle to make sure that it's functioning properly. Not going to send them out unless it's ready. Coming up on 9 a.m., we are just over 2 hours into the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. 9 a.m. in Texas, that means you guys are just waking up in Southern California or on the West Coast. So thank you guys very much for joining. Please let us know. Jump on the live feed, Facebook, YouTube, and come join us. let us know what you guys want to see. Let us know what we could do better. Getting a lot of behind the scenes. We'd love being able to see this type of race action, pit action, all of these different things. They're trying to get that ball joint back in the spindle. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult when you have a ball joint failure. Aligning those things. They have basically what's called a miscellaneous alignment spacer. It's a tapered edge that goes into the top of the spindle, and sometimes when it gets loose, the bottom of the ball joint beats up the top of the spindle, and it's very difficult to get that beveled edge back into the top of the spindle. So it looks like they're trying to force it a little bit, and they're going to let that metal to metal clean up while he's out there driving, just so he can finish the race. They'll probably want to replace that spindle and the ball joint and probably the end of the A-arm when they get done with this race. But just to get it across the finish line is going to be a task in itself. So great on the G3 Motorsports guys, Byron Maui, the graphics guys, all of that crew for getting that car back out on track. So a lot of the guys like Blake there, you see him on the right-hand side of your screen, they handle many cars. Last night, I think we counted maybe 8 cars that were underneath his tent or in his pits that he was helping people get ready for the race. So what happens if 2 of these cars come in at the same time? Well, they have a few guys on crew, so they're going to have to split up the crew and be able to work on both of them at the same time. It's just basically one of those things. You have to just manage and be flexible as a crew. Blake giving him a little bit of a pep talk. All smiles with these off-road guys, man. We love it, Blake. So thank you very much for getting Byron and all his crew out there. You got a fantastic crew being able to help all these guys. Yeah, great aerial shot of the track coming into the pits there. You can see the entrance pit road right there on the left just a little bit, and then the exit.
I don't think so.
The graphics guys are going to be getting back out on course. Byron Maury's car. Sounds like we got some other drivers getting ready to come into the pits as well.
I lost my finish line camera, so I don't know if people have a drone or on you.
Yeah, you can see the drone shot just past that G3 Motorsports tent. They got a big area over there because they got a lot of cars, man. Oh, man, you can't forget to turn on the GoPro, boys. Always got to turn on the GoPro. Content is king these days. Look, safety right there. That is one key thing that I think everybody should pay attention to. He's making sure that the drivers know where their position is. He would tell them to stop if there was another driver coming. He would tell them to turn left or right if there was something directly in his way. Really, really cool to see all of these guys paying so much attention, not just to their race program, but to everything else that's going on around them. Making these decisions is a very, very crucial piece of having a safe and good experience out here at the races. So thank you very much to all those guys that are paying attention. There are hundreds of people out here this weekend, and everybody has safety as their number one priority to make sure that not only they are safe, but everybody else around them is safe. Working together, teamwork makes the dream work, right? So thank you guys for very much for being diligent about this. There you go, the whole family experience. You see the youngster over there on the left. All kinds of different vehicles, too. I think we talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the show. We got Articats. We got Honda Talons. We got YXZs. We got the new Pro Rs out here. We got Can-Am X3s all over the place, man. Honda Talons. All kinds of different different vehicles. Right there, one of the Pro Rs that we were just talking about coming into the pits. Fantastic to see all of these different vehicles and just everybody having all the parts to be able to make sure that these vehicles cross the finish line. We just saw the G3 Motorsports guys working on Byron Maury's car. They have a lot of YXZ parts. There's a lot of other teams that have YXZ parts. They would all share just to make sure that those teams cross the finish line. A lot of these Can-Am teams share. Polaris Razor teams share. So if any of these guys have parts and the other team doesn't have them, usually it's a pretty easy way to make friends is by sharing and making sure that these guys cross the finish line, because that stuff will pay off in the future when you have something happen to your car if you were able to support another driver in a previous event. that's just one great thing about off-road racing in general is everybody is so adamant about helping get these racers across the finish line.
Camera 3, you're hot, but you're moving.
Great drone shots. Still showing some of these guys using their light bars, man. I wonder if it's because of the fog. One of the factory Can-Ams getting ready to get back out on course. So this is the entrance to pit road right here. As you see, the exit as well, right next to it. Right next to Paychecks, providing that big old mud bog, man. I've never been here for one of those mud events, but I heard it's crazy. Be cool to come out here and check it out one of these days. But today we are focused on the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. So here you can see a great layout of the pits. The way that they have the cars and trailers positioned as well makes a big difference on how these guys can get their parts and tools out there on course. So the way that they set up their positions of the pits. Let's see number 22 get back out on course. I think that's the team Cody Taylor and Cody Miller. A Hess Motorsports car of Sean Hess and Cross Kirchmeier. All right, so two Can-Ams just getting ready to get back out on course. Let's actually stay on that shot, and we'll see if those Can-Ams battle coming back out onto the racetrack. This is one of the things that I think is very interesting is right when you get back out on course, you have just a very small, limited amount of time as they head off into the fog to be able to pass each other before you get into a real tight area of the course. So I would think that everybody just wants to get out on course and pass right away before they get back out there because otherwise they're going to lose a lot of time sitting behind those other drivers. Starting to get a little bit more spaced out. We can try and get racing tracks pulled back up for you guys here, and you guys can see some of the action out on course. All right, it looks like we have racing tracks back up on the screen now, so we can bring that up if you guys want to check out some of the drivers on course. As Sean Hess, man, moves up into second place. So Thomas, unfortunately, falling back a little bit. An RS1 driver. Big old tires on that RS1, man. That's a good idea out here at Rednecks by Paychecks on this adverse course. It never fails. Look at some of this out here. Third and fourth, we have 22 and 22X, Hunter Miller and Cody Miller, always glued together, man. These brothers never seem to be on course without battling. If you look at the top of your screen at Racing Tracks right there, you'll see 22, 44, and 22X all in the same vicinity. That's probably about only, I would venture to guess, between 10 to 30 seconds of distance on the track. So those guys are right neck and neck to each other. So if any of those guys have any issues, they're going to be passing right by each other. Looks like the 44 is going to be in between those guys, but the Racing Track system will allow them to move in and out of each other very easily. So it looks like some of the field is spread out towards the bottom right of your screen, right above that Ultimax logo. To the left of the Ultimax logo, looks like there's a bunch of people just all in the same spot. Oh, as the Racing Tracks updates, you see now the 22 and the 22X behind the 22 pin drop right there. They are right next to each other on course. So this could be some strategy stuff happening as we see some drivers coming into the pits. This is probably actually, yep, It's one of those big clusters that we just saw on racing tracks, all coming into the pits at the same time. So this is a strategy that you would want to take into consideration here. If you are one of the drivers that is at the end of that group of drivers, you could come into the pits, get a drink, get something to eat, repair the car, take fuel, whatever it is that you want to do in the pits now, because then it spaces you apart from the drivers in front of you. You could get the pits done and then go out and make up that time instead of getting stuck behind them. So there's a lot of different race strategies that these teams will have to take into consideration in situations like that. So you need to be very flexible as a team, because those things are going to happen throughout the day. I mean, we still have 9 hours and 40 minutes of racing left. There's going to be tons of times that those situations arise. So as drivers, as some of these guys have co-drivers, and as crew chiefs and team members, all of that information will come into fruition and be something that could win or lose a race. Another thing that we should talk about is communication. Communication is key in these types of races. These drivers and these cars usually have some sort of intercom system, whether it be PCI or rugged radios or something else, inside these vehicles so that they can communicate with the pits or with a driver in the passenger seat to be able to tell them what's going on, to ask questions, to be able to notify each other if there's a battle for the lead or somebody in front of them or time splits, all these different things that give them information. Like just right here, just like what we were talking about, it looks like a couple of those drivers opted to go into the pits. A couple of them did not. A couple stayed out. So that's going to benefit or not benefit them depending on what type of decision that they made. So we have 3 different races that are happening at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am out here in St. Joe, Texas today. Like I said, we are in northern Texas. The drivers get to pick whether they want to race for 3 hours, 6 hours, or 12 hours today. 12 hours obviously being the big dog class. And, man, 12 hours is just a long time in a side-by-side. But there are a few that just want to race a little bit less. They want to enjoy the track, and then they want to have a little bit of fun, maybe support some of their friends and other drivers. Some of the guys actually signed up for all 3 classes, wanting to do well in all 3 events. So pretty cool to see that there's options for all these drivers and for all these teams to be able to get out there and do it. Myself, I would probably opt for the 3-hour just so I could get out of the car and not have to stay in as long. But, man, 3 hours behind a side-by-side is still a long time, or behind the wheel of a side-by-side is still a long time. All right, so you're looking at your Racing Tracks screen right there. You guys can also follow Racing Tracks at home, so you can get a little bit of more in-depth view. Go to racingtracks.com, just like it says at the top of the screen there. You click on that menu button on the left. You can go through and filter. You can pick your favorite driver, their number, and look through the list and follow them around the course, see what position they're in, all that great stuff. Thank you to David Clay and Outlaw Series for working together to give us this fantastic data. We love to see the good data, man. All right, let's go through the top 10 here. Actually, let's go through the top 20. We got plenty of time. We got 9 hours and 36 minutes still. So we got number 81, Ryan Tewksbury out front. Let's see who is with Tewksbury. So Tewksbury has Cody Martin and Jay Shaw helping him out, driving the car. Not sure who's actually in the driver's seat right now. Everybody's spacing out a little bit. Not too much happening in the pits just yet. Got a little bit of action. Got a driver come back out on course. I'm still intrigued by what the reason is that they have these lights on. If the fog is that bad, or maybe it settles in the trees. Maybe that's what it is, and they can see a little bit better going through here. Usually, in desert racing, in dust or fog or anything, you do not use the bright lights like that. You use some sort of amber light and have it be more focused. Something like that there. Like that would be a good fog light right there. As you can see, it's a desert car as well, number 527. That would be the reason why he has that setup is because he's used to racing desert like that. Let's see if we can find out who that is here. All right, so number 527 is Vince Broker. Vince Broker is going to try to Ironman that bad boy in his desert car as well. We talked a little bit about the difference in vehicles. Like to mention maybe a little bit more intricate portion of that situation. So you have, is this Thomas? No. Yeah, it's 492. That's Thomas. Twin Peaks on the side of his car. So Thomas was leading early. Now he comes back to 5th place. But back to what I was saying is the way the vehicle handles. So you have a big desert car like what we just saw go out. I think it was I just forgot, but was it Broker? But anyways, it is difficult for those vehicles to move around quickly in some of those really quick corners, some of the chicanes, that type of stuff, because the vehicles are just bigger. They weigh more. They're longer. They have longer wheelbase, wheel travel. So they turn slower, all kinds of different stuff. But you also have advantages, right? Because it's a little bit smoother ride. It's a little bit easier to drive as far as suspension goes because of the length of the vehicle. A lot of those guys have higher capacity fuel cells, bigger fuel tanks so that they can last longer. So maybe they just come through. They don't even have to stop in the pits. Maybe they are only going to fill up once or twice during the race. They just get visuals and they keep going. Some of those cars are built a little bit stronger. They weigh more. So a lot of different stuff happens. It feels different in the steering wheel as well. It feels different in the driver's seat. So some will get tired more. Easier. Alexander Knoll. We're going to call him the Iron Man, dude. Just passing by going into the pits. His crew is going to look it over. Make sure he gets back out there. His strategy is to Ironman this thing. He wants to get that car across the finish line. And then so talking about the vehicles, going back to, a big desert car like that. The Adverse is a small car. Like, let's just say an RX-1, or we'll compare it to a Can-Am X3. Those are very lightweight cars, very agile. If they build them that way. A little bit easier to drive, a little bit easier on your hands or your steering wheel. There's less fatigue. But the issues is that it's not quite as smooth. You might not be as high off the ground. You might put a little bit more pressure on some of the joints. That's not maybe it's not necessarily built quite as strong. So it's a fine balance between your driving capabilities, your driving style, and the vehicle that you choose to drive. And a lot of these guys are driving other people's cars this weekend. How does that take into effect? They don't want to beat up their buddy's car, or they do. They want to go out there and just tear it up like it's a rental car. So there's a lot of different team strategies. A lot of these teams had meetings yesterday to be able to prepare for the race, plan it out as good as possible, but still make sure that they understand that they have to be flexible. You can see that bottom right of your screen has been a congested area, and I think it's going to stay congested for a long, most of the portions of today. Alexander Knoll getting back out on course. Let's go, Iron Man. All right, so like I said before, thank you guys very much for watching the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am out here at Rednecks and Paychecks. Presented by the Outlaw Series. Really appreciate it. If you're watching on Facebook and YouTube, feel free to comment in. We will probably be checking comments and notes throughout the day as we see fit. But we really appreciate you guys watching. Let us know who your favorite drivers are. Keeping track on everybody that's out there in your family, your friends. Dude, maybe even – there you go. Number 81. So that's Tewksbury. That's your leader right there getting back out on course. We are 2 hours and 30 minutes into the 12-hour side-by-side race. Plenty of action still left to go. But it looks like Tewksbury has a little bit of lead on Hess now because they were pretty close in the previous laps. So that 762 in the Arctic Cat that just left the pits is that fantastic veteran story that we were talking about. As you two guys just battling to get back out on track. Some of the communication happening there. So that fantastic story. Justin Moore and Kyle Beto. There's Cody Miller and Cody Taylor getting back out on course. Also, all the leaders are starting to come through. That is your fourth place car. Yeah. The number 80 car was actually showing as 22 on your screen. That is the number 80 car. The drone shot's getting a little bit better as some of this fog dies off out here in Texas. Let's get back to talking about that story of the 762 Arctic Cat or Textron vehicle that went out on course. We mentioned it a little bit earlier, but some of you guys are just waking up in on the West Coast. Right, the whole strip on the left side is gone. We have Justin Moore and Kyle Beto are sharing driving duties in that Arctic Cat. As you see, Sean Hess in second spot there in that Honda Talon. He's coming through. But Justin Moore and Kyle Beto, both veterans in the armed services. Very cool to see those guys out here. We had a little bit of an interview with them yesterday talking about the way that they deal with adversity, the things that they think, their mentality. Very, very strong individuals mentally. They've been through some very, very hectic and gnarly situations in their life, but now they're out here racing side-by-sides, getting some of that adrenaline fix that they were used to. It's not the same as being out there protecting our wonderful country, but it's really cool to see them being able to get some really, really good life back into their, or really good experiences back into their life. It's very cool to see that they're able to do that because they couldn't before side-by-side racing. They have limited capabilities with their bodies, but they configure the UTV or the vehicle to be able to adapt to those limited abilities, being able to still get out there and shred. And they're cutting some pretty fast laps, man. It's really, really cool to see. So good to those guys, man. Justin Moore and Kyle Beto, you guys are not only heroes for what you've done, but you're my hero because of being out there and still living as much life as possible, man. So cool. Almost makes you tear up just thinking about it, but thank you guys for being such an inspiration and motivation to all of us. All right, the Hess Motorsports time clock is showing you guys that we are 2 hours, 34 minutes into this 12-hour side-by-side race. I still think it's crazy, man, that all of these different vehicles that are out here, RS1s, Can-Ams, so many different configurations, and all these guys do different builds with them as well. It's super cool to see. You guys ever get the chance to come out here and hang out? Just walk around the pits and talk with these people about their rigs. If you're new to side-by-sides or if you want to come out here and race, perfect environment. They have sportsman classes, beginner-level classes. They even have people that will teach you how to drive, like Travis Pointer, who was out here racing but still helping with some of his clients, being able to give them pointers. No pun intended. 5-time champion, sharing as much knowledge as possible. Oh, sounds like we got maybe a crash or something that just happened out here in front of us. Just in front of that finish line there. It's probably right off to the left of your screen here. Not sure if we can get a drone in the sky to go check that out. It looks like the drone has a picture of that crash right here on camera 5. So we will see if we can get that to you guys. Yeah, it looks like we got driver. Yeah, a driver. That's where we are at the Outlaw Series or Outlaw Productions trailer there. A driver lost, looks like a front wheel, and ended up coming in. Oh, and I don't know if he flipped over or if he just kind of parked it sideways right there. But we were able to hear that. The safety crew will see if they can get that thing lifted up in the front and back into the pits. Looks like one of the Pro Rs, so they're going to have to get that thing fixed up. He lucked out, though, because he's right next to the pits. So if they can get that thing righted or put a strap on it or get it towed back in, he can get that thing fixed up and back out on track quickly. There's a very good shot of Byron Maui coming back in. They got that thing fixed up, and he's out there on course. And that's where you see everybody coming back out on the course and getting, well, basically off into the fog, off into the trees. But that is towards the bottom portion of your screen there. Honda Talon crossing the finish line. Getting ready to go through the pits, get a visual, have everybody check them out. So that driver's got the pit speed entrance on point, man. Just comes in, slams the brakes, getting ready for that 15-mile-an-hour zone.
Yeah, right at the chain.
Doing it just like Ken Blockwood.
All right, drone, we're following you out.
All right, so this is what the drivers, well, they won't be able to see this, but this is a very similar view of what the drivers will be able to understand when they're getting back out on course. Looks like we have a guy getting ready to do the pits there at the end of the pits. Let's see if we can have the drone stay over there by the end of pit road where those guys are getting ready to do a fuel change or a fuel stop.
Drone, when we're off you here in about 3 seconds, once you go back to pit road,
There we go.
we
We get these guys.
can see somebody doing a fuel stop or something.
Yeah, it looks like these guys are getting ready to do a fuel stop right here.
One looking at the finish line, because you can get the finish line if you're on the bus.
So one of the cool things about this, as we see these guys, it looks like there's a driver that's getting ready to get back. Here we go, get some more repairs for this Yamaha YXZ. But in that previous shot, you saw one of the drivers already ready in his outfit with his helmet on and getting ready to get back in the car. Looks like that pit stop may be happening right now. Yep, on camera 2 there. So let's check out that pit stop. There we go. So I don't know if they're going to do it yet, but it looks like they are going to do a driver change. So we're going to see a driver change, and we're going to see a quick fuel. So they're only looking like probably filling maybe 5 gallons or so, 4 gallons. But they are doing a driver change. Some of these drivers, bigger, shorter, use a different seat pad. Yep, looks like he switched out a seat pad or put an extra pad in there. The driver that gets out usually helps the new driver or other driver to get situated and seated back in the car, get his harnesses strapped, get his radio communications plugged in. If they have race air, they get that race air back on. Oh, it looks like they're not doing a quick fuel. They're just using a quick fuel can. But this is teamwork. Looks like these guys have what we'd like to call in desert racing like a skeleton crew. They just have a couple helpers, and they're out there to finish the race, man. Super cool. Yep, there you go. To get the whole family helping. Making sure it's topped off all the way. Oh, getting their social media content right there. Good job. Making sure that they can share it with all their friends. Oh, needed more fuel. Wow, okay, so there we go. So one thing that we definitely do have to say about this is everybody keeps it safe. Like, that's good. That's good that they were able to understand that they were overfilling it. All the help in the world right there. Tighten it up. He's checking over the tires, making sure the radius rods and everything in the back of that car is solid. The previous driver that was in that vehicle, making sure that his new driver is all set up, still checking over the car. And he knew what was happening with the vehicle because he could feel it before he was coming in. So he knows if anything was wrong. Looks like he's just kind of double checking his work, making sure that everything is okay. There we go. Now they're getting back out on course. What a great experience to be able to understand that what these teams go through. That looked like a small family team. Different than this. So we got a big team over here with G3 Motorsports. All right, we got some change-ups in the lead. We still have Ryan Tewksbury out front. Hunter Miller is now in second place. Looks like Sean Hess has dropped down to fourth. And Cody Miller, man, they are always glued to each other on the track, man. So crazy. All right, so pit road has been cleared out a little bit. You see a lot of these guys kind of going back, getting everything ready again. So getting all the tools back in line, making sure everything is back in the position that it needs to be in just in case on next lap. They are all ready to go. There we go. Looks like the leader is coming in now. So that is Ryan Tewksbury, your overall leader with Texas 12-hour side-by-side race. Looks like now number 90, Hunter Miller, is coming in. So the Miller brothers actually making up quite a bit of time because they were not this close last lap. I wonder if this is part of their race strategy, was to push in the first quarter of the race around the 2 hour mark, 2.5 hour mark. So the top three right now, factory Can-Am cars, Tewksbury, Hunter Miller, and Cody Miller. There we go with the 762. This is the story that we want to keep following today. Desert car that we were talking about. Justin Moore and Kyle Beto bringing it back into the pits. Boys, you're doing a fantastic job. Hey, just speed it up a little bit and hang on with the Miller boys. Not too far off. You guys should definitely check out their social media, Justin Moore and Kyle Beto. So we are getting pretty close. There you go. Back out on course, your leader, Ryan Tewksbury. We are about 14 minutes from the finish of our first race, which is the 3 hour finish. There they go. Back out on course. Man, we really wish this fog was lifting. Sorry, guys. Mother Nature is just not on our side. But you can still see a lot of the pits. What I was talking about before about the pits and the way that they line everything up is you'll see a lot of these guys, they put the back of the trailer towards the pits so that they have access to all their parts and everything that's going on. Some of these guys have chase trucks. Some of these guys have rolling toolboxes, all kinds of cool setups to be able to service these vehicles quickly. There we go. 3 coming out of the pit. Looks like there was a pass made in the pits, actually. Byron Maui just let that acquiesce, let the other car by. Great shot of the logo for Rednecks Paychecks. Off-road park out here in St. Joe, Texas. Just very north in Texas, actually. Real close to Oklahoma, north of Dallas. So it looks like our 4th place driver, Jason Hess, came into the pits. I'm not sure if he made a pit stop or anything, but he's going to be coming out of the pits here in just a little bit. So still within contention with those 3 Can-Am turbo cars. Very impressive. I'm not sure if Cross Kirchmeier is out there or if it's Jason Hess that's out there. But very impressive with the Hess Motorsports crew. And thank you very much to the Hess Motorsports team and company for helping out with the live feed. All right. We are 11 minutes away from the finish of the 3 hour open race. Looks like here we go, Sean Hess just exiting the pits. That's your 4th place driver right there, Sean Hess. So still in, well, easily in a contention. He's only a minute or so off of the leaders there. Can-Am flexing their muscle out here at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. Owning the top 3 spots with Ryan Tewksbury, Hunter Miller, and Cody Miller, with Jason Hess in 4th place.
I think he's pitting, yeah. I can't see him, he went out of my frame. There he goes. I think he's pitting. Okay, camera 3, hold tight just a second because we got nothing else going on, so we're going to show the logo. Okay, hold it. Okay, tell me yeah, wait for it. Clear to move.
All right, we got the Motul car coming into the pits now. That car is always looking fresh, man. Those guys have such a tight-knit program over there.
3, I'm still on you, just stay right there. I wish you could.
Plus, I got my Motul hat on today.
There's also a car about to come out, I think. Yeah,
Appreciate all the guys over at Motul for supporting the series, supporting these drivers.
there he is. And now follow the guy out. Just keep going. Just keep going. Keep going.
There we go. Getting back out on course, man. It's like the excitement level, right? Like when you come into the pits, like, oh, I got to take a deep breath and kind of slow things down. You get a time to rest, get to go through, shake it off, maybe shake your hands out a little bit, do some stretches, take some deep breaths. And then as you get out of the pits, time to get back to work, man. Floor the throttle. Get out there.
Okay, 3, you're up. Stay on the line. We got that here. I'm going to go from that section. I want to go you just while you're setting up. Just live flying around. Camera 3, go ahead and set up for incoming.
Some great views there of the entrance to pit road on this facility. Hundreds and hundreds of people out here.
Camera 3, we're ready. You're at 1.
Looking over that mud bog.
Give me a little heads up. We're still on the ground.
This is the entrance back, coming back on the course. Really hope some of this fog lifts as the time passes today. Oh, driver getting loose coming in. That Honda Talon, American flag looking Honda Talon.
Coming back with the drone. Good shot, drone. I had him coming and going.
There we go. So now we got a pit stop going into G3.
Okay,
As we watch it,
3, move.
as we watch the driver exit, we can actually probably get some of this pit stop if the drone wants to look at that pit stop for G3. Oh, we got another driver in his RS1 coming in.
Hold the entrance. Yeah. Let him go through your frame.
One of the safety crew guys just following him in.
Okay, I'm going to the drone because we got all 3 of them in the shot.
There,
we go.
there you go. Now you got all 3 of them in the shot. Safety crew going to talk with one of the people there. Working on that Honda Talon. Those guys at G3 Motorsports have been busy today.
Still on the drone. I'm going to come to 3 as soon as the car comes in frame.
The driver on the bottom portion of your screen opted with the yellow flag. Maybe that's a good visual for people that are out there on course. We have 7 minutes until the 3-hour
Camera 3, you're up.
portion of the race is over.
Bottleneck right there. Oh, yeah, got another. Okay, I'm on the.
All right, so
Yes, sorry, camera 3, you had it. I missed it. That's all right. Oh, nice catch. Drone, I'm coming back to you. Follow the guy getting towed.
we have car number 222 of John Colagero,
Give me some coverage.
Jacob Frederick, and Tim Farr. Tim Farr just got into that vehicle in car number 222. What I think their strategy is probably to see if they can get that car further up. Tim Farr is a very experienced side-by-side racer, champion, and, man, he has so much knowledge behind the wheel. As you can see, some of the support crews here, you can see Maxxis Racing brings out everything. They got their side-by-side over there. It looks like somebody's actually getting some tires worked on. They're going to probably put it on one of their cars. So they're planning as they lap, and there's more pit crews stuff coming up. So it looks like they're getting ready to get in the car. But back to Tim Farr. Tim Farr is a very, very experienced driver. So maybe their strategy is to kind of take it easy on the beginning and then just wick it up and have him come make up some time. We'll have to see how that car number 222 works up through the field.
Yeah, camera 3, just keep it, even if it's fog and there's nobody there, keep it on there until I say clear. Maybe I did, I don't know. Sometimes I'm talking, I'm not listening to myself. Drone, that's a good shot.
One of the G3 cars, looks like number 888, Greg Rice.
Okay.
Unfortunate.
Camera 3, we're coming to you.
He may be out, but they're going to try to get that car fixed up. All right, Alexander Knoll, Ironman, he's trying to get back out there. He's got two bigger side-by-sides. Look like both Can-Ams breathing down his neck, so he's going to have to really give it the beans to stay out in front of those guys. Both safety vehicles that are watching, we're watching right now get back out on course. Going to probably go rescue a vehicle that's out on course. One of the things that is interesting about this race that we had talked about at the drivers' meeting yesterday is there's limited ability or not enough ability for the many safety crew members to be able to go rescue everybody. So if you have a problem out on course, you're able to go out there and assist your driver if you are accompanied by one of the safety members, or the safety crew. So you can follow the safety crew out there, and then you can tow the vehicle back just as long as you're safe. And then, or do repairs out on course as well. Really cool that you can do that. Very similar to the way that desert racing is set up. As long as you're safe, you avoid other traffic, you do not go backwards on race course, and you pay attention to the different things that are going on around you.
Okay, once he's out of frame, I'm coming back to the drone.
I really appreciate the Outlaw Productions TV crew for giving us all this great footage. Everybody is stepping up their game as this live feed rolls on today.
Okay, back at 3. Back on 3.
Lots of awesome camera angles.
Shot. Okay, coming to the drone. Okay, drone, we're on you. All right. Drone, you're headed toward the exit, right? Yeah, you're headed toward the exit, right? Okay. Yeah.
What's the link? Or
Keep that shot, drone.
Is it on Outlaw Production
Okay.
YouTube and Facebook?
I'm on the drone right now. That's a good shot 3, but I had a good shot on the drone too. We got 2 more coming out. Yeah, 2 more coming out, so I'm gonna come to 3 for these 2 because the drone will
50
be ready.
views on YouTube, about 100 on
There we go.
Facebook, and
Follow. All right, 3, hold your shot, coming to drone, and right about now, back on the drone, 3, you're clear to move.
All right, so I just got the opportunity to get through some of the comments that you guys have been leaving on YouTube. We're going to check Facebook in just a little bit here. So thank you, Kelly Fullman. We are missing some of the racers, so thank you very much for letting us know. Reese Fullman is number 137, so appreciate that. Steve Muller, the leaderboard on the live feed doesn't match the racing tracks. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult for the leaderboard on the live feed to match up because of the way that timing and scoring works. Unfortunately, we can't get the information updated as quickly as Racing Tracks does because of the automated system that Racing Tracks has. So great that you noticed that, man. That means you're paying attention. So thank you very much, Steve. We're going to try to keep as much of it or update as quickly as possible.
I've got that on camera too.
Carolyn Bosley, let's go Thomas Martell
Yeah, may come to you. Okay, I'm on camera 3.
from Twin Peaks. Yeah. Thomas and Martell were doing good. I think they faded down to like 5th now, but they're still out there shredding, man. Francine Harrison. We love Brian Stone Racing.
Yes, you're clear.
So please keep commenting in and letting us know all your favorite drivers and giving us the info, man. We really appreciate you guys doing all this stuff. Cameron Dickey. Sean Hess. Oh, did I say Jason Hess? I'm sorry.
Camera 3, hold that shot.
And
Ready for the end of the 3 hour.
Carolyn Bosley. Okay, it looks like we got just under a minute before we're getting end of the 3-hour race.
Coming to the drone. Drone, you're out.
Carolyn Bosley, yeah, unfortunately, we don't know who is actually in the race cars Again, the way that timing and scoring works, we don't get that information in the production booth. So I'm sorry, we can't know who's in the race car at the moment, but I will try to do my best and at least let you guys know who is racing on what team as much as I possibly can.
Rice was in fourth, but he just
I'm going to come to you to break up the shot. I've been on a long time.
All right, 45 seconds till the time ends for the 3-hour open race. And as those drivers cross the finish line, they will be announced. Lay is in first, number 44. Number 614, filled in. Number 53X, Celadon. Number 137, Fullman. And Greg Rice, unfortunately, out right before the end of the 3-hour race. Hopefully they can get that vehicle fixed to be able to get him to complete the 6-hour or 12-hour race. There you go. Pass coming right into the pits.
Is he waving the checkered flag, or is he just standing there with it?
He's gonna wait.
Okay.
So
It's the end of the 3 hour.
yeah, but they have to finish the lap. So
Right.
they were probably out there on the track.
3, I'm coming to you. 3, you're up.
All right, there goes Thomas.
Drone, I'm coming to you, and right about
This time
now.
on the 3 hour
Drone, you're up. 3, you're clear to move.
And we're just waiting for those guys to come in and finish up.
If this guy getting out to take a whiz, we'll get him.
Please watch the finish line. The finish is up.
Yeah.
All right. So the 3-hour race has now just ended. We are going to see when the first place driver, number 44, Len, crosses through.
Yeah.
So the time clock has expired for the 3-hour race.
Kind of zoom out a little bit if you can. Get a little bit wider shot. Drone, yeah, you stay on that and then follow the leader in.
Is that it?
No. He's not waving the flag, so I'm going to say that's
She
it.
doesn't really wave.
No, he's just standing there holding it. So I think we got a little more time. Everybody hold your shot. I'm on. Okay, 5, you're up. We're on the drone. We're on the drone. 3, we're on 3, following 3. 3, follow the car. We're gonna go back to the drone when 3's car goes out of frame. And right about, we're gonna go to 2. We got another car coming out. We got a car coming out. Yeah, 3 set up on the exit. Exit. Yeah. There we go. Back to you. And going back to the drone. Now, 3, you're clear to move. Incoming. We've got it on the drone, so that's good. Good job, 3. You got my situation. I didn't think you'd be back that fast right now.
So again, this is not the end of the race. This is just the end of the 3-hour race here at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am out here in St. Joe, Texas, as Rednecks by Paychex. Rednecks and Paychex.
Okay, 3, you're still up. Don't move. Okay, I'm on the drone now. 3, you're clear to move. Oh, yeah, it was a good shot. I didn't see that coming.
So we have 5 drivers that are completing their races right now in the 3-hour race.
Coming to 3.
These guys did not elect to do the entire 12 hours. You see your leader getting back out on course.
The drone now. Drone, you're up. Okay, we're on camera 2 in the pits. We got somebody coming out. 3, be ready for your incoming. I'm going to come to you. I got you. 3, you're up.
Sean Hess coming back into the pits. It's your 4th place car. Oh, so that must not have been the leader. I must have mistaken that.
Good work, camera 3. Coming to the drone.
Now we hit that 3 hour mark.
Now, 3, you're
All right, so now that we have entered the 3-hour
coming. I got him on the
finishing portion of the race,
3, you're good, brother. No.
we would like to give you guys the promo code, as we just saw Hess Motorsports, Sean Hess cruise by.
Completely out of frame because I got nothing else going on. Okay, I got
You guys can visit HessMotorsports.com and use the promo code 12-hour live to save 10% at their website. So it's 12HRLIVE as the promo code on the Hess Motorsports website. So please go support them as they support the live feed and the series. Go buy your parts. They will ship it quickly once they get back from the race. But you will save 10% by using that code. Again, it is 12HRLIVE, 12-hour live. There you go. At the bottom of the screen, 10% off.
I want you to get that frame of just the finish line and the flagger and hold it as everybody drives through it. The drone's going to follow the leaders into the pit.
The 3-hour race coming to an end. Number 44, Len, first place. Number 614 in second is filled in.
Okay.
Number 53X in third, Celadon. Fourth, 137, Fullman. And number 888 in fifth place, Greg Rice.
Yeah, 3 go to the exit. Coming to 3. You're up.
All right, so we are going to go through some of the Facebook comments now, too. So thank you guys very much for joining us. Let me see. Plymouth County Power Sports, number 24. They are in 13th right now. Dave is driving. They are going to change drivers about every 2 hours. I think that's a pretty common driver change, 2 to 3 hours. I think it's really good to keep those guys fresh, too.
I just want to make sure.
Frank Payer, let's go. Dave Navratsky, number 24. Dude, Dave Navratsky is a big fan favorite, man. Singleton Bunch, Blake is an awesome guy. He definitely is. Blake's whole family is a fantastic family. Lisa McNeil. Let's go. Tyler Coletti. Tyler Coletti, you got some fans, man. Trip Pullen, yeah. Donna Sheehan. Stokeham. Let's see here. We're cheering on the number 419 and 47. Tim Stokeham. Go Massachusetts. Or Tim Slocum, I'm sorry. Or 47 getting back out on course.
Oh, okay. So he's just home. Okay.
Watching the Florida. Yeah, Heather Jean is watching Tim Slocum, too, from Massachusetts. Michael Branding, how many miles have been completed? I'm not sure how many miles. It's a 9-mile track, and they are just over 3 hours into the race now. They've done a lot of laps so far. Plymouth County Power Sports, Tyler is driving now. So thank you guys all very much for commenting in. Please comment in as much as possible.
Got that shot on the drone. Go ahead and give me your first position. There you go. Just hold that so you hear somebody. But give me that countdown. That countdown's excellent. Perfect. See, that really helps me get the timing perfect. On 3, still on 3. 3, follow as far as you can. I got nobody coming out. So we're going to go back to the GPS. 3 are clear. Everybody's clear.
All right, so we are looking at racingtracks.com right here. You guys can see all your favorite drivers. We had some people commenting in on the feeds on Facebook and YouTube, wondering where their drivers were and how they were doing. So this is something, a resource that you can use to be able to see where everybody's at.
Yeah, I think he's limping. Yeah, 5, I'm on you for a minute. 3, you're clear. I got nobody coming out. Is that 3? Okay, I'll come to you. With your countdown.
Man, some of these drivers are cooking it into the pits. Crazy to see.
Okay, drone, you're up.
Timing it just perfectly, but right in front of the official. I was told that they have speed guns or radar guns to be able to monitor these guys' speed going through the pits. And with racingtracks.com, you can also know the speed by GPS. Man, some of these guys giving it the beans coming into the pits, man. Yeah, look there. Filming and probably doing a radar gun, too. Seeing how fast these guys are coming in. So you see the line right there, the little indentation in the dirt. That's where the timing loop is. So you'll be able to know on the exit and the entrance right there how long it took you to get through the pits. If it took you less than 90 seconds, you're going to get penalized because that means you were going over 15 miles an hour.
Nice. 2 wheels. Coming to the drone right now. Okay, drone, follow the exit.
Nice mellow entrance coming into the pits.
Three, you're still up. 3, you're still up. Drone, find me a shot. 3, you're still up. Hold your shot. You're still up. Okay, back on drone. 3, you're clear. Hold on or something. Okay, yep. Somebody coming out. I'm gonna go to 3 here in a second.
Hold on or something. Cody, pass on.
That's fine.
All right, so we got some updates.
If you just need to hold a shot.
And then, oh, man, his wrap's coming off. We got some updates for the 12-hour pro race. Ryan Tewksbury is still out front. 22X Cody Miller has now passed number 90, Hunter Miller. And Sean Hess still holding strong in fourth. 2G2, Colaguru. 50-12 Stone, 77 Jung, 47 Bethke, 991 Broker, 492 Thomas, 18 Haugen, 419 Slocum, 911 is Deutsch, 24 is Navratsky, fan favorite, 08 Holdefer, 979 Laterno, 71 Jung, 311 is Robbins, number 10 is Donald, and number 735 is Byarski.
I wish I could just capture that frame and hold it as if it was live.
Drivers just or driver and pit crew kind of conversing, letting each other know.
Okay, 3, you're up. There's another one behind him too. So do a slow pan back. You're gonna be live. Okay. You got time. Okay, start panning back.
All right, we're going to give you guys, as the 3-hour race just completed, we are going to give you guys a little bit of a behind-the-scenes raw footage of the poker run that happened yesterday. Sunny skies out. It was a really good day. Everybody got to check out the track. So enjoy some of this raw footage, and we will be back to racing in just a few.
Thanks for hanging out with us and joining us here at Rednecks with Paychecks Park for the most extreme endurance race ever, the 12-hour side-by-side race. It's going to be fun. We're getting ready to go out on a poker run. We get to go out and see the entire course, gather a few, playing cards while you're out there on the course. Come back, whoever's got the best hand is going to win a killer set of tires. We're just about ready to start. It's going to be crazy, man. Welcome to Rednecks with Paychecks Park in the 12-hour endurance race.
My boy Hamill. Hey. What's up, big dog?
Hey,
how's it going?
Blake is the guy that does all the tech inspections and everything. So, how did
I do the same exact thing.
This ain't new, baby. You ever heard of Rednecks with Paychecks? That's where we're at right now. You got dirty intentions spots over here. We got trucks, shit on 32s, cars jacked up. We got tall suspension. We're ready to go this weekend.
Dude, sounds good. Are you guys going to do the poker run? We're all getting ready to go out and do the poker run.
Go
Check
to
out
the
the
poker
track.
run right now.
Check the
Follow
track
Brian.
out.
It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Cool. Absolutely ready.
All right, Blake.
You got it, man. You guys follow
Timpkin in the house.
That's right, a little Ultimax here at the 12-hour race. Wouldn't miss it.
Okay.
Push up.
Yeah, I guess you do need to get him.
On off-road, is that teaser for 2023?
I don't know. Ask that guy.
The container where the registration is.
He said, is this a teaser for 2023?
Okay.
So what are we about to do?
About to hit that annual poker run, buddy.
All right, looks like the weather's holding up.
Yeah, so far
See
so
if,
good. We're going to take these guys on 9 miles of hell.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Hey, you got 6 tires, dog. You didn't let him count.
That's what I'm saying. I got
He needs to put that on his new vlog that he has 6 tires, not 4 tires. Cody, show us the clap. Show us the clap. Show the camera the clap real
I
quick.
gotta do the clap.
Yes, sir. There's the clap. Let's go.
The old Cody clap.
Weather's communicating.
Door. Hey, yo. On the door.
First impressions.
Yeah, this is it's super tight. I don't know how we're gonna make it through the trails. Roger.
The track, I think we're gonna have a lot of elevation change, a lot of terrain changes, and I think strategy is gonna be huge and having a dialed racecraft.
So, not knowing how woods racing really works, though, like going through that section, I saw enough room for at least 2 cars. Does that mean there's passing opportunities, or do you usually wait in those sections?
The best thing you can do is wait. If somebody pulls over to let you around, then that's great. But if you try and push the issue and make a pass in there, you're most likely going to end up either pushing that person into the trees or going into the trees yourself. And this race is 12 hours long, so the best thing to do is just be patient. You know, the best strategy always wins out here. It's not necessarily the most speed and the most talented driver. It's always the best strategy, and the person who keeps their car rolling the whole time. You know, break one part and it costs you 20 minutes to fix it. That's
Yeah, that's
you're going to be
massive.
down
So
a lap.
It's
And-
not checkers or wreckers.
Yeah, no. So
Yeah.
the best thing you can do is be patient, run a big siren like what we do, And
like a big truck horn?
Yeah, no, I'll have a siren running the whole
Police
time.
horn. But this is plenty wide right here. I mean, you can make passes for sure.
Yeah, well, these areas, the stuff that we just went through.
Oh man,
That reminds me of motos.
that one sandy section coming up that hill.
All right.
There you go. Did you moisturize next time? That's probably what it was. Yeah. Buttercream.
Pick a card, or is this your first card?
No, this will be our second
So
one.
when they signed up, they get to draw their first card. And then once we get to stop 1, they get to draw their second card.
Gold card, too.
And so forth and so forth until.
Oh, look at you.
And when we get back to the finish line, we check on everybody's hand, see who has the best hand.
Dude, good luck. You guys are off to a good start, right? And you got food, lucky.
To go box.
Right next to Paychex is where we're at. Monster, Texas. Really cool to come through here in this tight section. I feel like this is going to be super fun during the race, too.
Good.
Wait until I can get a run. They were stuck down in there. Where'd the four-seater go?
Alright, what's going on?
Go.
Looks a little gnarly out here. Let's find out.
That's how you do it? Put the extra weight in the back?
Yeah.
That looks super cool. Really hilarious. There we go. A little bit of power. So this thing's going to get really knocked down. Bottom there. Oh, off the line. What do you think, Hunter?
Scared.
Woo!
This is the stuff that like I grew up like backwoods, like we were hitting it wide open on a
Taking
pitter.
option line or going straight?
I'll probably just close my eyes and press the gas.
There you go. Well, he's got 6 wheels though. He's got a He's got 6 wheels though. Isn't that unfair?
Just 4 tires to change. They go flat.
What do you think? Are you taking the option line or the main line?
Main line. Main line.
Let's see what this whole crew is
Howdy.
What's up, guys? Okay, so you got all kinds of treats and stuff in here just in case something happens. Are you gonna
Want some crackers?
Are you gonna go for the option line or the main line?
I'm not sure. I didn't see it yet. Crackers?
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
You want 2? All right.
We'll share.
Okay.
Have fun, boy. Hey.
We're not a convenience store like them. We have no snacks.
So big old train going down here. What do you think? Option line or main line?
I say we just press the gas all the way down.
See how these big old tires do?
That's what we're running.
Get some traction.
This is our rig for tomorrow.
See, you think, really? Hell yeah. That's gonna be sweet.
Just got like a movie playing.
Yeah.
And then, like,
You gonna take the option line or the main line?
I don't know, we haven't got that far yet, but I'm thinking the
Just
main
have to
line.
see how it goes when you get down there.
I'm thinking the main line.
Have fun.
Thank you.
That option line seems like it's
the option line or the main line?
Hey, doing Tim Otto with Kids 2 Team Racing from Buda, Texas, just south of Austin, and I'm going to be doing this all by myself. Got my wife and my 3-month-old son in the RV, so they're not going to be much help, but they're going to be helpful cheering me on, so looking forward to a wild ride tomorrow.
Tell him just to back down and pull me straight up. Just back down and pull me up. I got about 10 foot of winch out. He's gonna back down and just pull us up. Hey, they're bringing the recovery rope. Just hang on.
They just fucking trimming trees, bro.
Yeah, someone gets stuck in bottlenecks back there. Yeah, right through, dude. They're mobbing. Which is hard to see lines like that, really, but them guys are good at it, you know. Kyle Chaney, he's another bad boy at that shit. He flies in the woods.
You ever did woods racing before?
I did GNCC for 2 of them.
Nice.
I grew up racing in the woods on my dirt bike, so I'm used to racing, but not in these things. These things is all new to me.
Hey, what's up? Oh, what's up, dude?
Hello, dog!
What's up, dude? I'll see you in a minute.
I'd rather have one built around me, though. So the deal is, they take those motors in and out.
You got one, you got them all.
But when they...
Hey, Brian Stone Racing, 5012. We brought 2 cars out this year. We got a good finish last year, but we're a little more prepared this year. We got our Hammers car as our lead car and our 64-inch out here with a couple of our guys. Kyle, my son-in-law, is driving with me. Sean Mathis, back from PA. We raced together a lot of years. We're in the 72 in the car. These guys are with Mark over there, hiding. Mark McDonald. They're going to be in this car tag team, so we're gonna finish. Hopefully finish strong. Thanks.
Are y'all doing the 3, 6, or 12-hour race?
12-hour. We're doing one in the pro class, one in the sportsman class.
Nice. So where y'all from?
Pennsylvania.
All of y'all?
Well, Mark's from Oklahoma.
Mark. Oklahoma.
He's a
There you go.
Team Baker. There we
He's
go.
a pinch hitter.
Nice. What's the name of the racing?
Brian Stone Racing, 5012.
Nice. Have you done this before?
Last year was our first year.
How'd y'all do?
8th in the pro class.
That's pretty good.
Not too bad. We got 7th at Hammers this year, so we're looking for maybe a 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. We want to be up there with Hunter and Cody and those guys on the podium.
Nice. What?
Hey, this is Tex McDormand from Octane Mania. Thanks for hanging out with us and joining us here at Rednecks with Paychecks Park for the most extreme endurance race ever, the 12-hour side-by-side race. It's going to be fun. We're getting ready to go out on a poker run. We get to go out and see the entire course, gather a few, playing cards while you're out there on the course. Come back, whoever's got the best hand's going to win a killer set of tires. We're just about ready to start. It's going to be crazy, man. Welcome to Rednecks with Paychecks Park in the 12-hour endurance race. My boy Hamill. What's up, big dog? Hey, how's it going?
Blake is the guy that does all the tech inspections and everything. So, how did
I did the same exact thing.
This ain't new, baby. You ever heard of Rednecks with Paychecks? That's where we're at right now. You got dirty intentions bust over here. We got truck shit on 32s, cars jacked up. We got tall suspension. We're ready to go this weekend.
Dude, sounds good. Are you guys going to do the poker run? We're all getting ready to go out and do the poker run.
Go do the poker run right now. Follow Brian. It's going to be awesome. Absolutely ready.
All right, boys.
You got it, man.
You guys follow through the poker run.
Timpkin in the house.
That's right, little Ultimax here at the 12-hour race. Wouldn't miss it.
Okay.
What's up?
Yeah, I guess you do need to get him. I don't know. Ask that guy.
Container where the registration is.
He said, is this a teaser for 2023?
Okay.
So what are we about to do?
About to hit that annual poker run, buddy.
All right, looks like the weather's holding up.
Yeah, so far so good. We can go take these guys on 9 miles of hell.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Hey, you got 6 tires, dog. You didn't learn to count.
That's what I'm saying. I got
He's to put that on his new vlog that he has 6 tires, not 4 tires.
All right. Oh, there we are.
So we really appreciate all you guys joining us and hanging out. We have Ian Lane. Dude, you just got done with the 3-hour race. You were driving one of Ryan's Tewksbury cars, the number 44.
Yep.
Give us a little bit of a breakdown of how the track was, and then we'll kind of get into your race a little bit. That's roost. That was roost. Yeah, so you guys probably couldn't hear it, but there was a ton of roost that just hit the production trailer. Means that these guys are tearing it up.
Yeah,
out there.
no, and honestly, it was, I only did the 3-hour, but it was
3 hours still a long time in a car.
Still worn out. I could already feel it, my neck tightening up and everything else like that. I think I was just surprised how quickly, even in 3 hours, how much the track changed and lines were constantly evolving. An average lap was between 15 and 16 minutes, and by the time you come back around, lines have completely evolved and redeveloped, and you're
give
constantly.
me an understanding of what that is then. So when you go out there in the first couple laps, it's smooth. It's a freeway almost, right? And then it starts developing ruts. It also starts developing potholes? Like, how does it?
Yeah. So the wood section can be very fast in a few areas, but as the race goes on, it starts to expose roots, and now you're getting your teeth knocked out a little bit if you're ripping across it at the wrong speed, not finding that resonant frequency as you're going over it, and then rocks are starting to get exposed, and that's where you're going to get. A lot of guys are starting to rip out their sidewalls. And
yeah, so I was going to ask that. Like, what's the move? I saw a few people, and Byron Mowry and his YXZ, he pulled out a ball joint out of the spindle, right? And there was because one of those, I'm sure, because those things don't happen in a YXZ. But anyways, you have to really maintain the car.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's just an instant impact to like shocking the ball joints or whatever it is, right?
Yeah, no, it's a chess match. So many of these guys I get to race with at MAO, Texplex, kind of all over the place that are a lot of short course drivers, and that it's really a completely different animal because you're trying to keep this equipment to last this entire race.
Yeah.
And it becomes such a not even just snapping something, but just general wear is kind of compounded because you're spending so much time out on the track.
That's
running.
actually a really good way to put it too. So manufacturers have a lifespan on all the parts on the vehicles, right?
Yeah.
But having a 12-hour race is very long. You did the 3-hour race, but that doesn't really change. I mean, the car has to finish before you can actually win the race, right? So what is the mentality? You go out there just guns blazing, or do you kind of like draw it back a little bit?
It's hard not to get excited at the beginning and go a little guns blazing, especially that the start's so cool, having everybody run out with the keys and stuff like that.
It looked intense.
It was intense, and it was still dark out. It made it kind of wild, but you try to settle into a pace, and then that's where the team really comes in. Running with Ryan and Crown Off Road and all those guys, like having them in your ear constantly saying, listen, this is a healthy pace. You're in the lead by this much. You can back off a little bit, save the car. Like you don't need to beat on it, or you do need to a little bit, and you need to find time somewhere safely and save the car.
So we were talking about that a little bit earlier in the broadcast about the different communication and how you guys manage the race and the flexibility between the team and adjusting the strategy. Like all of those things really, really make a big difference on the overall position at the end of the day, right?
Yep.
So how do you guys communicate? Do you guys have radios in the car? Do you guys communicate in the pits? You know what the stops are going to be? Like what's the strategy?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we just got new PCI radios, and they're incredible, so we can hear each other throughout the track. But, when I have another, I'm talking to another car because I only did the 3-hour. I didn't have a co-driver with me, but I'm constantly talking to the other car who's also on the track and saying, this is where I'm finding a little bit of time.
Yep.
We can pick up here. There's a better line over there. There's a new rock that's exposed. This route is now becoming a problem, and we can talk about those things, and then we can plan for driver changes and things like that. Because this is why endurance racing's so fun, because it's like
dude, all that strategy is so cool.
Yeah, and it's constantly changing, and you're just on the fly all the time.
So actually having 2 cars on the track is a benefit for not just the racers, but for the whole team, right?
Yeah.
Because you can communicate within the whole network.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ryan and Cody and Jay are competing right now with the Miller brothers, and they're battling out for the 12-hour pro class. And I had a healthy lead in my division, so I became a little bit of a ferret that would go out and try to find race lines because I had time to kill, kind of.
But that's a perfect opportunity to extend their knowledge. Yeah. So, well, give us a little bit about that. Like, so I understand the teamwork makes the dream work, right? So they're shooting for a 12-hour win. They have 3 drivers that are doing it, and you're assisting in some of that stuff. You haven't gotten unsuited yet. I'm assuming that's just in case.
Just in case. You never know. It all depends. Some guys are faster on certain days. You know what I mean? I'm happy to be in the bullpen if I need to get called up, and now I got 3 hours under my belt, so I'm happy to be able to do that. But they've got really fast guys, so I'm
let's
confident.
talk about 2 other things. I'd like to talk a little bit about with the drone shot, you can see some of the fog lifting, but you guys had to deal with a lot of the fog earlier. But let's talk about lap times first.
Yeah.
So lap times are we'll just give it a rough estimate of between 15 and 20 minutes.
Yep.
What do you think is a quote-unquote winning pace for a race like this? Because in my opinion, they're going to fall off towards the end of the day. But in Texplex last year, they didn't fall off at all. They got faster at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So I was wrong. So give me your opinion.
Yeah. So I think as the sun continues to come out, it's going to continue to burn that fog off a little bit, and the track will continue to tack up. Especially in the wooded sections, things are going to get rutted, so people are going to be able to just kind of hammer down and stay in the grooves. So I think times will get faster. I've heard some fast times being in the 15 minute, 15 second.
Yeah. So low 15s. Wow.
Yeah, mid to low 15s.
On a tight 9-mile track. That is hauling.
It's hauling ass. I think some lines are being discovered.
Oh, really? Okay.
And my last probably 30, my last 2 laps or 30 minutes, I was searching for those lines.
Yeah.
Because I think
any good racer does, right? You got to search for the fastest route around the track.
And the Miller brothers, I think, found them. And those guys are great at what they do. So we're trying to find where what they figured out, and hopefully I can communicate it back to my team. But
hey,
shit.
The Miller brothers found this. Now we got to up our
game. Now we're searching for it.
Okay, so that's awesome information to know, especially for all of our viewers. As the fog does lift, you can see some of the track here. I haven't got to get out on course yet today, so give us a little bit of a lay of the land and what you had to deal with in the first 3 hours. Well, now it's coming on 3 hours and 4 hours, 4.5 hours into it.
Yeah, almost 4.5 hours.
So what was some of the stuff you dealt with in the morning compared to how it is now?
It's a cool. First off, man, that's like
the roost. Is scary
the roost
is.
Keep thinking somebody's going to come through this back wall. I think. First off, it's an incredibly cool track.
Yeah, it looks
so many different so many different things that you're dealing with. There's some rock crawling sections. There's some really fast wooded sections that are really starting to develop, and the grooves are setting in, so you can really lean into it.
So before you get on to finishing that, I always had an admiration for the guys that do this stuff in the woods, right? Because you're going full speed, and you have a quarter of an inch on each side kind of thing, right? That's an exaggeration, but you're going between trees, and you're turning the car at the same time. It's unweighted. It's unleveled. There's all kinds of different stuff that happens. I've been racing out on the West Coast for years, but when I see that, a totally different driving style.
Yeah. And I prefer woods.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I love hearing that.
So I like that. But I think you grew up on the West Coast, right? I mean, I grew up in Ohio. All of the off-roading we ever did was
woods guy.
Woods, tight, that's what it was always about. Big open desert is kind of confusing to me a little bit. So woods is where I kind of would catch up with people, but it's I think it's all preference.
So saying that, or knowing that the fog was out there and understanding that it may not have been as bad in the woods, that probably shows a lot why you were out front in the beginning of the race, because the fog, everybody was kind of going the same speed.
Yeah. I think people are, again, trying to settle into their race pace. Going to be a little bit more timid. Nobody wants to break first lap, right?
Exactly.
I mean, nobody wants to be that guy on the team.
Did.
Yeah, I think a few guys definitely did. So, no, I think everybody's just kind of settling in. I think driver changes are going to start happening now.
Yeah, pretty quick.
Yeah.
Come this way a little.
So I think driver changes are going to start happening. So you're going to start. I'd like to see how some of these fast teams are, how the
negotiating the strategies.
Yeah, it would be interesting because I think what I anticipate is you'll see times bump back up. And then start to work their way down as people get comfortable in the car again.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden you'll see 1530s.
Yep.
1530s and then two 1610s or something like that, and then they'll find their groove again.
Especially as new guys get in the seat. Well, what's some of the stuff that we're viewing here? We're seeing some great drone shots going through all this different terrain. We can't see the idiosyncrasies or the potholes or the little stuff in the track. So when you're going through some of these sections, how rutted is it? How potholed is it? Like, what are some of the terrain changes?
Very, very familiar with this section. What we were just looking at right there, very fast section running right along that.
The bottom right of the screen.
Yeah, running right along that water. And you're constantly trying to remind yourself with like you said, little subtle idiosyncrasies, nuances. Like, oh yeah, I see the body of water. I'm going to bring it left. I'm going to be able to hammer down. So you're constantly trying to map the course in your own head, so that you can kind of anticipate what is the next section that you're going to be going into. But them coming out of the woods right there, that's a real deep sand rut right there. That sweeping right turn.
It looked like that second car was almost swallowed all the way in there.
Yeah. And I found there was a few cars out there. I think we're running maybe just smaller tires, but we're bottoming out and having to winch themselves out.
Just scraping the top of the rut, huh?
No. So just flattening it out the whole way through.
How do you think it's going to be towards the end? We still have 7.5 hours left of racing. To me, that seems like a long time for those ruts to get even bigger. I mean, it's going to start swallowing cars up.
Oh, yeah. Again, I think the guys if they haven't broken something like a severe break right now, I think people have figured out the track. Now it's going to be if the driving style lends itself to taking care of the vehicle, wearing out certain things like a ball joint or something like that. Just increasing the rate of wear on some of these things, not actually hitting a tree and breaking, but just the parts failing.
Yeah, well, they get worn out. I mean, you're pushing them to the limit. I mean,
pushing them to the limit for 12 hours.
A lot of these cars won't even stop the motor for 12 hours.
12 hours.
That's wild, dude.
Which is a true testament to how badass these things are.
Dude, it's so cool to see. I mean, side-by-sides have come so far.
Oh, yeah.
So far. Okay, so a couple other questions that I wanted to ask was, how was passing? We just saw a driver get around another driver here in that, I don't want to call it a slow section, but it was at least a 2 or 3 lane section. What about you? Did you have to move around a lot of people?
Yeah. So obviously power's going to help you there, but kind of what I said before about having things that will remind you of what your next section is.
Right.
There's some for me there was probably 2 spots that I knew coming out of the woods. If I could close the gap in the woods, I knew when the last turn was, and I could be kind of carrying speed out of the woods and catching them and passing them right away. So that's exactly
what we talked about on the broadcast at the beginning. I'm glad you mentioned that, was planning execution and making sure that you're really just closing the gap before you get into those sections. Because let's just say you only have 5 turns to be able to execute a pass. You need to be able to execute it as quickly as possible and see the other driver either make a mistake or slip up and get underneath. So that's really good that you're saying that plan is what helps you go to the front.
Yeah, and save the car. I mean, again, I started to feel the brakes just a little bit.
Really?
Just because I was starting to get more aggressive because I wanted to make sure I was going to win my class.
Right.
But
If you had to go another 3 hours, you may have
I would. I would have had to change my driving style up to conserve the brakes a little bit more. And to your point about planning, if you are planning ahead, you can conserve those types of things. It's when you don't plan, you pass a guy, you overcommit a little bit. There's probably 3 hairpin turns.
It's too late.
And you blow through the turn, and any space, you've taken 3 steps back now.
Yep.
But the track is set up for plenty of passing. You don't have to be overly aggressive, but I think it favors people being smart. I think aggressive drivers.
I can see it.
Broke early.
When you say that, like being smart from a professional racer like you. Being smart means being smart, but also executing right away.
Yeah.
Like it's like an MMA fight, right? You go out there, and some guys want to just wrestle, they want to grapple, they want to tire you out, and some guys want to go in there with the knockout punch, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of the same thing, but in this, you have to kind of negotiate that. You have to meet in the middle, right? Because you have to not break the car, but then you got to execute quick.
It's a chess game. It's not checkers, and you can see the guys who are pretty good at chess. And what do we end to it right now? 4.5 hours?
Yeah, just over 4.5 hours.
We haven't even got the good pieces onto the board yet. I think a lot of strategies really going to start playing into these driver changes. I know the Crown team's talking about it right now. Who's going to be taking?
They're adjusting.
Yeah. We had somebody that was going to be anchoring, but they're jockeying orders as we speak.
So the top 5 has been pretty close all day. We have both of the Miller brothers, Cody and Hunter, along with Kyle Chaney and Cody Taylor, Team Cody. Then we also had Thomas, who was actually hauling some serious butt out there as well. I forgot who his co-driver was. But then we also had normally naturally aspirated car of the Hess Motorsports guys.
Yeah, the Hess guy was killing it.
Yeah, it was Kirchmeier that was out there, so he was really on pace, so to speak, right? When you see those top 5 kind of making or breaking away, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean that it changes the other people's strategy? Let's just say you're you guys.
You're
the Crown team. You see those other guys doing certain things, and all of a sudden, okay, I caught on to this. I was watching the live stream. We're going to now execute a little bit differently because it's better for us.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. When you see those guys driving, it's fun to hang with them and see their lines and see where their breaking points are and things like that. And you try to pick up on it and have some takeaways there that you can translate into the rest of your race. But it's a lot of style too. Yeah. I mean, some guys hang it out there a little bit more. I consider myself a little bit more of a conservative driver. Smooth as fast. Yeah. But I think that you can always learn from somebody else, especially drivers like that.
Yeah, well, you can see it. Like, it's night and day difference even between Hunter and Cody Miller, right?
Yeah.
Brothers driving together all the time.
Oh yeah,
completely different driving style.
Completely different drivers, and a healthy level of competitiveness between
and a lot of fun that happens at the same time.
Yeah,
but that brings everybody up, right? It brings your team up, it brings the Hess team up, it brings everybody up. So I love seeing that. A couple things that I want to ask you before you leave is the nature of this race is a little bit different, right? You have a Le Mans style start where you run up to the cars and then you take off. You have enter pits every single lap.
Yeah.
You have different kinds of things and rules that you have to follow. How does that I don't know, how is it in racing an event like this?
I've been really impressed. Granted, Ryan called me 2 days ago and told me to come out here and race because they had a car.
Show up,
yeah, I was in Indy at the PRI show.
Were you?
I had a meeting that I was supposed to be at like 2 hours ago in Indianapolis, and Ryan sucked me into coming out here.
That's funny that you say that because I got my PRI trip canceled as well, so my plane ticket is still active.
There you go. So. So no, I didn't have a lot of expectations going into this, but I know, Brian, I know he knows how to put together a good event. It's been a really cool race. It's a really cool track. There are some interesting things about it. The coming through the pits thing is interesting. It's wild just because I think, it's any racing, right? I mean, you're going to push anything,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
And I think it lends itself to be abused a little bit.
Well, we saw some
but that's
people.
racing. Yeah,
Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get the times negotiated until after the event,
Yeah.
which is fine. But we already saw some people abusing it, and
Yeah.
we saw them get caught.
Yeah?
On the live feed, yeah, and they were getting filmed and radar gunned, and so it's like, hey, man.
All right. Hey,
Yeah.
that makes me
So
feel better.
It is what it is.
I got
right?
passed in the pits twice, and I was like, I don't think you're going the right
It
speed.
is what it is, man. Hey, well, I want to thank you for coming in and hanging out
Dude,
with us.
love this. Yeah.
You did a fantastic job out there. You're still suited up just in case.
Just in case.
So, Ian Lane, everybody, thank you very much, and congratulations on kicking butt, man.
Yeah, hell yeah. Thanks,
All right.
guys.
We'll see you.
Take it easy, bud.
All right, we're going to go back to a little racing action. And I think we are probably going to get another guest, Cross Kirchmeier, coming in. So enjoy the races for just a second.
We jumped in. We put him back. He just jumped. Yeah, he just jumped back in. We had to do an axle change, broken axle, and he just jumped back in.
All right, as he exits the pits, we have none other than Sean Hess in here with us. Sean, dude, you were just out there on course, man. There's a lot of cool things happening. We had just got done talking with Ian Lane. You gave me a little bit of a breakdown, but we're going to dig into it a little bit here. You guys are the first naturally aspirated car in the top, I think, 5 now. I think you guys are probably 4th or 5th.
They said we were actually, when I came in to do that axle swap, they said we were in 2nd at that point.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Which we were really excited about. But we, as we talked, the course is really getting rutted. Roots and rocks are starting to get exposed. Guys are starting to get stuck. We're having to blaze trails around them to get around the track. We even had to back up once out there. I mean, it's the track's really getting beat in. It's getting difficult, so it's really becoming attrition.
Well, let me ask you this then. So whenever we race short course out on the West Coast, it's a completely different animal, right? But there's 2 things that remain the same. Some guys like a smooth track. Some guys like a rough track. I always like to as rough as it could possibly get. How are you?
I'm the same way. The rougher, the better. We tend to do better. Running a machine like the Honda, it's leaps and bounds good at that kind of stuff. Rough terrain, take a beating. One thing good, we don't have to worry about belt issues. So when we get in that deep sand and stuff, we're not having issues with that.
Shift down and go.
That's right. Absolutely.
So we were just talking with Ian, like I said before, about the different track conditions and stuff. We didn't get to talk to him too much about the vision that you guys had. Like, I heard a few drivers In fact, Hunter Miller, one of his teammates or one of his guys, was just telling me that, or Ben Fournier was just telling me that Hunter was getting so much moisture on his visor that he had to lift it up and drive with, blind eye, so to speak. And he actually got Visine and was putting Visine in his eyes while he was racing.
So for this race, we opted to go with a motocross style helmet. And we're running roll-offs.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So Cross and I are both running roll-offs, and we get that from the GNCC days.
Good call.
I was going to start off with my full visor helmet, and we opted to do the roll-offs with a MX style helmet. We can run that in this type of race. And man, it was a good call. We haven't had vision issues to speak of. It's been really good.
How has the strategy been so far? Because you guys come with a plan. You guys want to execute as close to the plan as possible, but it seems like you've had to be a little bit flexible.
We have. Obviously, we wanted Cross to start this year. He jumped out there, did really well.
Fantastic driver to pick,
yes.
by the way.
Oh, yeah. No, Cross is an excellent teammate. He won the championship in the Pro NA this year in short course. So he's an excellent teammate. We've ran together the last several years, and, we've improved our every year ourselves with this plan. But he started this year, got us off to a good pace, picked guys off, handed the car off to me. I believe we were in 4th or 5th. I jump out there, kept pace. And then, like I said, we was running out there one lap before we decided to change anyway. We had an axle issue. We didn't hit anything, just lost the front axle in the rock section. So we come in, we decided to change the axle, fuel, and we went ahead and did a driver change. We did all that in less than 6 minutes. So our pit crew was on it. We did really well.
6 minutes, really, for all that?
All that in less than 6.
That is phenomenal. All right, so if you don't mind, let's watch a little bit of this racing. You kind of give me a rundown of what's happening here, and then we'll get back to how your guys' race is going. So the track has definitely changed quite a bit since the beginning portion of the race. Just a second ago, talking with Ian Lane, it's kind of like slot car racing through here, it seems like. Do you guys have to adjust when your guys are seeing all the track conditions change, and how are these guys doing?
Well, absolutely. When we're running through there and it gets slot car-ish in the I call it railroaded, but slot car is another word for it. When it gets like that, if you come up on lappers or traffic, you want to back off of them because they might get stuck in front of you, and, that can mess your day up too.
Yeah.
So you don't want to get right up on them, even though you want to get around them. You don't want to get right up on them. So having, we've had a co-driver in there, and they've been real good on the siren and the new push to pass.
Yeah, the racing track stuff.
The race tracks, that's been working well. But, that's one thing you notice when this track gets like that. But, conditions are doing good right now. They're saying we've got some rain coming, so that could really change a lot of things here in the next few hours as the day progresses. But right now, the track's burnt in good. Everybody's got a good feel of what's out there and what to expect. And you're just trying to pick people off as best and as fast as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see some of these drivers doing that. These guys are going into the woods section, so to speak, right here, together, neck and neck.
Yes.
So when they go through this, is this where you're talking about? Maybe just kind of ease back a little bit?
Well, this section they're on right there is actually a pretty high speed. It feels like a roller coaster. It's a lot of up and down hills right through here. Unfortunately, it's not slot car or railroaded, so you can just book it through here. And stay right up on them. When you get to the end of this section, you got just a break in the trees. It gets a little bit slot car-ish, but you got hard left, and you can duck under them and get around them if you're on somebody and need to pass.
So this is something very similar to what we were just talking to Ian Lane about is planning. You just explained it like you were out there sitting in the driver's seat. Like you're thinking like a true racer if you were in that second place position or that second car position right here. Because you're already thinking way ahead to be able to execute.
Absolutely. See right here, you got that break in the trees as they're coming into it.
Yeah.
See, this guy needs to jump left and get around that guy there. But see, you missed an opportunity, so he's following.
Yeah.
Now, maybe they're in a different class or something. It's not a problem. But see, now they're coming into lap traffic.
Yeah, and the car's stuck over there as well.
That's right.
Yeah, so I see exactly what you're saying. So planning all of these things makes a big difference because right there, he could have made 3 seconds.
That's right. Absolutely.
Wow, that's crazy. All right, so how about the you guys do a lot. You guys build products for a lot of side-by-sides.
Sure, yes.
We've been hearing, like Travis Pointer just said that they already had to replace a steering rack, steering quickener, and now they're on their 3rd DPS. So they've been having a lot of steering issues. I'm assuming that's because they've been pushing it through some of those rocky sections.
Well, anytime the track gets real railroaded or slot cars, you get a lot of feedback in the wheel. Like roots and rocks are getting exposed that weren't there before, so you're getting a lot of feedback, and that steering and drivetrain is taking a lot of strain when you're in that, because you can really push the car hard because you're just locked in there. But it's it doesn't surprise me that they're having issues like that.
Yeah, well, and I feel like that's going to just keep escalating during the day, right? Like we just talked about having every part has its lifespan, right?
That's right.
And some of these cars, maybe even your car, will not shut the motor off for the 12-hour race.
That's right.
That's wild, dude.
Well, they always say the worst thing to do is turn off a running race car, right?
Exactly.
So it's kind of a no-no thing, I guess you'd say, in 12 hours. But yeah, in 12 hours of running, these cars will be running the whole time without a break. And and as these conditions change, this mud will play a factor. We get this mud coming in here with the rain. We may get 200 pounds of weight added onto these cars in mud weight. It's not uncommon to see. In fact, right now they just said it's raining outside.
Yeah, I was going to say, as you talk about the rain, you can see on our screen here that the camera has a bit of rain on it. Does that change what you're going to do? Because I know you got to get back in the car pretty quick here.
Obviously we'll have to prepare more for rain. We're going to continue running our roll-offs. That's working really well. We'll probably add an extra towel or two in the car to just help wipe things. And obviously if it's muddy, we're going to back off when we're catching those lappers and really capitalize on open areas to pass them so that we're not getting caked with mud, and also keep the weight off the car.
Man, there's so much that goes into it. Like, I applaud you guys for having such an organized program. You do it, like, I want to talk about something else before you get back and you have to get back to the pits, is you do it with your family.
That's
right. You
right.
do it with your friends. You do it as a sport that you love and you enjoy, right? That's what builds all of the structure that we have out here for the Texas 12-hour race.
Everybody out here in the pits is willing to help each other. I see other teams helping other teams constantly, running parts back and forth if somebody doesn't have anything. There's a lot of camaraderie between the drivers. Everybody, it's just a big family. And I do this with my own family, but this is my extended family.
Yep. 100%, man. I love that. The off-road racing is like no other, dude. So, hey, good job. You guys are really kicking butt. We can't wait to see. Dude, 5 hours already into the race, man. We're not even halfway yet. You guys got to.
That's right. There's still a lot of racing to do, too. But right now it's saying we're sitting in fifth, and I like that. We just got off of that pit with that axle change.
Yep.
So for us to be holding on to fifth, I'm really happy with that.
Absolutely. And you guys are the first naturally aspirated car as well.
Absolutely. We got a little bit of a disadvantage over the turbos, but, I like our odds with this naturally aspirated Talon.
Yeah, you guys are doing really well, man. And then thank you also for supporting the live feed and supporting the series and everybody. So
absolutely.
Thank you very much, man.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
All right, so as Sean gets ready to hit the track again, you guys can use the code to get 12HR Live to get 10% off Hess Racing products at HessMotorsports.com. The promo code is at the bottom of your screen, so please support the guys that support us, man. Super cool to see Sean doing so well. Obviously, him and his family are supporting the series and the races as well. You can see the rain starting to fall a little bit here. Hopefully, we're able to still get you guys some decent coverage. But take a look at some of this rain here. We're going to get a lay of the land, and we'll be right back. You got any commercials right here? You can try commercials and see if they work. Yeah, so we're going to actually get some interviews that we did yesterday, get them lined up for you guys. So while we are waiting and seeing some of this rain coming up here, just at 5 hours into the 12-hour side-by-side race out here in Texas. Rednecks and Paychecks Off-Road Park. Thank you to the Racing Tracks guys for providing us with We still have Ian Lane's team. Just came in to talk to us. Ryan Tewksbury and the Crown Off-Road guys. Tewksbury still out front. The 22X of Team Cody Miller and Cody Taylor out in second. In third place, we got Hunter Miller and Kyle Cheney. Number 222 is in fourth, Colaguru. And Sean Hess, who just came in, his driver of record with Cross Kirchmeier, around top 5, the first naturally aspirated car. Thank you guys very much for joining us on Facebook and YouTube as well. Feel free to keep commenting in and letting us know what you guys got going on. Go Big Daddy Kyle from Francine, yep. I love hearing those interviews because you get so much information from all the drivers and crew members. So hopefully we'll be able to get you guys a little bit more information today from a lot of these different people. We got Holly, Justin, Kyle, Justin, all from the family environment. Holly's, well, not racing this weekend, but she's helping out Justin and Kyle, both of them who have their own stories to tell. So give us a little bit of a background.
So our background really comes from me and Beto. We served together in the 82nd Airborne Division. Did a deployment. That's where his story comes from. And then I was stationed out in California, which is where he lived. And while I was on duty, I sustained a spinal cord injury. So I have a T12 burst fracture. So it left me where I don't have any feeling below or movement below my knees. is why I wear my FOs, and it kind of just rekindled, you know, our spirit and, you know, our brotherhood back together again. And then I moved back to Texas, and he just picked up and followed with me. And then just with that loss of service, of not really having that, we were trying to figure out, you know, what we're going to do with our lives. Like, where are we going? How can we be a part of something? And we kind of went out and watched Brian's Texplex, and we were like, yo, like, this is it. Like, this is something we can be a part of, keep our minds busy, keep us going. And that's kind of where we're at.
Well, Kyle, like when you have stuff like this happen, like you guys are so used to having adrenaline in your lives, especially being in the service as servicemen, and then when you have to transition into just like a normal life, so to speak, right? It's really hard. It's like shell shock almost. And then you get the ability to go race a side by side or have the family support around you. It probably brings you back to that same adrenaline feeling, yeah, Kyle?
It's definitely an adrenaline feeling. You're just trying to look for that next fix. I mean, nothing's going to compare to being out in the field with the boys, everybody that you serve with. But this is I mean, we get to hang out with our friends and our family, and we're in a great community here. And I would argue it's the next best thing from my perspective.
Yeah, and Holly, how do you know these guys?
From my dad, because he introduced them to me.
Right on. It's pretty cool to have these guys around, though, right? Because they not only do they work hard, they help support you, you help support them. It's a big family environment.
Yeah, it's really nice to have them around and
Well, just doing everything together, right? Because you get to really, like, you guys probably share ideas. Like, you guys are all sponges together, right? Like, if she sees something or you guys see something, and share the information.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. We try to help each other grow. You know, I mean, that's our thing is, you know, we don't want to, just through our training, we don't want to be complacent, you know, so we're always trying to figure out. And like I said, our big thing, too, about this was just the camaraderie. Right. So that's what really brought us back.
And it helps that we live literally
right next to each other.
From each other.
Yeah, and I was going to say, but Justin, like, so what's your role in this? Like, how does everything bind together?
I just help out where I can.
He's a pit daddy.
Pit daddy.
Yeah.
Everybody needs a pit daddy, aka crew chief, right? But when you guys go through all this stuff together, like win, lose, like it's the same, not the same, it's a similar camaraderie to what you guys are used to, you know, having other people that you have to rely on in any situation.
Absolutely. We're going to grow in the next race.
Yeah, but you guys are used to that, so it's probably...
When someone's down, it's up to the team to pick them back up.
Exactly. Right, exactly, right? And you never leave a car on course or you never leave a guy behind. The same kind of mentalities, right?
Yeah.
It's different, but it's the same. And so when you guys go out there at the races, this is a 12-hour race. It's a long time to be sitting in a car. You guys both have injuries. You guys both have to deal with certain things that maybe Holly wouldn't have to deal with when she's out there being able-bodied, right? But what's the process that you guys go through? Maybe, Justin, you go first and then Kyle goes second.
Oh, I mean, for our first season, our first season was based on adaptability. You know, because the thing is, the way we drive a car, like a normal able body, is not any different. Right. You know, so as far as not having any ankle articulation or all that, there is no the feather in the throttle technique and all that. And then we started realizing the transfer from brake to gas was just it takes us, our reaction time's a little different. So, one of those.
Give us an idea of how you hit the gas. Like, how do you do it?
So I just drive with my quad. So there is no, it's just on, off kind of thing. And if I got to do like a feather, I kind of try to hover with my quad.
That's amazing that you do that, dude. Yeah. So you probably use a lot of stomach muscles. You probably push really hard on it. You get different senses that are initiated than when you would be an able-bodied, right? Like maybe you hear stuff more in the vehicle. Maybe you control it more with your hands. Like that's pretty amazing that your body was able to adapt to do all that.
Oh yeah. And then like I said, the transfer thing. So we just now, in our car, we run no foot brake. We just have a solid hand brake. So that's our brake. So that way we don't have to worry about transitioning from one pedal to the other.
So before we have you answer, Kyle, have you got to drive with the hand brake?
No, I haven't.
Dude, you want to? Because I kind of want to.
She's got to do it one time backing out of the trailer.
Dude, I would like it.
It is.
Oh yeah,
interesting.
Yeah.
Do you think it'd be cool?
Yeah.
Dude,
I mean,
you could get all Ken Block and just slide her around. All right, Kyle, let us know a little bit about you. It looks like you have a lower prosthetic.
Yes, sir. I got a left above knee amputation. I took a left step instead of a right step. Fortunately, so I still got my throttle. And so when we first started racing, we were just bouncing ideas off, trying to make it work. And we came up with a the handbrake, and it's been amazing. We put a thumb throttle in a Redline Revolt back in the old Texplex days, and it was good, but the thumb it cramps after a while, so we went back to the gas pedal on the foot and then a handbrake. But it's different, I would say. It's definitely the amount of time from going for my right foot, from going to the brake to the throttle and then back to the brake to the throttle, that time right there just kills you on a short course race or in any race, really. But it ain't too bad. We just kind of pin it to win it and try to do the best we can.
The ingenuity behind all of that stuff, first of all, is amazing that you guys can do all this stuff. Justin, when you hear all these like things that these guys are going through, what does it make you feel like being able to support teams like this?
We're always trying to come up with something new and better, and Justin's got the hookup, hopefully, with the hand throttle. I mean, that is key. That's one of the biggest things that's going to change his career in this side by side. Once he gets that, and then Kyle, if he wants to do it, there's no limits then. That takes everything, all the hardness out of it for him, because, like Kyle, the two-step and the brake deal, I hop in these cars, and I don't even race, and I couldn't imagine what these guys are going through. And in Paulie, all of them, I could not imagine what these boys are going through for this situation. And I think that we're going to work towards, better things to make it, them better racers.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. Like, whenever I hear stuff like this, it really makes me think about the growth of the side-by-side industry, right? Because a lot of this stuff, like, dirt bike riders can't really do this, but side-by-sides allow people to do this, right? So it's you guys showing your stories and sharing all this information is going to allow other people to do it. And, like, Holly being able to work with you guys, Justin being able to work with you guys, really gives a lot of motivation to other kids and stuff. Like, does it motivate you?
Yes.
Like, what kind of stuff do you think of? You're like, man, these guys are out there doing it. Like, I want to go out there and battle them. Or like, what's the feeling?
I don't.
Because, like, you could, like, potentially be racing against these guys pretty soon.
Yeah, it definitely, like, pushes me harder because,
well, you want to beat them, right?
Well, yeah, obviously. But it definitely pushes me, like, to, like, race harder.
So, we're going to go around the whole circle here. So, when you see these guys and you get motivated and somebody comes up to you, let's just say it's a little girl or maybe it's a person that has an injury or something, do you say, well, my friends do it, you can do it too? Or like, what do you tell them?
I've never really had someone come up to me and like ask me, but I would probably say that, hey, if like they could do it, you could probably do it too. So
anything's
just, like,
possible?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that too. And when you guys go through that process, you can see if somebody else has an injury, but if you were going to tell anybody that wanted to get into this that doesn't have the ability or doesn't think they have the ability to do it, what would you say, Justin?
Sometimes you just have to leap. When I was going through my injury, the biggest thing is you can't drown in your own sorrow, or you can't swim in your own sorrow, you'll drown. So at some point, you just gotta pull back and just leap. You know what I mean? So like, find, can look us up, like find those people. Obviously there's people that do it. Like you were saying, you mentioned Jesse Nelson. Jesse Nelson was one of the guys I looked at when I was like, man, this dude is killing it out there in the desert and stuff like that. And I was like, I have no excuse, right? You see that, like, and he's a, complete paraplegia. So it's like, I have no excuse. So I have to, I have to try.
And coming back, you can see some of the pit crews taking a little bit of cover from the rain. We have a little bit of inclement weather now. You can see it in some of the shots that you guys see right there. You can see the rain coming down on those mini bikes there, the pit bikes. Looks like the graphics guys are already acquiesced to the side of the track. A few drivers there conversing with Blake Gustin. Looks like maybe Elliot Cook. I don't know who else is over there. But yeah, those guys are done. Just hanging out. And then we have, this camera is actually inside. I don't know if you guys saw it earlier, but it's inside a vehicle with a windshield. That vehicle right there with the big tires. That's why the windshield is so dirty. And you can see, look how slick the track is right there with that Honda Talent. Whoa, even losing the front with the four-wheel drive, man. Pretty crazy. So that looks like the Hess Motorsports car. Yeah, you can see, obviously, the track conditions change very quickly as the rain's starting to come down out here at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. Out here in St. Joe, Texas at Rednecks and Paychecks Off-Road Park. Would definitely want to thank these guys. These guys are not shy when it comes to mud out here. They like this. The muddier the better for these guys. Doesn't necessarily make all the guys out here racing very happy, but this facility is known for some of the mud bogs and stuff. So we're going to have to see how the race kind of shapes up from here. It would be nice if we didn't get any more rain, but it looks like it's going to be raining for a little while. One of the things that's hardest about the rain here is vision, being able to see what's going on. As you can see right there, that's what a windshield looks like when it's rained on. So these drivers usually, Sean Hess was saying that he's using a motocross setup with roll-offs, which means that you can pull a little lever or a little tab on your goggles and it clears it up. And some people are opting for just like the normal off-road helmet, which is like looks like a street bike helmet with a visor that flips up and down. And with that, you only have tear-offs or nothing. You just wipe it off. So a lot of these guys will actually go with their visor up. Very dangerous for your vision, but sometimes that's the best thing to do is being able to see like that. As the 22 of the Hess Motorsports car gets out there, I think Cross Kirchmeier is probably still driving, but we know that Sean Hess was going to get back in the driver's seat soon. There you go. There's exactly what we're talking about being able to clear your vision. And think about going, let's just say 30 to anywhere. Oh, man, right down the straightaway, fully sideways. That's crazy. So it is really slick out there. Really slick out there. But thinking about having to clear your vision like that by wiping it, and there's mud on it as well, and going 30 to, 70 miles an hour down some of these faster portions of the track, very difficult to see. That's why some of these drivers are not using tear-offs anymore. They're just wiping their visors with either a rag or their gloves. I can only assume that the pace is going to fall dramatically with the inclement weather. Some of these drivers are going to be getting really cold. They're going to be wet with their driver's suits. Definitely going to have wet gloves and wet hands. So we will see how this changes the strategy. Hopefully they brought their towels in the pits. Option line right there looks like by one of the leaders, either Tewksbury's or Hunter or Cody Miller. Man, those cars are really muddy now. That looks like a 22 and then the 90. So the Team Cody and then Hunter and Kyle following right behind. just about half hour from the midway point of the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. Out here in St. Joe, Texas, just North Texas, just south of Oklahoma in St. Joe, Texas. Near Dallas, about 40 or hour and a half away from Dallas, hour and 45 minutes if you drive slow. Really cool rural towns here in Texas, though. And this facility is massive. I mean, you can see that's a 9-mile course that you're seeing in front of you, but this facility has fun stuff everywhere. On the top right of your screen is where they have a short course track out there. They have the facility that we're riding on today. Oh, there we go. So it looks like you can't even see the number on the side of the car anymore. That looks like it might be the 22 of Team Cody. But man, it is just super muddy and slushy out there. Man, look at how much they're just losing traction just all the way to the side. That Yamaha just peeling out. Look at that dog tracking down the whole straightaway right there, trying to keep traction. So we were actually talking with some of the drivers. Some of the drivers are going to be choosing the Maxxis Carnivore, which is a more aggressive tire. I think that's going to be able to lend itself a little bit better to clean some of the mud out. And give these guys a little bit more bite. One of the great things about being here in Texas at some of these big races is you really get the hometown feeling. This is the heart of, well, there's the heart of America everywhere, but this is the heart of America, man. You have this hometown feeling. Lots of really cool places to visit around here. Older restaurants, mom-pop shops, cafes. If you guys ever get the opportunity to travel out here and race one of these races, it's fantastic. Such a great time with family and friends. We've had the promo code for Hess Motorsports, 10% off, up for about half an hour now. I think we'll probably take it down, but please use the promo code 12HRLIVE, 12HRLIVE, and go support people that support us. So appreciate all the guys at Hess Motorsports for being a part of our live stream here at the 12-hour side-by-side race. And it's going to be difficult for us to call these races as the cars get muddier because everybody's car is just brown now. Oh, man, look at that. It is so slippery. So if that's happening just out here in the infield, just outside of the pits, it's going to be getting much, much worse in the back sections where it's really hilly, off-camber edges. just as they came through the pits here, you see Elliott Cook was actually helping out. It looks like what his main driver was, a driver of record. It's pretty cool to see. As you can see him still jumping out there in the rain, helping as much as he possibly can, even though it is raining pretty good out here. So usually what happens is in situations like this, it'll just get really snotty and then the rain will keep falling and then it'll just be water that you go through there and all these cars will be nice and cleaned off and taking a bath as they cruise. Pretty wild, man. Unfortunately, we're probably not going to be able to get any drones in the sky with the weather acting up. But, okay, I was just told that I'm wrong. Drones are probably going to get back up in the air. We're going to be able to see these guys getting crazy, man. Look at how slick the track is. These guys are barely getting on the throttle, and they're all moving around all over the place. Oh, look, there's another car with a lot of brown stuff on it. Yeah. So we're taking bets inside the production trailer that we think a brown car is going to win. I think George Cruz has got the win bet here. It's pretty wild how quickly things can change in off-road racing. Looks like the Honda Mission Motorsports guys, they are using some very non-aggressive tires. Well, they're carrying an extra one. Yeah. This is probably going to play a little bit of havoc on some of these pit crews, seeing they're not going to be able to know what their driver's car looks like. Whoa! Woo-wee. These drivers are getting a little bit loose, man, but I don't know what else they're going to do. Track conditions are what they are, man. Driver choosing to put his window net down, I strongly suggest against that. At all times your window should be up. You never know when something's going to happen. You do not want to have your arm out or have anything enter the car while you're racing. I'm not sure who that driver is, but I strongly recommend that everybody keep their window nets up at all times. You can see, so that gives you, again, a little bit of an understanding of what the drivers are going to be seeing out of their visor on their helmet. It's obviously going to be quite a bit worse for them because they're traveling through mud. You're going to want to stay off the back of the person in front of you. There you go. There's a good example right there. So you can see that guy's lens, or that driver's lens right there, completely caked with mud. So he was, well, look at his face as well. So he was driving with the visor up. Oh, it looks like Willis. So Donovan Willis just getting out. So he was driving with the visor up, and his face is all muddy. So not sure what the other drivers are going to do. Looks like the driver that's getting into the car now has a, I don't know, a pinkish or amber color lens there. But he does not have any tear-offs or anything on that lens. So looks like he put a towel down. And he's probably got some sort of rag or some sort of microfiber that he's going to be, well, yep, there it is right there. There's the microfiber that I was talking about. He's going to be wiping, yep, he hung it right there. So he's going to be wiping his face, his goggles, or excuse me, his lens as much as he possibly can. And I'm assuming that he's probably going to go through one microfiber per lap. So the team will probably have other microfibers ready for the next lap when he comes around. That thing's going to be soaked, it's going to be muddy. His lens is going to be all nasty, and they're probably going to make a quick stop, check over the car like they are now, give him a fresh microfiber. He's going to get a clear vision for probably about 10 seconds. There's a great shot. So thank you very much to the drone guys for risking it for the biscuit, so to speak. Putting the drones in the sky. Let's get a shot of the drone again so that we can get a little bit of an understanding of how the track is. There you go right there. You can see the track. Slicker than snot, I think is what they call it, right? But yeah, so you can see the ruts are just filling up with water. So in the middle you have the hump, so to speak. So the drivers are going through those ruts and just water the whole time. There's not much they can do about it. And it's really slick. Usually the drivers can ride on the edges or the crowns of those ruts. Now that's not an option. You're not going to get enough traction to be able to do that. So it might be interesting to see. We have the driver that are still doing that pit stop there. We'll see what kind of tires they have. It looks like they have something similar. It's not, I don't think that's a Maxxis tire, but similar to a Maxxis Carnivore. A lot of bite coming out of that tire there. So you see the edge of the tire or the side of the tire with those big knobs. What that does is it does exactly what I was just talking about. On the sides of those ruts, it allows you to climb to the sides of them, so you don't have to go straight down the middle of it. You can ride on the left or the right in that slot car or train tracks, as Sean Hess was saying, and move around a little bit. So it gives you more options. And when you're doing corners and stuff, it gives you a little bit more side bite. You can see there the tires kind of made a little bit of a grab right as he was exiting, where the other guys didn't. They kind of slid down into that rut. So good tire choice for that team. And the drone shot is actually showing a lot of good angles there. This driver is just nursing it around the course. I don't know if he has a problem or if he's just cruising because of the track conditions, or maybe he can't see anything. And this is very dangerous for your eyeballs too. You gotta be, look at that corner right there. So that's a perfect example. All of those outside lines have just started forming because everybody's hitting the brakes and not making it. You can see somebody even went off into the trees and spun around backwards into the trees right there. So this driver is, look at that, he's just sliding down that hill. He's choosing to tiptoe through there because there might not be another option. That might be it. That might be about as fast as he feels comfortable going because it is so slick in those areas. Just tiptoeing through these sections here. All right, let's see if you guys are leaving us comments. The desert car. The only reason we know is because his car is bigger than everybody, but it's still brown. Yeah, so look at these, both of these drivers just tiptoeing through. Let's see here. Heather Sedani says, rooting for the 419 car. Tim Slocum from Massachusetts. Oh, I think we already saw your message earlier. Maybe I need to fast forward my live feed here. Yeah, the drone shots are just fantastic right now. It looks like some of the weather has calmed down just a bit, which is nice, especially for us. Nice. So it sounds like some of our camera guys are just getting drenched or splashed with mud water. But you see the pace has slowed significantly. Thank goodness for these drone guys to be able to give you guys these great shots. Yeah, I don't know how hard it is to fly a drone, but man, I'm glad these guys are doing it for us to check this stuff out. Great slow shot of the drone, basically just following through the pits, man. You can see everybody taking cover, but also still ready for their drivers as they come around. Great to see all these big teams out here. Razor Bikeman right there. That's the tent with Andy Ives and Chance Haugen. We got a Bikeman Can-Am team. To the right there. The best team off to your left there. Race shop was the last one on the right there. Looks like these guys and girls are still out there braving the elements. The lake's filling up. But as you see, like, that's just a little tiny off camera right there. And that's hardly anything compared to what the rest of the track is. We can only imagine what these drivers are dealing with way in the back. Looks like Alexander Knoll right there. The Iron Man. We said I saw him in the pits earlier. He got out, just take a little break, got back in the car. Now he's just trucking through. Said I was going to talk a little bit of crap about him, but I'm still impressed that he's doing this. Just 15 minutes shy of halfway through the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am out here at Rednecks and Paychecks in St. Joe, Texas. Nice rural town just out of Munster, Texas. About an hour and 45 minutes north of Dallas, almost to Oklahoma. Great facility, though. Mind-blowing when you first enter, actually. Lots of fun stuff to do here. Heard they have some big events. They got a Power Wheels contest going downhill. Reminds us of Nitro Circus, man. That's super cool. Can only imagine how many people go home with achy bones after that one. There's our fearless leader, Josh, just cruising through the picture there on his mini bike. Thanks, Josh, for being a trooper and getting all of our production stuff set up. Braving the elements. All right, so let's go through some more of these comments here. All right, so I think we already caught up on some of the comments, but Francine says, go number 5012, send it. Jeff Lee, this is totally awesome. Well, we appreciate it, Jeff. Like the camera crew is doing their best to get out there and make sure that this stuff happens. Sometimes weather doesn't agree with us, but hey, man, we're trying. Heather Jean says, go 14, Slocum. Brianna Jackson said, I know they were working on the car. I don't know if they are back out there yet. So, Brianna, you can tell us who you're looking for, and we might be able to give you a little bit of information. What happened to the car? Heard it went back out a few. Okay, so maybe they're back out there. Awesome. I appreciate you guys communicating, getting updates through the live feed or through the live stream, and communicating with your team members. That's a really, really professional thing to do because you can send information back that they won't even know. So awesome that you guys are using this to your racing advantage as well as your viewing pleasure. We appreciate both of those. Man, it is it. And Subi out there. Pretty crazy. So we are going to 12 minutes away from the halfway point. So we're going to have some guys that are just doing the 6-hour race finish up their races in about 11 minutes here. I don't know if that's good or bad. These guys are probably stoked that they're going to get out of the car in just over 10 minutes. With the inclement weather, man, they might be cold. They might want to go and get a drink. They might want a sandwich. 6 hours of racing is a very long time. And now with the rain and stuff, look at that right there. You can see that crossing getting all rutted up. Water's starting to fill up. Looks like some guys even took that outside line. I don't think they were supposed to. So one thing that we should talk about actually is virtual checkpoints, VCPs. So Racing Tracks has set up checkpoints and all kinds of different stuff around this. Look at those ruts that we were talking about. All around this track. Hidden, actually, so you won't be able to see them. But they're called VCPs, virtual checkpoints. That means, like in a section right there, you could just hang a left and cut the track, right? Well, no, you can't, because if you miss a VCP, you get penalized. And those VCPs are all over the track, so these drivers have to stay within, I think it was 20 feet of the track. If they go any further than that, the GPS will tell the race director that they were not on course. If there was a reason that they got off, well, it's up for discussion then. But if there was not a reason they got off and they were by themselves, it's assumed that you were not on course because you were gaining an unfair advantage against some of the other people. Right there, you can see the option line. That is not gaining an unfair advantage. Everybody has the same ability to go on those two separate lines. There's no VCP right there. That was not cutting the track or anything like that. But there are some areas of the track where you could significantly gain an advantage. And those areas are clearly marked with virtual checkpoints. So if you've never heard of what a virtual checkpoint is, it's pretty cool because it makes it so that the racing is much, much more fair. Well, that sounded weird, but much more fair. Thank you very much, Rich Raby, for commenting on YouTube. Yeah, for such a big event, we would like to have a lot more cameras and stuff out here as well, man. It would be a lot cooler. A lot of times we have cameras that are out in the field. A lot of the trees and stuff here, unfortunately, we can't see through them. Wi-Fi is also an issue. Cell phone service and cell phone coverage out here is minimal. But we are working on it, man. So we really appreciate you letting us know because we would love to have some more cameras out here too. We could get a guy down there showing how deep these ruts are if we had the ability to project that stuff for a live stream. So much that goes into these live streams, and man, we will just grow and grow and grow as technology does. So as technology gets better, cameras get better, this stuff will get better for you guys too. We really appreciate you guys giving us the understanding of what you guys want at home too. So thank you very much, Rich. Budget Built Racing, 77 Motorsports. Bill Deck is suggesting that people go race his series too. You're more than welcome to race his series and also come out to our series. These events are fantastic, man. A lot of knowledgeable people that help each other. Camaraderie is insanely good out here. This is a brand new track for the Texas series and for the 12-hour side-by-side race out here in Texas. So there's a lot of things that can be done better, and these guys are already writing all these things down. So it's super cool to see, especially with the new track, man. Like, all of the drivers, all of the teams, we haven't heard, well, some of the single track and some of the mud obviously now, but we haven't heard anything bad. We've heard everybody really, really likes this track. Go through a couple more of our comments here, and then we're going to go down the leaderboard on the 6-hour race here. Go Big Daddy Kyle from Francine. Luann Lester, go number 24. Heather Stani says, rooting for the 419 car. Tim Slocum. Tim Slocum's getting a lot of love today, man. Big fan of Tim Slocum. Big fans of Tim Slocum checking out the races. All right, so we are, let's see here, just under 7 minutes from halfway. Oh, we have a UTV that just slid off, stayed on course. Well, we can get the drone to turn around and go back and look at that, but almost slid down in the ditch. Wow, that's crazy right there. You can see him on the center of your screen, but he's going to need some assistance to get back up there. Yeah, that's a steep little part of the track as well. So it looks like the driver is out, but well, I don't know if he's high-centered or if there's actually like some rope or something, but good thing that little post was there to be able to catch him. So that driver taking off his helmet. Thank you very much to all the other drivers for being safe. In situations like this, I'm going to be a strong advocate of safety. Do what this driver is doing and oh, that's what it is. Okay, so he must have hit that pole, just kind of slid into it. And unfortunately, that's not looking good for the front end of his car. Maybe he just needs to get pulled out and it's okay. But in situations like this, looking at your car and kind of getting an understanding of what's going on is all right. But the best thing to do is the same situation that happened to him could happen to other drivers very, very quickly. So, like, let's just say that driver right there slid down in it. The best thing for him to do is to kind of walk to safety and wait for the safety crew to get there. A vehicle is much easier to fix than a human, so always err on the side of caution. So that was a really good move that driver was doing to get out of the way and wait for somebody to go get him. He may already have radioed in. If his radio or his comms were down, hopefully somebody's watching the live feed and the safety crew can go out there and just help pull him back. There's no way he's going to be able to pull that in that slippery mud. Good on the driver for walking past there. Now we got FPV drone, sweet. So we got a good follow cam now, the high-speed drone. There you go. That corner didn't look like it had too bad a traction. Looks like the traction is pretty good right there. Pace has slowed significantly as the track conditions have escalated. Thank you guys for joining us for the side-by-side 12-hour race out here in St. Joe, Texas at Rednecks Paychecks Off-Road Park. We've had some inclement weather today. We apologize. Man, it's caused us a little bit of trouble. We had some trouble streaming to YouTube as well as Facebook. And the weather has made a mess of these cars and also given us a little bit of technical difficulties. But we appreciate you guys hanging tough and joining us on this live stream. If you caught some of the earlier action, it's been pretty crazy, man. Some of the drivers, Cody Miller was leading a while ago. He's now down in what looks like about 12th spot. Maybe he's drawn back into the top 10. Looks like Hunter Miller is out front. Ryan Tewksbury and his team in second. Sean Hess and Cross Kirchmeier in third. Fourth is number 222, Kolaguru. Guro. Number 5, for fifth position is Chance Haugen. Good job, Chance. All the way from Arizona, man. Let's see here. Number 6 is 77, Jung. 7 is 5012, Stone. Number 8 is 47, Bethke. Number 9 is 419, Slocum. Massachusetts boys and girls all rooting for Slocum. 10th place, 991 is Broker. 11, 492, Thomas. 12 is Cody Miller. And you can see the rest there. Track is actually coming back a little bit. Was pretty bad for a little while there as the rain fell. But it looks like it's getting a little rutted. Still quite a bit muddy. All the cars are super brown. track is shaping up a little bit, or the drivers are getting more used to the track conditions. You saw that Can-Am just go through. He was on the loud pedal. Looks like there's Sean Hess. Looks like he's getting a little bit more traction than the Can-Ams. Maybe having, got a little sideways there. Maybe that tire selection with the Maxxis Carnivore is helping him out. But the track conditions are still slick. You can see this corner right here. All these drivers are kind of inching their way through. Holy smokes. All right, so take a look at this car right here. This car was sitting probably 6 inches higher at the beginning of this race. And because of all that added weight of the mud and the shocks package that they have set up there, whoa, the driver gets fully sideways going down that straightaway. Because of that shock package and everything that they have there, that poor car is sitting really, really low. Looks like a couple of those drivers just trying to get out of the way, can't move forward. Yeah, we got a car spun in a pretty precarious position there. Unfortunately, you're not going to really be able to move through there. So yeah, those drivers making their way around. And this goes back to what I was saying before about the virtual checkpoints. So obviously, you're able to see that it was a necessity for these virtual checkpoints. But these drivers will be fine. They didn't gain an advantage. They both had to go around, take the long way around. And now they're battling in the mud. Oh, look at that. Line choices. Both making different lines going in and out of the corner. Pretty cool to see in the mud. They're still doing that. Inside, outside, inside. I wonder if these guys are buddies. So look at the amount of mud that's on a lot of these cars as they go by. When you see that, it adds so much weight. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was between 100 and 200 pounds of mud because it's so thick. A lot of times what people do after they get this much mud on a car and they go home, they'll let it dry and actually hit it off so it just breaks off and falls off the car before they spray it off. Thank you guys again for watching on Facebook and YouTube. Facebook didn't really like us very much for streaming for so long today. We got kicked off that, but we are still on YouTube. Thank you guys very much for coming back after the stream had a couple issues. Please tell all your friends and let us know what you guys want to see for the remaining 5 hours of side-by-side racing here at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. Man, look at that car. It's just so muddy. I think that was either your leader, Hunter Miller, and Kyle Cheney, or the Cody. Well, it could have been Tewksbury, too. But one of the factory Can-Am cars. So we talked earlier about having longevity in parts and each part having a timeout or a lifespan. And with the inclement weather, having all these troubles, it puts a lot more strain on all those parts because the vehicle's way more, because you're sliding around, you're hitting stuff different, not able to control it the way that you want to, put it where it needs to be. You can see that driver just getting fully sideways around that whole turn. A controlled slide. Steve Mueller. Yeah, actually, we are going to get some driver interviews. I think they might come into the booth right now. We tried with some of our remote cameras, but man, I feel bad for you guys because we had all this great stuff lined up, but the weather's just not agreeing with us today. So the Wi-Fi signals out here on the complex, unfortunately, just weren't working with us, man. I've been out there for about the last half hour, 45 minutes with the remote camera, just trying to go get some driver interviews, but unfortunately, all I did was get muddy shoes and muddy pants. I wish we could, though. Would be pretty cool. We did talk with some of the drivers. A lot of them were saying some of the similar things that we've been talking about here. Josh, our producer, he went to go see if anybody wants to come into the booth. So Steve Mueller, we might be able to get some drivers to be able to come in here and talk with us, but we'll have to see. We don't want to have to bother them while they're in such a crazy event with all the different mud and everything that's been going on. So if some drivers do want to come in here, hopefully we can get them in and hang out. Mark Washburn, yeah. If you know the graphics guys, tell them to come over to the booth, man. We'd love to hear from them too. I saw a Byron Mowry's, unfortunately his YXZ was parked in the pits. So maybe he stopped after the 6 hours. Or maybe an issue happened, but we would love to hear from them too. So we just went over there looking for anybody that wanted to, and unfortunately nobody did. Everybody was kind of busy doing other stuff. So if you do talk with them, please tell them to stop by the booth. We'd love to talk with them. Man, look at those those ruts. It's just insane. You're sliding up and down the sides of those ruts. Hardly able to keep the car inside those ruts at all. What number is William Thomas, Anthony? Let us know, because we can pull up the racing track screen and show you how to access what place he's in and see where he is on the track. It's a pretty cool system. So the speed of the track has obviously gone way down compared to what it was earlier today. One of the drivers just kind of lifting up a little bit, letting the other driver pass. That's actually a pretty good move, especially in these conditions, because you're not putting either of your guys' cars at risk. You're not putting your race at risk. Kind of just letting the race come to whoever it is. Maybe he thinks that pushing it that much further. 492, I believe. All right, let's, if we can, Jeff, let's put up the camera number 6, and we'll see if we can find driver number 492 on that area here. So Anthony, this was actually explained to me today. It's actually super cool. So it's called racingtracks.com. You can see that up there at the top of the screen. David Clay came in. We gave him an interview earlier today. He said if you click on that menu in the top left, you can actually, or you can even click on your driver, his number on the screen here, and you can get all kinds of different data for him, where he's at on course. I think the position that he's in, all that good stuff. So you can keep track of him similar to the way that we would. We have limited access in the booth to timing and scoring, and with the weather, it's made it that much worse for us. So honestly, man, I feel like it would probably be easier to do it with my cell phone or at your house. So go ahead and do that and check it out. Get back to me. Let me know. I'll say it online too. At the bottom right of your screen above the Liqui banner, that area is the pits. That's why you see it so congested over there. Because that's where everybody's at, getting their car worked on. The number 90 car. Looks like it's off course a little bit, but just ready to come through. Probably getting ready to do another lap after he updates. That is Hunter Miller and Kyle Cheney. But yeah, thanks Steve, Mark, Anthony for all chiming in on YouTube. Also, I suggest that you guys or strongly suggest actually, that you share all this with your friends, man. Share it with your family, everybody, so that everybody can watch and enjoy with us. We love suggestions too. You guys have been hitting us up with suggestions on what you guys want to see. We're going to probably check out some of the guys coming out of the pits now. Or actually, that drone shot looks pretty sweet on camera number 5. Let's do camera number 5. So you can see that drone shot. The weather does suck here in Texas right now because of the amount of rain and stuff like that. But look at how fantastic the scenery is out here. It is so cool. Over there in the distance, you can see that's where we are, over by that big red barn. All of these swamps and all of these mud bogs and all this stuff that they do out here, man, what a good time it would be to do it right now. But that's the pits back there at the top of the screen. Beautiful, beautiful terrain out here in northern Texas. Still a lot of time left in this race. Just under 5 hours left. And we are, let's see here. We are looking at 2 o'clock. So 5 hours, 2 o'clock. We are going to be ending in the dark. Right at 7 o'clock. So that'll be the 12-hour mark. Really cool to see all of the action out here. We got to do a quick run through the pits. During this time, we tried to get some of the remote cameras working. Unfortunately, it didn't work, but we got to do a quick run through the pits. A lot of drivers saying that there's a whole bunch of different stuff happening. In fact, one of the Ben Fournier, part of the Miller Brothers Can-Am team, was giving us a little bit of the inside scoop on Hunter Miller and Kyle Cheney. And Hunter Miller was in the car at the time. And since it was so muddy, he had to drive with his visor up on his helmet. So he was obviously getting mud and stuff in his eyes. So what they did was they gave him some Visine. And he was racing, putting Visine in his eyes to make sure that he could see. Oh, Anthony Spencer, thank you very much. Running 12th. Okay, well, that's a good position, man, especially because we still have just under 5 hours of racing left. We are just getting word that there are some ruts that could be 5 or 6 feet deep. I don't know that we're going to be able to get you a camera out there in any of the safety vehicles to be able to check that out, but man, that is pretty insane. Thank you guys very much for joining us back on YouTube. We appreciate all you guys watching. Looks like there's a car being towed into the pits over there on. We'll get you guys an updated running order in a little bit here, but sounds like Cody Miller was not in 12th. He had some transponder issues. It looks like he's probably still in second place. Man, I was looking at that drone shot with the way that the sun is changing and the shadows that are coming up. It's going to be interesting to see how the shadows and all of this stuff happens at dusk when the sun's getting ready to go down, and even more so at dark. It may be just muscle memory for these guys, though. Once it gets dark, they may just rely on their instincts and just kind of sail it home, so to speak. We have used this live stream for a lot in the past. Racers checking on other racers, getting suspension settings, looking at what other racers are doing. But today it's going to be a whole new game. Probably just checking on track conditions, seeing how muddy it looks out there. Oh, as this driver's got some doors and some plastics falling off, the mud just making it too heavy.
Crazy how you have totally different colored dirt in different parts of the track. Black dirt, white dirt, red dirt.
Looks to me like, we'll go through some of the running order, but it looks to me like a lot of these sections in the back here these guys are tiptoeing through. Slipping or sliding into a tree would not be good for the front end of these cars or the back end, but you can see them leaning into that. So the berms or the outside portion of those ruts looks deep. Maybe that's where they were talking about the 6 feet deep ruts. Go through the running order for you guys again. Hunter Miller, Kyle Chaney out front. The Team Cody, Cody Miller, and Cody Taylor. Looks like they are in second. Sean Hess and Cross Kirchmeier. Looks like they're still in third. Tewksbury's Let's see here. Make sure I give Ryan Tewksbury, Cody Martin, and Jay Shaw. And in 5th place, number 18, Chance Haugen. I think Andy Ives is sharing driving duties with him. I'm not sure, though, because they had 2 cars there, so I'm not sure if they were in both in their own cars or if they were driving one car together. But I think they were doing 2 different cars. Or, excuse me, doing the same car. Yep. Man, we have had a lot of rain coming down. Chad Shoemaker, how's it going, bud?
Nice to meet you,
Dude,
sir.
you've got a lot of mud all over your sweater already today.
It's part of the track, man. We're doing the best we can to keep
that
most
mean
of
you've
it
been
out
working
there.
hard?
Hardly working for some of it, and then working hard in certain spots. How's that?
All right, so give us a little bit of a rundown. You help On a Mission Motorsports?
Correct. Yeah, On Mission Motorsports is a not-for-profit, and we bring veterans out. We put them in the race cars with us. We give them the experience, try to associate adrenaline for them with good things, positive things, instead of what they've associated bad things, bad times when they've been serving overseas and
Yeah,
such.
absolutely. Well, there's a lot that goes into it, a lot of details that you have to quantify when you're talking about stuff like that, like if people have injuries, if they have brain trauma or PTSD or whatever it is. But when you put them back in the seat of a race car, it kind of makes them forget about those things. It makes them focus like what they're used to in those situations.
Yeah, we can give them a purpose and a mission. We'll send them out there with us. Our mission is to finish these races, to put them out there and achieve our goal of turning these laps. They serve as our co-drivers. They give us directions. They help us get through this stuff too.
It's pretty cool, though, to see, and you probably get that same. Are you a veteran yourself or no?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you probably get to see when you deal with all of them how they kind of I don't know, perk up, so to speak, right?
Yep. We've had several of them that come out, and they'll come back out, and they'll end up just being part of the pit crew, just helping us get other veterans out in the car. And it becomes part of their mission then because it helped them when they were out.
Absolutely. I could have gone. I get so hyped when I see that happen. I don't know if you were able to see, but there's a couple guys that are out here, Kyle and Justin, that are both veterans themselves. They have, we'll call it disabilities, but they're more able than most of the people out there, right?
Yep.
Because of how hard they try and their mindset. So you probably see a lot of that same mindset and drive with the people that you work with.
Oh, yeah. We have another guy here, Alex Knoll. He's the guy you were calling Mr. 12-Hour.
Yep. Well, we call him Iron Man, but then I told him I was
now.
going to talk a bunch of crap about him because he stopped to get a sandwich or something.
Well, he did. He stopped to get the snack, but he's all right, man. He had a breakage out there, rear trailing arm bent. We've known him for years. We went ahead and ground off his trailing arm, straightened her out, welded some rod on there, got him back out. He's still turning laps.
That's perfect, man. So that is so cool, though. Like, just to be out here is phenomenal, right? And to finish a race like this is so good for a person like him to be able to come home and know that he did it.
Yeah. He's loving it. He travels from Georgia. He's in the Atlanta area. Good guy. He's been out to several of the other races we do out in what used to be Durham town.
Well, he Ironmanned it last year for the side-by-side.
Yes, he did.
Right?
Yep. Just does it all himself, drives us out himself, his own pit crew and everything. We try and help him wherever we can.
Can you give us a day in the life of what takes place when you guys are out here at the track?
We normally come out a full day before. We kind of set up, do car prep. We'll bring the vets out the night before. We'll have a meal with them, kind of explain to them what to expect, because a lot of these guys haven't been in a car and maybe not even necessarily involved in motorsports itself. But we'll explain what's going to happen, kind of lay out the order of events, almost like our mission plan for them, because a lot of these guys do better with things like that when they have a laid out plan.
Yeah, absolutely, because that's what they're used to, structure.
Exactly. So we'll lay that all out on Friday night, and then we'll get them here, like in this case, early Saturday morning. Explain to him, this is your driver. He'll be with you. Your driver, and you go in as a team, you come out as a team.
Yep.
That way they have that camaraderie that they build with their driver that whole time that they're in that car, and they're slugging it out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's kind of cool because it comes full circle, right? So you could have a gunman, you could have a mechanic, you could have all these different things and positions that happen when you're in the services. But you come back and you just give them another duty, like a driver or a co-driver or something like that, or you got to finish the race, and they just go right into it.
Yep. We're looking at expanding this next year. We picked up a little Polaris RZR 1000 where we're going to eventually be able to just put the veteran in the driver's seat where they can do the driving and they can command that vehicle around and put another vet in the seat with them so that they can. It's just an ever-growing community at that
and they
point.
Can switch, yeah. And I love when organizations do this, man. We deal with a couple on the West Coast that are just the same as that, man. And it's so cool to see how much it actually helps all the veterans.
Yeah, it's a great thing. We try and do at least 5-6 races a year, try and make them pretty big. We had 7 vets out with us this weekend.
Really?
Yep.
Wow, that's cool.
We'll be in California, out in Ridgecrest in January at a race, and we'll do a Mid-America.
DP4 race?
Yep, DP4. Yep. We'll be doing that, and then Mid-America down in late May, and looks like we'll be down in California again in November. So
Man, you guys got a busy schedule. Keeping
lot-
all these veterans on their feet.
Lots of driving. Lots
That's
of
cool.
driving.
Well, give us a little bit of a rundown on what's going on with the team today, then, because we've had inclement weather since about lunchtime or so.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of like an early lunch. But what's been going on with all the drivers, and then kind of give us a lay of the land.
So we don't get out there to necessarily compete for first. That's not our goal. But we had our drivers go out there. We did well until we started hitting inclement weather. And the tires we had, we knew we were going to be in trouble if we got rain.
Right.
We were just kind of hoping we didn't. But we did end up sliding, catching a tree. No real damage to the car other than a little bit of bodywork damage. Rain let up. We let next pair of drivers go out, and they're doing all right. They just pulled in a little bit ago. They said the track's worsening. They lost power steering. They're going to bring it in. We're going to take a look at it, see what we can't do to get the car back together, and just go out again, keep hitting it.
So a lot of the guys out here that we've talked to already, racers, just they have to be flexible, right? You go in with the plan, you have to be flexible. You have to be able to make sure that you're kind of thinking on your feet, so to speak. You guys are already used to that stuff, and the veterans are as well. So how does it affect them when they get in a situation like the inclement weather or they have all these issues?
I personally find that the inclement weather brings us all together that little bit more because it's that hardship that you all just have to dig together and get the job done and get it done. If we're all just sitting back in the lawn chairs, snacking on food, waiting for them to come around for a fuel stop, we're just hanging out.
Hey, man, snacks are good.
I'm not doubting that, but you know, it's good when there's that hard time that you can all come together and you work on that car and you get it back together and you get them going again, that you all just come together that little bit tighter of a group, I feel like.
Absolutely. And well, you guys have a really tight group. How can somebody else be a part of the group?
If you want to get a hold of us, you can look us up on Facebook or our website, onmissionmotorsports.org, or just look us up on Facebook. We're on there. We'll respond to your questions. We're always looking for donations, help in any way. I mean, even if you just want to come out and see what we're all about, come see us.
That's super cool, man, because it gives veterans, their family, everybody a chance to get involved. We always suggest this on everything that we do. If you ever want to get into motorsports and you don't know how, this is a perfect entry point.
Yeah. We'll take you out. If you're a veteran, show you what it's all about. We've had several veterans who just came out as guests, and they're racing now.
And they might even get their family involved.
Yeah, we bring the families along, too. We've had several families come out where we feed them all. We take care of the whole weekend expense.
That's so cool.
Just get here to us, and we'll take care of the food. We take care of everything. Just show up for us.
Yeah, most of them probably work their tail off, too.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool. Give them something to do. Well, we really appreciate everything that you're doing,
all right.
man.
Thanks, man.
Nice of you to come out here, and hopefully you guys can make that Ironman. Have Alex finish it, and then who else you got?
Alex is out there. Our three drivers this weekend are Dale, Trevor, and Matt. And then we have Brock was out, one of our veterans. And let's see, we have Paul, Chuck, and I'm going to forget some, Frank, Mike, and Michael.
Dude, good job remembering everybody.
Yep,
So
just meet them, and I'm still trying to remember them.
Perfect. Well, you're doing good at remembering everybody's names, man.
All right.
Appreciate you coming by, and keep doing the good work.
Thank you, man. I appreciate what you guys do, too.
All right, we'll get back to some racing. Thank you guys very much for hanging tight with us. Just want to give you guys a little bit of an update. We're going to keep the stream going. We got looks like 4 hours and 20 minutes left. But as you can see, it's raining pretty decent. The camera doesn't show it justice or do it justice here, but we are getting quite a bit of rain on course right now. So we only have 2 still cameras, I think, or 3 still cameras that are giving us any footage that we can really talk about. And some of the drivers have come back in the pits. That's why you saw that congestion on the racing tracks map. So we are going to take a little bit of a break. We'll probably get some food. And if you guys want to hang tight, that's cool. We will come back after it lets up a little bit. All right, as you can see on the screen, we have quite a bit of mud. All these racers coming in the pits. Man, we don't have too much action, so we are going to go to an interview that we did yesterday with Chance Haugen and Andy Ives. All right, we got Chance Haugen over here rolling up the cord, and Andy Ives both racing side-by-side 12-hour race today with us. You guys have put in a lot of prep, man. You're still doing it. Andy, what's the deal, man? You getting ready for tomorrow?
I mean, look at the track. She's gonna be a little tight tomorrow. So this is a short course car. So we raced the Champ Series this last year. So trying to do what we can to make it a machine for this race coming up here tomorrow.
So maybe give us a little bit of a rundown. You guys got a new platform that you're grabbing here?
Yeah, this is the Pro Arc. So
why don't you come over here and tell us about it?
This is the 4-cylinder. A little bit longer wheelbase than the Pro XP. It's 104.5-inch wheelbase, which is pretty awesome for this stuff. This should really help for the big rocky stuff. A lot of suspension travel as well. Over 22 inches of suspension travel. So we won't be getting high centered around the poker end today, and a couple of other vehicles out there getting hung up on rocks and stuff. So this car will be awesome for the terrain. I think it's a little bit wider than the stock X Series and stuff like that. She's 74 inches wide. So we'll see if that becomes an issue at all. But I think it'll be good. We drove the pre-runners out there today and didn't really have any issues with the four-seaters. So So 4-seater fits, a 2-seater should be pretty solid.
We talked to a few people already, and then we were trying to ask them like what the move is when you have to keep the car alive for 12 hours. That's longer than most desert races that are out there, and those take a lot of pit crew support and different things. What are you guys doing to make sure the cars cross the finish line?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a race of attrition tomorrow, especially that it's supposed to rain right at the beginning of a race. I think at 6 o'clock in the morning, start raining on us. So definitely be attrition, but yeah, it's really the prep of the cars beforehand. That's what we're still working on now. Doing everything you can to get the car ready to go is key. Getting ready for the race isn't going to really what's going to make you win the race or do well in the race. So the other part of it is communication. Getting your communications with your pit crew figured out, having a good strategy for fueling, all that kind of stuff. That really plays a big role. You don't want to lose minutes in the pits every time you come to fuel. So we did this the race last year and we learned some things. We didn't have a stellar race last time, so I think we're going to come back here and have a pretty good shot at getting on the podium. So
there's a lot of strategy that goes behind all this stuff. Like we had said before about the vehicles crossing the finish line, but what do you do yourself to be able to make sure? Do you take goos in the car? Do you make sure you get electrolytes? How do you perform the best for yourself?
So I don't know. I don't do the goo stuff. I could ride that treadmill maybe and get a little better in shape too, but we're going to split it up. I'll start the race, and then Chance will jump in, and then kind of take a trip back and forth. So if you get tired, you have time to get back out and have the other driver jump in. So I don't think that's going to play too big a role. You guys mentioned like desert races, like Baja 1000 this last year was 22 hours long type of thing. So it's nothing that you can't do in these cars. And again, with the suspension on this thing, it's not like the old 800s and stuff that beat you up. They're really comfortable actually. They're really capable machines. So it's really more machine versus beating your body up type of thing. So that's why these old fat guys can still do it.
So Chance, what's going on? Dude, you came all the way from Prescott, Arizona.
Oh yeah.
To race out here at Texplex. And you're meeting all your buddies, gonna have some fun, right?
Yeah.
Like what's the vibe for you?
Vibe for me, rolling with Andy. Andy and me are really good buddies. Met at Champ Off-Road. He took me basically under his wing. I was just going at it, me and him. Strategy for the race. We're going 3 hours each, so he does 2 strands of 3 hours, I do 2 strands of 3 hours. But if that doesn't work out, just whoever gets tired, we'll just keep changing drivers. So that's the plan for the race tomorrow.
So it sounds like being flexible is going to be pretty important too. So does that mean that you guys are also flexible in the setup of the car too? Like if he comes off and says, I think we're a little too soft in the rear, or I think we need to change tire pressure or do something to the car, does that mean that you guys both provide feedback to each other so you can negotiate that?
Yeah, we'll do feedback to the car and probably to the track, but awesome thing about the Pro R with Andy and their whole team over there is the shocks, you can adjust them on the fly. There's buttons on the steering wheel, so you don't got to mess with shock tools or anything like that. So on the fly, push of a button. And tire pressure, we're going to bump them up a little bit higher because there were a lot of rocks out there, so don't want any flat tires, but other than that, we're pretty golden.
So did you get to do the pre-run today? Or
Yeah, we did.
Poker run?
Yep.
What did you think of the track?
Very tight, technical, steep uphill, downhill. Is definitely going to be a race of attrition and to see who can survive the longest.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I think it's going to be such a fun race for everybody. Good luck out there, man.
All right, thank you.
Can't wait to see you up front.
Yeah. If you see me and Andy walking around, you're pretty well.
All right, we got Chance Haugen over here rolling up the cord, and Andy Ives both racing side-by-side 12-hour race today with us. You guys have put in a lot of prep, man. You're still doing it. Andy, what's the deal, man? You getting ready for tomorrow?
I mean, look at the track. She's gonna be a little tight tomorrow. So this is a short course car. So we raced the Champ Series this last year. So trying to do what we can to make it a machine for this race coming up here tomorrow.
So maybe give us a little bit of a rundown. You guys got a new platform that you're grabbing here?
Yeah, this is the Pro R. So
why don't you come over here and tell us about it?
This is the 4-cylinder. A little bit longer wheelbase than the Pro XP. It's 104.5-inch wheelbase, which is pretty awesome for this stuff. This should really help for the big rocky stuff. A lot of suspension travel as well. Over 22 inches of suspension travel. So we won't be getting high centered around the poker run today, and a couple of other vehicles out there getting hung up on rocks and stuff. So this car will be awesome for the terrain, I think. It's a little bit wider than the stock X Series and stuff like that. She's 74 inches wide. So we'll see if that becomes an issue at all, but I think it'll be good. We drove the pre-runners out there today and didn't really have any issues with the 4-seaters. So 4-seater fits, a 2-seater should be pretty solid.
We talked to a few people already, and then we were trying to ask them like what the move is. All right, checking out some of this race action. Get our camera guys out there on course, banking the footage for us. You can see these cars still just packed with mud. Taking it easy on some of these lines, though, because these things can get pretty treacherous. You can see a lot of them just staying off the brakes, letting the car kind of roll through the corners, letting it do what it's going to do. It's a lot better on the. It's a lot easier on the cars, but it's a lot better on your driving control. You see that driver getting a little squirrely. You can't even tell who the drivers are now because all these cars are so brown. But it seems like most of these drivers are getting a pretty good understanding of what it takes to have the cars just kind of roll through the corners and stuff. This section of the track looks like it's actually pretty good. A lot of dirt soaked in or run off. Yeah, not sure if you guys can hear the audio or not, but it looks like a lot of these drivers are kind of just, like I said, letting the cars do what they're going to do. Driver is letting the Honda pass by. Looks like Sean Hess, cross Kirchmeier, round out another lap. Looks like that would look like it was the On Mission Motorsports we just were talking to just a little bit ago. Back to some of the drone footage. So some of the track being shortened for these drivers. And just sliding. Pretty wild conditions. I don't know what you guys think, but I think it's wild that we're still running this broadcast in all this weather. It's pretty cool. Kudos to the drone guys for keeping the stream alive. Yeah. Yeah, with the drone it is hard to see if it's raining, but it is still sprinkling out there. Let us know what you guys think. Thanks for hanging out on YouTube with us and checking things out, but let us know what you guys think as well. All right, Chad Deutsch, you just came off the track just a little bit ago, man. It is insane how much mud is all over you, and it's still gnarlier out there.
Yeah, it's getting worse. Luckily, I came off track just as it started to get really nasty. So Ty, one of our co-drivers, got in, and he got the brunt of the rain. And now Danny's in, and then I'll run the final 2 hours. So
Who's so how many people you guys had in the crew, like manning driving duties?
So basically, it's Ty Phillips, Danny Hill, and myself. And what we do is the car needs fuel every 2 hours, so it kind of works out that way. We just rotate a driver through.
Perfect. Yeah,
So,
just get it done every time. Get
Yeah.
all of the stuff done every time, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Looks like they're doing yellow flag going into the pits. I'm not sure if anything's going on, but give us a little bit of a rundown about the inclement weather and how it's been affecting your guys' strategy in your race day.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously throws a monkey wrench into it. I mean, we come from the Midwest where we XC race a lot. So although none of us really love the mud, we happen to be kind of good at it. We've had a little trouble with the race car today, though, so I don't want to get too braggadocious. But
Yeah.
well,
it's always, you got to be flexible, man.
yeah, and this being the first year with this at this track with the, kind of the woods and the rocks
Yeah.
and stuff, it is a little more XC style than the
And
previous
it'll only
year.
get
So.
better too, right?
Yep.
Well, so give us a little bit of a backstory then. So you guys are driving a Honda Talon.
Yep.
And you guys got 3 drivers. And where'd you guys come from?
So I own Dr. Power Sports in Cedar Falls. We're a multi-line dealership. I also have factory Honda support, so that's
Perfect.
where the talent comes from. And then Danny and Ty are just guys that I normally support. They actually normally race an X3. Each one of them does.
But you said, not this time, boys. We race a Honda.
Yeah, no, they've been coming with me for the last couple of years and partaking in this, and they actually really do enjoy the Honda. So, it works good for them.
Yeah, that's cool. And we didn't expect it. Well, we kind of did expect there was some rain, but it's pretty crazy for me to see. Like, we've seen a bunch of the developing ruts and stuff out there. We haven't been on track, and you have. During the time before the rain started, or right when the rain started that you were out there, it looked like some of the ruts were developing to be 3, 4, 5 feet deep almost.
I mean, they're getting pretty deep, and I mean, one of the strategies is you just kind of ride off to, like, say, the left if you're turning right,
Yeah,
and
you
kind of
try to
ride
ride on
up
the
on the
crown
outside
molding.
of it. Yep. Otherwise, like in our case, we brought an R car, a short course car, with 29-inch tires on it, so we got about 11 3/4 inches or 11.5 inches of ground clearance or whatever.
In these
so
situations, you could always use more.
yeah, like we should have brought the XC car, a little narrower, a little taller, but.
What kind of tires are you using?
We are running Maxxis Carnivores.
Okay, so
today.
you got a pretty aggressive tire. Those tires seem like they were the tire of choice when it started getting a little bit wetter out there on course. Does that mean that it changes the way that you manage the vehicle?
Today we had some challenges thrown at us with just kind of some one-off failures with the broken header and broken airbox and things like that. So that really changes up our game plan more. I mean, the inclement weather, it's just more of getting water resources available to clean radiators and intercoolers and things like that because they really get
just
plugged
make
up
sure
in
that
mud.
the car makes it to the finish line.
Ye-
Right? That's
ex-
not your car right there, is it?
No, that looks like that might be Hess.
Yeah, it looks like
Yep.
it. Well, it's a definite
Yep.
Honda, but
Yep.
yeah, it looks like it might be Hess.
Yep.
You got a different cooler in the back of yours?
I run a Hess
Got
radiator
it.
as
Okay,
well.
so it might
yeah.
be you. No.
Yeah. So
it is really cool to see the environment, though, right? And usually racers race against each other, but
Yeah.
now you pick maybe some of your competitors, maybe some of your friends, and you're all racing as a team. That's a whole different environment.
yeah, it's been a great time. I mean, like everybody around us, we've been helping them fuel or get the welder out to weld a trailing arm when one's broke or those different different things. It's a long race, so it's fun to help help the guys next to you, even if they are competitors.
Absolutely.
So.
Well, so we're throwing a caution flag. I'm sure that you're itching to get back to the pits, wait for your car to be back there, and see if there's going to be any changes and what happens with the direction of the race.
Yep.
And if it still continues. So we'll let you get back to the car. Man, I really appreciate you
I
coming
appreciate
out
it.
and having fun.
You bet.
And good luck. Keep the
All right,
dealership going, man. Keep
Right
having
on.
fun with all these boys.
Right on. Sounds good.
Appreciate it. Thanks,
Thank you.
Chad.
All right, guys. I did my part. Thank you.
All right, not too much action on the track. We got a caution flag. We'll give you a little bit of an update here. As you can see, the leaderboard has kind of changed, kind of stayed the same. Hunter Miller, Kyle Cheney out front. Ryan Tewksbury and his squad, second place. Sean Hess. Ed Cross Kirchmeyer still in third, doing a very good job. Let's see here. In fourth, we got Cody Taylor and Cody Miller, Team Cody. Broker in fifth. Stone, 6th. Methke, 7th. Slocum in 8th. Wow, we got a bunch of fans in Massachusetts getting all stoked for your position, man. 9th is Haugen. 10th is Colagero. Jung, 11th. Thomas, 12th. Deutsch, who we just had in here, his driver is out there in 13th. Navratsky, 14th. Donald, 15th. Let's see here. Latorno, 16. Holderfer, 17. Jung, 18. Robbins, 19. And round out the top 20, we got Byarski. Man, it has been one heck of a mud fest out here at the side-by-side 12-hour race. We have just a few drivers left on course, still out there giving it their all. The rundown is still Hunter Miller, Tewksbury, Hess, Cody Miller, Broker, Stone, Bethke, Slocum, Haugen. Kelligrew round out the top 10. See, man, he's got some fenders hanging off. It looks like maybe Haugen. So the latest on the race is 49 minutes from now at 5:45 Central Time. We will be stopping the race just after dark. So all the drivers that are left on course, they got to get it done in the next 45 minutes. Let's see how things go. In the meantime, you guys can hit that promo code over at Hess Motorsports. 12-hour live. Go save on some Hess Motorsports products. All right, so we've been getting a little bit of misinformation and hopefully some correct information that we can relay to you guys about the duration of the race. We were told that they were going to call it at 5:45, but now we have word that we think we're going to be able to run all the way up until 7 o'clock to complete the 12-hour duration. So we're going to go into dark for probably about 2 hours or so because the sun is getting ready to set. I am definitely impressed by the, wow, look at that. That's the speed of that Honda Talent. Looks like the Hess guys still out there just ripping. Super cool to still see these guys giving it their all. Not very many guys left moving on the track, but they're definitely doing a good job, the guys that are still out there. Still raining out here. We get actually some lightning and thunder, but we got drones out there being able to follow this. You can see those cars. It's basically like just like driving a jet ski through some of this terrain. The cars just skating around all over the track. But it seems like these guys have gotten used to it. I think muscle memory is going to play a key factor in this race. You can see a lot of the guys have lights. Just a second ago, you saw the pit crew working on lights for a Yamaha YXZ. That's going to be significant in the next couple hours because those lights get clogged up with mud. Well, and you can't see. So it's going to be interesting to see how fast these guys can go, if they can see, how often they're going to have to clean their lights. If they're going to have to stop in the pits every single time they come through to get their lights wiped. Be very interesting in the next few minutes after the sun goes down. Thank you guys for tuning in on YouTube. We really appreciate you guys checking out the live feed. We haven't had too much changes in the race order. Everybody's kind of staying the same. Gaps are still staying about the same. Thanks, Steve Mueller, for the comment. He's been away. Why are they stopping the race? Well, we got some bad information here in the production booth. I don't think they're going to stop the race. We've been told two different things, that they were going to stop at 5:45, as well as we're going to try to do the full 12-hour duration and still keep it going until 7 o'clock. I think it's going to provide some interesting racing as the lights on these cars are going to be getting clogged up with mud. So I think people are going to keep their gaps and not go behind each other very much. But we will see how things start working out. Now, this is not a race car. This is a car just coming through pits. But you can see how muddy his car is already getting. little bit of a battle in the mud. Oh, wow, just pitching it sideways going in the corner, man. Pretty crazy as to how these guys are controlling their vehicles. It's a lot to handle, man. Oh, he's got long travel, so he's looking pretty good. And you can just see how the line selections have changed. These two drivers, it's about the closest battle that we have on the course right now. Both of these drivers, they're probably not wanting to get too close to each other just to make sure that they don't get too much mud on their lenses. You can see this Yamaha has 4 lights on it. Be interesting to see. Oh, these guys have lights on theirs as well. But those lights were covered in mud just a couple seconds ago. So we will see how much mud they have in about 20 minutes here after they complete their next lap. Man, lights are going to be so crucial. Man, making the pass right here. Oh, man, it's going to be difficult to make the pass. Wow, just wide open around the outside. Look at how much power he was exerting out of his car with all of that roost. It almost looked like a jet boat roost. We had a couple questions come in through Facebook. Thank you very much, Mark Kresge. Is the leaderboard correct? Yes, I think it is pretty close to being correct. I don't want to be the one that says it is fully correct, but I think it's pretty close to being correct. So we're going to use that as our unofficial results. It's going to be a little bit hard to tally everything, making sure everybody's transponders are working properly. But there's not that many people still out on track. So to our best assumption, or my best assumption, this is all correct at the moment. Thank you, John Misty. Awesome job today. Thank you for all of the coverage, and good luck to all the racers. Well, it's no problem, man. We just appreciate you watching. The guys in the production crew have done a fantastic job today, faced with very, very adverse conditions. All of this technology and all this equipment and Mother Nature can still bring us to our knees, but these guys find some way to fly their drones in the rain, to get out there and find locations, to be able to get you guys these shots. I wish you guys could see some of the behind the scenes, how muddy these guys are walking around. Their mud boots, their cameras, all of their equipment, putting it to the test to provide you with this great coverage. So thank you to the Outlaw Productions TV crew. And obviously, thank you very much to all of the Outlaw Series staff as well for getting everybody signed up and obviously keeping everybody safe out here. It's really crazy to me to be able to see all this mud and these guys still just trucking along. Looks like we got a Pro R coming into the pits there. Some of these vehicles will probably weigh in excess of 5 to, I don't know, how about let's just say 300 to 500 pounds extra compared to what they weighed before. This mud gets in every single crevice of these cars. But they're still cruising along, man. UTVs have come a long way. All right, we saw a couple guys on YouTube just asking for a rundown of the leaderboard. I don't want to say that any of this is 100% correct, but the leaderboard on your screen right now in the sportsman class should be pretty close to correct. At least it was the latest updates that we've received with the weather and the storms and stuff. It's very difficult for us to know whether this is the latest or not. The communication is very difficult. But this should be pretty close. So Apex Auto Works, there was no sound because we weren't talking. We were working on some stuff behind the scenes, just trying to make sure that we can still bring you some pictures. If you can't hear us now, still let us know.
Their feed to you, the Excel sheet.
Definitely want to thank you guys all for hanging in there, watching the races. We got about an hour and a half left. Looks like we're going to end around 7 o'clock.
Oh, there we go. That's live.
All right, so I will give you a little rundown. It looks like we have some of the new scoring. Best that we can give you in the side-by-side 12-hour pro class. We have Hunter Miller, Ryan Tewksbury, Sean Hess, Cody Miller, Caleb Broker, Brian Stone, Ian Bethke, Tim Slocum. No, Tim's moving up a little bit. Chance Haugen. Oh, no, Tim's in the same spot. John Calaguro, Glenn Jung, William Thomas, Chad Deutsch, David Navratsky, Chris Donald, 15th, Jack Latorno, Drew Holdfelder, Drew Holdeffer, Glenn Jung, Dustin Robbins, and Ariel Byarski. So let's see here. If you look at the lap times that these guys have done, man, Hunter Miller is 2 laps ahead. Second place, Ryan Tewksbury has done 28 laps. Hunter Miller has done 30 laps. So the closest battles on course are between second, third, and fourth, all on their 28th lap. And let's move over to the sportsman class. In first is Robert Murkowski. He has done 25 laps. So technically he would be in the top 10 in the pro class right now. Let's see here. Second place is Ryan Lewis. He's done 23 laps. Third place is Patrick Shamlin, 22 laps. Michael Byarski in fourth at 22 laps as well. Randy Leach, fifth. At Enola, Pennsylvania, 22 laps. Jubal and Rachel Cheatwood in sixth. They've done 21 laps. Sean Capps, seventh. Looks like he's done about 18 laps. And then we're kind of dropping off the laps here now. So Dale McCord, 8th, 17 laps. Sean Philbin, 9th, 17 laps. Donovan Willis, 17 laps, 10th place. 11th, Vince Broker, 16 laps. Reese Fulman, 12th, 15 laps. Justin Moore, 13th place. He's done 14 laps. Alexander Knoll, 14th place, 13 laps. Ricky Johns, 15th place. And let's see here. He's done 9 laps. Greg Rice done 7 laps, 16th place. And Kevin Adds, 17th with 3 laps. So a lot of those guys have already retired and probably actually already eaten a hamburger. But a lot of those guys have retired. So hopefully that helps you helps answer some of your questions, John. Really appreciate you guys commenting in and just kind of hanging out with us. So a lot of these drivers are just hoping, wishing, and praying that they finish. I do want to give a shout out to the women as well. So Shaylee Broker, she is been in first this whole time for the women, but she's on her 14th lap. I don't know if she's still out there or not. But, man, that is awesome to see that you guys are pushing through. 14 laps in conditions like this is pretty intense. Yeah, Apex Auto Works, no problem, man. Glad you can hear us now. Appreciate the love. Appreciate all you guys tuning in. We do this for you guys, man. You should see how muddy all of the camera crew is and all the producers and everybody. I can only imagine what the safety crew looks like right now with just rescuing all those cars. Mud boots have been purchased a lot today.
Everybody hold your shots.
Man, did you guys see that shot of Hunter Miller or Kyle Chaney, whoever was driving, just ripping in the mud coming around that last corner? Harlan, I hope you were out there, man. That would have been a banger photo for one of the front pages of a UTV magazine. John Misty, thank you very much. Sounds good now. Any of you guys that are watching the feed, please feel free to comment in. We have a bunch of stuff that we will obviously would like to be able to do better. The production crew has done a fantastic job today. But let us know, man. I think it's just a crazy circumstances and set of events that we've seen today with the fog, the inclement weather, the rain, thunder and lightning, and all kinds of crazy stuff that's been happening out here. And the baseline of racing a 12-hour side-by-side race. That's hard enough with awesome conditions, let alone these crazy conditions that these guys have been dealing with all day. I mean, look at this Yamaha. It must weigh, 300 pounds heavier than it normally does with all of that mud. Look at the roost coming off the front. I mean, that is just insane. That shot was a really good video shot depicting everything that's going on in this race. I mean, look at this car. This it's probably dropped 4 inches in ride height because it's so low now compared to what it was when it started. And the amount of rain and roost that's coming off the front and back of these cars. I wonder how much work these guys are going to have to do when they get these vehicles home, because they're going to have to clean out the whole inside of the trailer, the whole inside of the motorhome, and take apart every single nut and bolt on these cars to be able to get them back to race prep. We'll have to see what the smiles on their faces are after they get out. We should probably give them a little bit of time to get warm, though. Maybe they got a hot shower in their RV and they can warm up. So look at the amount of roost coming off the back of these cars.
Camera 2, you're up. Camera 2, you're still up. Nice shot. Okay. As soon as you're reset, I'm coming to you. Still on.
Here we go. We've got a Can-Am coming into the G3 Motorsports pit.
I know. I see. I'm fixing to come. You're back on. 2, you're back up. We're watching the.
I can only imagine what they're doing to this car to get him back out there. But you can see, like, look at the tires right now, too. They have almost, well, they're filtering a little bit, but those tires are definitely doing some work out there in the mud. I like that they're using a rear light as well.
Okay, we're on camera 3 for a minute, but Josh, hold your shot. Very cool. Going to drift around the corner.
Oh, here he goes. Somebody's hauling into that last turn, man. Just kidding. Sideways. Sounds like a Polaris coming through. Yep.
Coming in 2, Josh, and coming back to you. Coming back to Josh. Josh, you're up. I don't mean to repeat myself, but just making sure everybody knows where we are all the time.
All right. Car still in the G3 Motorsports pits. I think now is basically the time where they can take their time and they can say, all we want to do is finish. Oh, it looks like they shut down that car. We talked about it earlier with Sean Hess. You never want to turn off a running race car. So let's see if this car, those guys seem like they're in pretty good spirits. They don't seem like they're hurrying. They don't seem like they're doing anything crazy, moving too fast. So I think they're just trying to listen to the driver and see. These guys must have radio communication in their pockets or somewhere where they can hear what he's saying. Seeing if he wants to do something. One thing that I like about these guys is these guys are all listening. They're understanding what's going on. You can see them all thinking. Now they can see them hustling over there to the right. There we go. Looks like he's firing it back up.
Staying on you 2 because they're firing the car back up. Okay. Camera 2, we're staying on you. Looks like he fired the car back up.
Let's see what these guys say. It looks like he went and got something to work on the front end of that car. We'll come back to these guys in a little bit and see how these guys do. Another Can-Am coming around. All right, we're still looking. It look
cool shot. Just as I cut back to camera 2, the other car went by. That was awesome.
looks like when you see somebody like that in the pits there. Oh, there's another car in the pits as well. So now, like I said before at the beginning of the show earlier this morning, this is going to be. Oh, looks like he might have to retire that X3. But this was going to be a race that they may win or lose in the pits. And it looks like they're going to be calling it, man. A battle of attrition, to say the least.
Oh, now he's gone now. Swing around and catch him coming out.
Wow. To say they're dropping like flies would be an understatement. The amount of attrition or patience and wanting to push through and never give up that is going through all of these guys' head is just insane.
Okay. Camera 3, you're up. So everybody's fixing to lose a battery, right? Yeah, Josh, go ahead and swap.
All right, so you guys can see the rain still coming down on this lake. out here at Rednecks and Paychecks Off-Road Park for the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. We are under 1.5 hours away from the finish of this race. Thinking as a racer and watching these cars go around, about all I can think is probably the same thing you guys are thinking at home watching this or wherever you guys are watching this. Whoever finishes this race is going to get on the podium, man. This is just insane. The amount of cars that have dropped off and the amount of cars that are still running, both of those statistics blow my mind. If you saw and you've been watching, oh, look at that drone shot. That is a great understanding of the transition in vision for all of these guys going back out on track. You can't see that it's muddy out there. You cannot see any of the ruts. You cannot see anything except for what is right in front of you. So these drivers that are going around course, their vision is so limited right now. They can probably only see, I'm guessing, maybe 5 to 20 feet in front of their vehicles. And as that light gets wiped clean in the pits, they probably have half a lap until that light gets dirty again. So the vision gets even worse. Let's just say a quarter, halfway through that lap until they get back, man. It's going to create a total sense of urgency to be able to come back into the pits to wipe those lights clean. Look at the ground there. If you did not have any of those lights from the pits, you would not be able to see anything. I got to say, man, these guys are probably so stoked on their light sponsors now. I think these guys got Baja Designs, Rigid Lights, any of these manufacturers. These are a godsend for these people now. Not just the light bars, not just the headlights, not just the front lights, but the rear lights. Anybody that has a rear light is going to have a much better chance of not getting bumped into. You can see the rain still coming down. The lights that are off in the distance there. All of this stuff is great for us, but, man, I can only imagine what the drivers are going through when they leave this infield section. There you go. You can see the rain coming down through those spotlights. So this infield section is lit up pretty good. You can see the drone giving you a static shot there. If you look off to your right, if you look off towards the top of your screen and you look off towards the left, there is zero light out there. Zero. Especially going through the bushes. So we have an hour and 40-something minutes left that these guys are going to be driving on muscle memory and relying on their lighting systems to be able to get them to the finish. You can see the rain coming down right there. It has not slowed down at all. Whether this is good or bad, I guess it's up to you. I guess it's up to your personal preference, but holy smokes, have these conditions changed. Look at that. No, that's just rain right there. It's just coming through with gust of wind. I'm going to go ahead and open YouTube up again and see if you guys have any new questions or want anything answered. Look at that right there. You can see all the rain coming down. When you look in the lighting, the lit area right there, you can see some of the direction of the wind. It is really crazy to see these conditions. Yeah, one of our producers in here is making some good points. This is very good visuals for us. Unfortunately, we don't have that many race cars coming around, but this is a good understanding so that we can get a really good idea of what these drivers are doing. But, man, if it's good for us, it's bad for them because, holy cow, they have some serious adversity that they're facing out on the course. And let's see here. I'm going to run through the leaderboard here for you guys. It looks like we still have.
Hold up, camera 2. You're on. You're all I got right now. Okay, camera 3. I'll go to you. Camera 3, you're up. 2, you're clear to do whatever you need to do. Refresh. Actually, I can just go here. Oops. Okay, didn't mean to do that. I just go like this. Oh, no, it won't.
All right. So the latest update
Camera 3, you're hot.
is Hunter Miller and Kyle Cheney. The latest update is Hunter Miller and Kyle Cheney are still in first place with 36 laps. Sean Hess has moved into second place, passing Tewksbury, and Cody Miller has passed Ryan Tewksbury as well.
3, you're up. 3, you're up. As if it couldn't get any more.
A lot of these guys are getting updated right now.
It's actually getting more muddy. I couldn't believe it.
So it looks like Hunter Miller is still a lap ahead. Sean Hess, 36 laps. Hunter Miller with 37 laps. We're going to third place, Cody Miller and Cody Taylor with 35 laps. Ryan Tewksbury with 33 laps. So some of these guys facing some adversity here. It's going to be very difficult for any of the top 3 to switch positions now just because of where they're at. It looks like Sean Hess is down roughly 1 lap and, 1 lap and a minute and 30 seconds. So, man, it's going to be difficult. But it looks like probably, I want to take a wild guess and say maybe the top 12 or 13 are still circling the course. Then we get down to 15th. It looks like 17 laps or so. I'm not sure if they're still circling the course. In the sportsman class, we got first place Robert Murkowski, and he's got 30 laps. Let's see here. Second place is Jubal and Rachel Cheatwood. Man, that's cool. Husband and wife team. I love to see that. All the way from Louisiana. They got 26 laps. And top 3 is Ryan Lewis with 25 laps. So doing very well. Man, you can just see the rain coming down. Holy smokes. It is not letting up.
Yeah, it's really coming down here now. Okay, Josh, I'm coming to you. Okay. 3's got somebody moving around back there.
Thank you all for joining us on YouTube. This has just been a crazy circumstances, a crazy set of events.
2, you're up, just for a change of pace for a minute. Okay,
All right, looks like Sean Hess and Cross Kirchmeier. I'm not sure who is in the driver's seat, but they just came in to do some adjustments, maybe get some fuel. Man, that car is so much lower now just because of the extra weight. But they're going back out on course. Like I said before, it's going to be very difficult for these top 3 positions, top 4 positions to change with the conditions. But, man, we still got an hour and 11 minutes left. And as we've seen today, anything can happen. I don't think speed is going to be a very big factor. I think speed is going to be what it is. But I do think that the conditions, the vehicles, the strategy, all of that stuff will come into play in this last hour and a few minutes coming down to the finish here.
Remember, if Hess wins top 3, you get a 15% coupon code.
And we mentioned it before in the stream, but if you're just joining us now, you can see there's a 10% off promo code for Hess Motorsports down at the bottom left of your screen with 12-hour live. Feel free to go to the website right now and purchase some stuff from Hess Motorsports, but we also have a surprise for you guys. We mentioned it once before in the live stream. If Sean Hess and Cross Kirchmeyer come home on the podium, they are going to issue you guys a promo code for an even bigger discount. That promo code will be announced as the unofficial race results get released at the end of the race. So if you guys want a bigger discount from them, let's cross our fingers that they get that Honda Talent home, man. Sean Hess is sitting good. Unfortunately, those results on the screen, we'll probably remove the results off the screen right now.
Just a second, in the middle of something. Camera 2, we're on you. Okay, yeah. 3's resetting. Camera 2, we're still on you. Following him into the pit.
Because those results have not been updated.
Back to 3. Okay, which that's. I think that's those two. Is it off?
Yeah. So those results have not been updated. I'll try to pay attention to the timing and scoring sheets and see if I can get you guys updates. So any of you guys at home watching that own your own side-by-side, if you've been riding in the mud, you know that it takes it does a lot of different things. Makes your belt get hotter. Makes you slide out, obviously. Different conditions to drive in. You like mud, you can go like play in the mud, bounce around some of the puddles and stuff. Oh, here we go. We got a hot dog coming through that corner. Here we go, watching the safety crew go out. They are having their own issues as well. But you know how it affects your side-by-side when you're in the mud like this. And these guys have the arduous task of racing a 12-hour race in all these different conditions. I don't know what car that is. Looks like a Polaris, but man, maybe even a Pro R. It looks like it is really, really low to the ground with all that added extra weight. Look at the front of that car. It may have sustained some damage, but man, this is some wild circumstances to be riding in. And let's make sure we take note of the drivers and the co-drivers if there is one. These guys are soaking wet. It's probably, let me look at my phone and see what the weather is out here. These guys are soaking wet. I mean, they've been in the rain for God knows how many hours now. It is under 55 degrees now. And these guys are moving. They do not have windshields, completely soaking wet, and have to make sure that they're keeping up their body temperatures. I can only imagine how freezing cold their hands are. Some of the stuff that these guys could have done in the pits is get a trash bag, poke a hole in it, and put it over their outfit so that the plastic lets the raindrops fall right off. So that would have been a good idea. Maybe some of these guys had that already planned.
Cody coming out. We're on you too. We're on you. He barely got out of it.
Man, look at how muddy those cars are. It is so difficult for those guys. These cars are in four-wheel drive, and they're still sliding that much. It is wild. I'm surprised that these lights aren't getting more muddy, but it's fantastic for these drivers, making sure that they have light to get around the track. Thank you to everybody that's tuned in today. Thank you to all of our sponsors. You can see them rotating at the bottom right of our screen. If you haven't been with us all day and for some reason you're just tuning in, we've been on for 12 hours. We've been on for 11 hours now. And you don't know where we're at. We are at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am in St. Joe, Texas at Rednecks and Paychecks Off-Road. We are just outside of Munster, Texas. Very north in Texas. Just close to Oklahoma. And today has been, well, I don't even know what to call it, honestly. Today has been a crazy day for these teams, for these drivers, for these fill-in drivers, for the whole crew. Man, look at all that rain come down, and these guys still have just over an hour left. So here's a great picture. This shows the loyalty and the work ethic. Oh, man, choosing not to use gloves. Wow. This year he may have just took them off. He's wiping out his eyeballs. Trying to make sure that he gets them as clean as possible. Let's see if we can figure out who that is. So we're going to try to see if we can get it. But this is what I'm talking about, the camaraderie. Like, look at these guys just standing out there in the rain, communicating with the driver and the co-driver, seeing if they need any help. It's obvious that the driver's eyes are just smoked, but he's trying to see if he can maybe continue. It didn't look like they shut off the car yet. And unfortunately, we can't see who that is in the vehicle, but we got another car in the pits. Number 410.
Camera 3, we're on you. Get back on that truck. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, he's stuck.
Oh, great.
Even with four-wheel drive, she's going to be stuck. Does she even know she's on the track? They better yellow flag it because that's right where they come out of that turn and they're drifting. Camera 2, I'm going to you for a minute.
All right, let me just tell you guys, as we switch the camera view from an unfortunate spectator got herself in a very bad predicament. Robert Murkowski is number 410, still doing well.
Yeah, there's a four-wheeler going out. She's going out there to yellow flag it. All right. Jesus Christ.
Oh, man. I don't even know what to say about some of the situations that people get themselves into.
They've got a yellow flagger down at the curve now.
I apologize if this hurts anybody's feelings, but please do not make stupid decisions like that. Do not ever go out on course with a vehicle. If you don't know where you're going, ask a question before you make a decision like that. This is a very unsafe situation, and it's mostly for them, not the racers. But please do not make decisions like this, people.
The guy on the four-wheeler?
Our safety crew is already en route to be able to go help this person. As you see, the rain's still falling. That driver that was getting a help from his teammates.
Camera 3, if you want to pull out slowly and put the SUV on the far left part of your frame. There you go. And then you can lock that camera down. A little further, a little further, a little further.
Looks like we got the safety crew rolling in. We're going to
Right there. Lock that down.
we're going to give a little bit of assistance to the person that made this unfortunate decision for themselves and the racers. So we have some cars coming in. It looks like there is somebody out there kind of flagging and letting people know.
She ain't going anywhere. She's not going anywhere until she gets towed.
Thank goodness we still have some very educated and good people driving out on the race course to be able to avoid this situation. The spectator family member or whoever it was that made that unfortunate decision, a very poor choice, but thank goodness for the racers. Looks like we are just under 1 hour away from finishing the 12-hour side-by-side race out here at Redneck and Paychecks Off-Road in St. Joe, Texas. Here we go. Looks like we got a recovery vehicle going out there to help out. And we'll get back to a little bit of racing as the safety crew gets everything figured out. Some of these pit stops, you can look at all of the rain just dripping off these easy ups.
I thought she found it. It's like someone's having so much fun and got lost on the track.
Oh, Cody passed Tewksbury. Where's my mouse? Oh.
I don't know why I was holding it. This is your habit, I guess. But she's going to have to turn at some point. Yeah, they're not going to. They're pushing it, but. Yeah, there's a gate down there, isn't there? Okay.
Thank you very much to our safety crew.
You're going to yell, don't stop, and it's going to make her stop. She's going to stop to see what you said.
For helping out the stranded driver.
Oh, man, they're getting ready to be right in the middle of a muddy mess here if this car gets here before they make that turn.
I don't know about you guys, but I just had a breath of fresh air knowing that this driver is finally safe and that decision or that choice did not result in anything worse than that. So thank you to the track crew for helping her out. Great job to the drivers that were driving well and avoiding the added obstacle on course just at an hour away from their finish.
56 minutes, guys. 56 minutes left. Don't you get that? Huh? Oh, you were in the pits. I thought you were over with the stuck car. Okay. Three, you're still the man.
Updated scoring. Miller has.
All right, so let's go over some updated scoring. As you guys see on your screen, this is the latest update we have gotten. First place, still Hunter Miller and Kyle Cheney. Sean Hess and Cross Kirchmeyer, second place. Cody Miller has moved by Ryan Tewksbury and his team. So Team Cody getting into a podium position. 5th place is Broker. 6th is Stone. 7th is Bethke. 8th is Slocum. So all you Massachusetts guys stoked. 9th is Haugen. 10th is Caligeru. 11th is Jung. 12th Thomas. So Thomas is, is still circling the track. They had some issues out there earlier. Well, earlier being 6 hours ago. Number 14, Navratsky. 15th is Donald. 16th is Laterno. 17 is Holdifer. 18th Junk. 19 Robbins. And 20 Bayarski. The rain is not letting up, that is for sure. These drivers are probably stoked that they have 54 minutes left of racing. We mentioned a few times earlier, there's some pretty good payouts here at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. The Outlaw Series has formulated a structure. You can go to outlawseries.com, check out all the payouts in the rule book. But there's a $50,000 purse for divided up. But that is a lot of money.
Okay, now they're moving. He did. So he's not stuck. He's just taking a break. Now they're both coming. Nope, no, he's going the other way. He's turning around. Maybe that's a track car.
One of the Honda Talons. Sounds like the Hess car. To see as they go around.
Okay, 3, you're still the master camera, so just do what you gotta do. All right, cool. Yeah. Just follow your instincts. Just know you're live the whole time unless I tell you otherwise.
Man, having all these people just driving around the track does not excite me at all. So that was another play car, as we call them. Not a race car driving on the track. We've already made it through 11 hours and almost 10 minutes of the 12-hour side-by-side race. So please, guys, please stay off the track and let these racers finish.
Is the broken arm the only injury we know about so far?
There's a lot of people stuck out there. They said there's like 15 people stuck out there. The recovery crew is all stuck out there too.
Yeah.
They can't get out.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing. They might have to wait till morning to get to the cars that are currently stuck. Number 3, got somebody coming in.
Oh, Willis. 36. Caps tonight. 9.
Keeping it nice and steady. This may be the leader. It sounds like it could be the leader, Hunter Miller. Oh, it is not. The laps are winding down, but the the adrenaline is still flowing with these guys. Still passing each other, and that's exactly what I was talking about, though, man. Holy cow! If you're gonna have a chance or an opportunity to pass, you better get on it right away.
We'll just compare like these leaders to that sheet every once in a while. If you see it go off, let me know and I'll come back. Okay.
Okay, 3, some relief is coming. Josh is headed back to camera 2.
Well, the rain is subsiding a little bit, so that is fantastic for the last 45 minutes of racing. I don't know about you guys sitting at home. I'll come check out some of these comments on YouTube, but holy moly, has this stuff changed.
Camera 3, I gotta step outside for a number 1, so you keep doing what you're doing. Be right back.
All right, again, as we wind down the last 45 minutes or so of this 12-hour side-by-side race, holy cow, it has been a show and a half, as they say. We really appreciate all you guys joining, man. You guys are our lifeblood. Everybody that's watching the show, everybody that shared the show, everybody that has been asking questions, tuning in, chiming in. We know you guys have a long Sunday, but, man, see you guys come back and ask questions. Maybe you guys are eating a sandwich. Maybe you guys came back and hung out for a little bit. We appreciate everything that you guys do for us and the support of this race. Outlaw Series, all of these fantastic individuals that operate this series, this race, the production crew. There are a lot of people that make this happen. And one thing that's going to be crazy is the cleanup after this, man. Just imagine loading up a race car that has about 600 pounds of mud on it back into your trailer and having to spray that sucker out next week. There you go. Here's a very good shot of what these drivers are dealing with, minus the lights. You can see the drivers coming back in. But when they are out there, it is dark. There is a lot of clouds in the sky, so there is no moon shining through.
Okay, going back to the chrome while I've got a picture. 3, but be ready. You're my backup.
Right next to Paychecks, actually, when you look right there, it's got a cool facility. Down there at the right-hand part of your screen, there's a big stage. Super cool facility. Oh, here's a Pro R coming in. I'm not sure who that is. I want to say it's Haugen, but, man, I just can't tell. That's how much light he has on the front of his car right there. So imagine pitch black and then firing up your light bar, and then you can only see as far as the light bar will show. So when I said 5 to 20 feet in front of you, whew, that's a pretty difficult situation. Those are some really cool shots. Look like somebody got their fire pit going.
Pretty shot, drone. Wow, see the difference after they wiped off his headlights? Camera 2's moving around. We'll have something in a minute. Drone, you're still up.
The clock is winding down. 40 minutes left. 40 minutes left of this 12-hour side-by-side race. We are going to be concluding this event at 7 o'clock. We will take roughly half an hour to get all of the final results in, penalties and everything combined. But we will give you guys the unofficial results at 7 o'clock as the racers cross the finish line. Well, it might be 7:20 before we turn off the live feed, but man, look at how much mud is on those cars. So these guys, they were yellow flagged so that they could wipe off some of the numbers on the cars because of the tracking systems having so much mud, water, and not tracking properly. So they were doing it the old school way, looking at numbers and doing a count. So looks like we got a race car stalling on course or stopping on course for a little bit. Talking with, I don't know, a safety member or a crew member.
Yeah, we got it.
We'll follow this action and see exactly what's going on. Always suggest that you pull off the course fully. But, man, there has been a lot of things that have happened in this race.
Drone, keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, they got to get him out. He's running the turn. I can't believe he flagged him down right there. Number 2, we're on 2. We're on 2.
All right, looks like the race car is now going backwards on course and turning around. Some wild things happening. Yeah, John Misty just commented in on YouTube. Thank you very much, John. This is definitely going to be a race that nobody ever forgets. Well, I agree with that. But do they want to forget it and move on? Or do they want to keep this in their back pocket and tell all their grandkids about it? Because this has been wild. I think next week they're going to want to forget about it after they have to clean up all this mess, man. Crazy, crazy times, that's for sure. What are the lap times right now? Honestly, I couldn't tell you, dude. Let me see if I can get the latest results real quick. All right, so we do have some lap times for you. So, John, the last lap by Hunter Miller was 22 minutes, 31 seconds, .984. Looks like the fastest last lap was done by, or maybe that's their fastest lap. No. 2031. Yeah, it looks like their fastest lap. Oh, no, this is the last lap. Looks like Sean Hess had the fastest lap, last lap, which was 20.57.
He's reading off the live feed. Oh, I am. I'm watching it. Right now, the first 3 on both are still the same.
Yeah. These are very different than the lap times that were achieved earlier today.
That's a cool shot, drone. Stay with that, drone. Move it.
Great shot by the drones. Thanks to the production crew again for getting us all these rad shots, man. Seeing all these guys cruising through the pits is pretty awesome after this insane amount of racing.
Roll number 2. Roll camera 2. Drone, you're good. Go find me something else.
Getting back out on course, man. These guys are neck and neck. How does that affect him? Oh, yeah, he's trying to stay out of the mud. Oh, he just went mud bogging on his own. All right, so we're seeing a little bit of action that was previous in the day.
Some B-roll from earlier.
Watching some of these drivers and all the adversity that they've faced over the whole day.
Okay, we're rolling a little B-roll right now, but I'm going to cut in and out of it, so if y'all got something good, let me know.
Apex Auto Works said, man, he's been watching all day and it's been making him want to come all the way out to the races to race it, but he decided to tear his car, tear down his car and get it ready for next year. That's pretty crazy, man. You're ambitious, to say the least.
Still on camera 2. Still on camera 2. We're going to go to the drone for a moment, then back to the B-roll. Still on camera 2. Camera 2, we're going to follow him as far as I can see him. Okay, we're going to go to the drone just for a minute to establish where we're at. Then we're going to go to the B-roll. All right, we're rolling B-roll.
Yeah, again, this is some of the stuff that was transpired earlier today. Man, look at how muddy these drivers are getting out of these cars. Messing with his family and friends. You can see the tear-off system that they use. That's how they keep their vision clean. Well, somewhat clean. Looks like he still had to open his visor so he could see. Oh, it looks like he was using waders, too. That's crazy.
All right, Josh, just pick a good establishing shot.
Getting a fresh driver in there.
All right.
Did you see all the water that was pouring out of the side of that car? That's wild. Thanks, George Cruz, for getting us these awesome shots, man. This is some of the behind-the-scenes stuff. Oh, look at even getting her ring off so she doesn't get dirty. Perfect. Oh, this looks like one of the Tewksbury's cars. Yep. Oh, yeah, in the background you can see it there. So that looks like maybe it was Ian Lane.
Still rolling some B-roll. I'm going to come back to our drone just for a minute. Come back live. We're live on the drone.
Still great shots. Actually, super surprised that the drones can get these great shots at night. Apex Auto Solutions said he races short course, but he would love to be able to do this stuff. Well, we'd love to be able to see you out here, man. It's pretty crazy. Not all races turn out this gnarly, though. I mean, look at the instrument cluster on that thing. You can not even see hardly any of the data that's on that thing. About the only thing you can see is the red button to push the start.
Drone, you're up. Drone, you're still flickering. What's going on?
Man, look at all those fans. Cruz, you got some really good B-roll here of all the stuff that was going on earlier today. Can't see the numbers at all. That mud is caked on. Imagine having to wash that car, ladies and gentlemen. That would be insane. That car by itself, probably, like I said before, weighs 500 to 700 pounds heavier than it normally would.
The Millers are swapping drivers every lap because they're so muddy.
So it sounds like to me we are getting information from our production crew that the Millers, I'm assuming it's Cody and Hunter, are both swapping drivers every lap now because they're getting so muddy and had to change their vision and all that stuff. I don't think that's a bad idea, but Kyle Cheney, Hunter Miller still leading the race. Cody Miller and Cody Taylor switching as well is what it sounds like. Right, so Apex Auto Works, you said that you were just tearing your car down to get it ready for next year. What if you had to tear your car down after this race, man? Take you a long time to get that bad boy freshened up. Just under half an hour left. We are entering the final stages. So to put it in perspective, we have been racing for 11 and a half hours. Well, not me personally, but the racers have been racing for 11 and a half hours today at the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am out here in St. Joe, Texas at Redneck and Paycheck Off-Road. Rednecks with Paychecks Off-Road. Most side-by-side races in the Southwest for, let's just say, Works or any short course race is less than half an hour. And that's the time they have left in this race. That perspective is wild to even think about. These guys have been running for 11 and a half hours, and most races are shorter than the duration that they have to go just to finish this race. Look at the roofs coming off those front tires. Yeah, Apex Auto Works has said a lot of cleaning. A lot of cleaning is an understatement. I think it's going to take 2 weeks to get all of this mud off of all the transports, the clothes, the race car, taking every single bolt off of those sons of guns. It's going to be pretty wild, man. Hey, you know what I want to say? I want to say kudos to the G3 guys for making that easy up stand out. The lights on that thing, the G3, bright at the end of the day. Good job, Blake, man. Marketing genius over there.
Anybody know the status of camera 3? It's down. Yeah, camera 3 is down.
Running order has not changed. We still have Hunter Miller out front. Sean Hess in second. Cody Miller in third. Ryan Tewksbury in fourth. Caleb Broker fifth. And in the sportsman class, we have Robert Murkowski leading the way. Jubal and Rachel Cheatwood, second. And let's see here, Ryan Lewis, round out the top three. All right, so we are checking out some of the behind the scenes. Man. Carson Vale just getting hosed down, literally hosed down to wash him off. Man, that is insane. All right. So Apex Auto Works, look forward to getting hosed down next year if we have this same type of racing, buddy. Warpath Racing. All these guys, I mean, look at the environment that they have to work in outside of their pits. Thanks again, George Cruz, for getting us all this awesome footage of all these different drivers coming in and out. Okay, so this is the veteran guys that we were talking about before, Justin Moore and Kyle Beto. These guys deserve a Medal of Honor for what they have achieved. So this is Justin Moore getting out of the car. Remember that Justin Moore has had a spinal cord injury and can barely walk. Awesome, awesome team here. Getting these guys in and out of the race cars. Apex Auto Works, we'd love to have you here, man. We can't wait to see you next year. Make sure that you stop by and say hello to all of us in the broadcast booth. We welcome you with open arms. The race organization would love to have you here. There he is. Look at that difference in body temperature compared to ambient temperature for Justin Moore right there. And here we go. Kyle Beto just getting in the vehicle now. Kyle is a left leg amputee. Both of them fighting for our freedom. So thank you guys very much for doing what you have done and what you do on a daily basis. You guys are our motivation, and we appreciate everything that you guys do. Bikeman of Performance out here representing. Got their smudge pot going. Oh, I don't know if you're allowed to say that, but we're in Texas, so it's probably legal out here.
Okay, I got no cameras at all. I'm going back to B-roll. Well, there's nobody on channel 2 and there's nothing going on, and 3 is down, and the drone is down. The drone's up, but it's not live. I know, because I got nothing else to show. It's that or show this guy's fire pit again for the 84th time. The drone keeps dropping out. Okay, drone, see if you can stay on him. I'm going to go to you as long as you have a picture. If you go black, though, I'm going back to B-roll. There you go. Yep. Follow him in.
All right, we are under 25 minutes left. And with the lap times that we just read to you guys, that means that after these drivers cross the finish line and come into the pits, this will be their last time around. This will be their last lap, their final lap for the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am out here at Rednecks with Paychecks Off-Road Park in St. Joe, Texas.
Is there any way to get anything on camera 2, or is there nobody there?
One question I have, and hopefully we'll be able to get this answered later on in the show, is did anybody that was in the top 5 shut off the car for the last 12 hours? Or has it just been consistently running this whole time?
Drone is up. Drone is up. I'm going back to B-roll for a minute. I've got some nighttime B-roll, so I'm going to show that for a second. All right. The B-roll looks live, so. Yeah.
Some of these shots that you guys are seeing for the second time, still the veterans. Some of the camera angles that we have and some of the adverse conditions still giving us a little bit of trouble. So thank you guys very much for hanging tight.
Three is up. It's not up, it is working. 3 is live. Drone, I'm coming to you.
Hess Motorsports crew.
Yep, got a little movement back there.
Looks like Curtis Kirchmeyer out there.
Camera 2, I'm coming to you. Camera 2, we're on camera 2.
His son Cross helping out Sean Hess. Going to get that Honda talent across the finish line. Can-Am driver, not sure who that is. Still very hard to tell. With the amount of mud on these vehicles.
All right, so they're throwing the checkers like at that, you know that big. They're throwing the checkered flag inside the pit, where that little tube thing is, big overcross thing, and that's what we see. So
That's
when
the
he
official
checkers,
finish line?
yeah, when he checkers, tell Cruz on the comms. He has the headset to run over there. And
Camera 3, you're up. 3, you're up. Camera 2, I'm coming to you. Camera 2 is up.
All right, like I said before, we are 20 minutes from the finish of this race. As you see the drivers come in the pits, this will be their final lap.
You can jump from one to another, just do it real smooth. All right, camera 3, you're clear. Camera 2, you're still high. you're still up. I'm out of B-roll. The drone is changing batteries, so camera 2.
Every person get changed on sports camera.
Man, look at that.
I'll even still be in the race.
That mud, man. Look at that mud. All right, look at the trailer going through, too.
Don't worry about the trailer.
That's wild, man.
That trailer sure is clean for running through all that mud.
And this is the easy part of the track, too, when they go through the pits here. Can you imagine what the actual track looks like? With the massive ruts that we were talking about before, 3 to 6 feet deep, all the rain.
Camera 2, you're still hot. Just follow them out.
The amount of mud that's going to come off these cars. For the guys that don't live in Texas, they're going to all go home and bring some Texas mud with them.
Bringing half of Texas back in. Camera 2, you're still up. Drone, I'm going to you right now. Oh, shit. Camera 2, you're still hot, so just keep it smooth.
That's a pretty good visual, understanding that as we pan back, you can barely see those people standing there. That's how fast trees come up on you out in the middle of the woods when you can't see anything. The amount of traction that these guys lose, the amount of brakes that these guys lose, the amount of power that these guys lose, the amount of steering control that these guys lose, just insane conditions.
Hold that or do a slow go back to the drone in just a minute. Drone looks pretty stable right now.
Again, this will be our final lap in the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am, brought to you by the Outlaw Series.
Drone, you're still up. Yeah, camera 2, unless you got something else to go to. Giving that guy some body attention, what are you doing? We're just staring at each other. Honestly, that guy is watching me. Drone, you're still up. Pretty shot. It really does look cool at night with all the trailers and the lit canopies and everything. Shows just how massive this pit is. They just left that car up there. Alright, here's something. Who's moving? Okay. Alright. Drone, that's a cool shot kind of thing, because if we get somebody coming in from the back, we'll get them at the top of your frame. So. Yep. 1609. 1609. Jordan. All right, camera 2, camera 3, camera 2 and camera 3, just keep doing what you're doing. I'll be bouncing between y'all here in a minute. Camera 3, I'm coming to you now. Camera 3, you're up.
Here we go, making their final entrance into the pits.
Camera 3, you're still up. Camera 2, I'm going to
Oh, man, he lost an axle, and he's just dragging that axle right there in the ground. He does not want to give up that position, and for good reason. Oh, coming into the pits really sideways there. He's going to have to change that axle. He's not going to be able to finish that last lap with that axle busted like that. All right, so we have an updated leaderboard for you guys. We have 15 minutes left of this race. 12 hours of side-by-side racing out here at Redneck and Paychecks Off-Road Park in St. Joe, Texas. Man, it has been a crazy day, to say the least. The weather conditions with the rain, the fog, all of the different things that happen with these drivers. I don't know how many drivers we started with, but there's going to probably be 10 or less that finish this race. So kudos to everybody that has come out and participated, given it your all. We have some of your leaders over there in the left-hand portion of your screen. Hunter Miller still holding it down in the 1 spot. Sean Hess, 2nd spot. Cody Miller, 3rd. Ryan Tewksbury, 4th. And Caleb Broker in 5th. In the sportsman class, number 410, Ryan Murkowski, Jubilant Rachel Cheatwood, 73X, number 37. Shamblin rounds out the top 3. Man, it has been some crazy, crazy racing today, to say the least. Crazy Cruise Racer 22, what's up, buddy? How are you? Can you bring me some Chick-fil-A, dude? Yeah, he said he loves watching this race, man. It has been crazy to watch, that's for dang sure. I don't know how long you've been watching Cruise, but whew, it has been pretty intense all day. What if you had to wash your car, though, buddy?
How'd you held up?
All right, 991 coming in for his last pit stop here. That's Caleb Broker. Pro R, I think that is maybe Haugen. Chance Haugen in 7th spot. Coming into the pits. It's the last time Chance Haugen is going to come in the pits. One more lap for the Prescott, Arizona native, Chance Haugen, and Andy Ives. Okay, so this looks like Sean Hess coming in for his last lap. Somebody hot on his tail. Sounds like a Can-Am. Chad Mayo, dude, appreciate it, man. You're headed back if I want Chick-fil-A. Dude, bring me. Take a spicy chicken deluxe, buddy. Iced tea. And some Chick-fil-A sauce. You know how we do it. Yeah, I had to run home, pull a motor. Man, pull a motor in the time that we had a 12-hour side-by-side race. Pretty cool, buddy. Cruise Bouchard, probably about 8 hours, but the washing the race car part. Yep. Dude, it'd be gnarly, right? Probably take 8 hours to get all the freaking mud off your driving outfit, buddy. So it didn't look like this driver was as lucky as some of the other ones to put on a waterproof outfit. He also did not wear a off-road helmet. No trash bag. I can only assume, boys, that this guy is frozen.
He currently wants his mom. Camera 2, no, I just cleared you. You're on the drone now. Thank you, though.
Saying they're carrying Millers, like they're so blind that they can't even get out of the car.
All right, cool. All right, coming to 2. So you lock down. Coming to 2. Okay, 2, you're up. 2, you're up. SXS on 2.
All right, looks like we have Sean Hess and Cross Kirchmeier coming in for the final time. This is going to be their last pit stop.
Lids are so big.
Drone lets him pretty fast. Somewhere there.
Looks like they are just doing the final things to make sure that this car crosses the finish line. Since they stopped, I wonder if they had some sort of issue or if the drivers needed something to make it so that they could finish up on their last lap.
Perfect timing. Follow him out if you can. Okay, there you go. Yeah, follow him out.
There we go. Hess Motorsports, Cross Kirchmeier, and Sean Hess going out for their final lap.
We're not going to finish it. Currently on drone. In about 15.
The thing is, he's probably filming 42210 bit, so it's like my computer will freeze most of the time. That laptop is not strong enough, and I don't want to see it. Reader.
Drone is still.
Hopefully we'll get the stories. I have crews running up there, so they're going to podium right here, or right there at that. That's where they're flagging, and they're going to stop, and then crews is going to run there with the camera on the stream.
So I'll put on the drone. We can see someone's coming. Good frame.
Do you think I could get a soundbite of it being like the 12-hour became the hardest race with the rain? We're on the last lap, just like between.
All right, thank you guys again for commenting in on Facebook. Tell Josh and the crew I'll bring them some. Assuming it's Chick-fil-A, I think Josh and the crew would love some Chick-fil-A. We had a whole bunch of people commenting about Chick-fil-A because I accepted a spicy chicken deluxe, but I don't know if it'll ever show up, so we'll see. Whoo-wee, we got 3 minutes and 45 seconds left of the toughest race that we have seen all year, the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. Man, I can tell you one thing, that these drivers cannot wait to get out of their cars. Not because of the positions that they've come in, but because they are freezing. They are muddy, and they are anxious to see their families. All right, like I mentioned a couple times before, this is going to be the driver's final entrance into the pits. They will get one more lap. We will be throwing the checkered flag as the drivers come through the finish line after the time clock stops. All right, the top three in each class. We have Hunter Miller out front, and I think he's leading by maybe a lap and a half now. We got Sean Hess in second spot. Sean Hess, like I said, has a surprise for you guys. He is going to be offering a discount code. 15% off is what we're hearing. 15% off if he makes the podium, and it looks like he's gonna, man. Second spot right now. Cody Taylor, 22X in third spot. Man, it's going to have been a good showing for Can-Am. Pulling two of the top three spots. Almost had it, Tewksbury. Let's see here. In the sportsman class, we got number 410, Murkowski, 73X. Jubal and Rachel Cheatwood. Really cool to see the husband and wife team doing that. Number 37, Shamblin, is rounding out the top three. As you can see, the rear end of that car, you can't even notice what's going on back there. Who knows where the air filter is? Who knows where the oil tank is? Good God, you can't even see the radiator back there. But that thing is still moving. It's just a really good understanding of this side-by-side industry now and how far these side-by-sides have come, that they're still moving after a grueling 12 hours. Crazy, crazy event. We talked about it this morning, seeing that swamp or mud pit in the background. Well, they got their own swamp and mud pit today. Well, looks like we got some more hosing down of people to go. We already saw one driver getting hosed down. Man, that must be cold. Mike Kolb, great job, George, and the whole media team. Tough conditions, but as always, y'all killed it. Well, thank you. Don't give all the credit to me, though, man. These guys did everything that they could. They made my job very easy. All I had to do was sit here and talk about it. And there was a lot of other media guys that were out there today as well, capturing some of this content. I think there's going to be some cool video edits coming out for you guys to check out in the next few weeks. And we are going to be awaiting our leader, Hunter Miller, who I think now is still 1 lap ahead, 39 laps. He is going to cross the finish line at 40 laps. So 40 times 9. Let me see how many miles he did today. $360 miles in the last 12 hours. 360 miles in the last 12 hours is what Hunter Miller will have achieved in his Can-Am X3. That is longer than most desert races in the United States. 360 miles. We talked about muscle memory a little earlier in the show. I bet you he's going to be dreaming moving his arms when he goes to sleep tonight. that driver at the top of your screen. Camera 3. No, that's just a Yamaha, so he's coming in for his last lap. All right, Yamaha YXZ coming in for their last lap. Good job, boys. I can only imagine what your back is going to feel like tomorrow. But great job pushing through. When it's this cold out, it probably feels like taking an ice bath anyway, so you guys will just consider this therapy. I don't know about you guys watching this at home, but it feels like this last lap is one of the longest laps of the day. I will still say it blows my mind that Hunter Miller and Kyle Chaney have done 360 laps out here at Rednecks and Paychecks Off-Road Park for the 12-hour side-by-side race presented by Can-Am. 360 miles in, what was it again, 30-something laps? Yeah, that's so crazy to me. 40 laps. That is wild. Thank you again to all of our partners and sponsors. Maxxis Tires, Red Bull, Can-Am, Liqui Moly, G3 Motorsports, Hess Motorsports. Let's see here, Progressive Power Sports. We'll let these guys cycle through in the bottom right of your screen. Crown Construction. Crown Construction team did a really good job as well. I know the Tewksbury's wanted to be on the podium today. They had some really stiff competition. Thanks everybody at the Texas Outlaw Series for bringing us this race. Here we go. This looks like it may be your leader coming through for his final time. There we go. We hear all the whistles. Hooting and hollering out there. It looks like Hunter Miller has come home. Him and Kyle Chaney both winners of the Can-Am 12-hour side-by-side race 2022 out here at Rednecks and Paychecks Off-Road Park in St. Joe, Texas. Good job, boys. There you go. Yellow and black brings home another one, right? I don't know about you guys at home, but just hearing all of the fanfare that was going on outside, you guys may have not been able to hear it, but we heard a whole bunch of whistling, hooting, and hollering, some yeehaws. These guys were just in the car, taking a deep breath, understanding that this grueling race is now come to an end. What a wild, wild day. We saw Honda Talent Cross in just behind them. We are assuming that is going to be Sean Hess and Cross Kirchmeier coming home second. Looks like we probably have a Polaris coming across here. We won't know everybody's final finishing position until they assess all the penalties, if there are any, the amount of laps that they've done. But unofficially, Hunter Miller and Kyle Cheney are your winners of the 2022 12-hour Can-Am off-road race.
Camera 2, you're live. Camera 3, you're clear to move. Camera 2, you're live. You're good. Camera 2, I can't turn it. I'm dead again. This thing keeps turning on.
All right, so we are going to see if we can get you guys some info and some interviews with the winners and the final finishers today. I would definitely like to congratulate every single person that attempted this race. Whether you finished or not, you're still a winner in my book just because of the fact of what you had to endure today. Not just the people that were in the race cars, but the people that were in the pits, the people that devote themselves to supporting their family members, their friends, everyone that is out there. It is really cool to see all of the camaraderie in off-road racing.
That's the coolest picture I got. We'll just put that up.
We're going to do a couple things behind the scenes here, see if we can get you guys some interviews of some of these finishers, hopefully the winners.
I thought we were running a commercial right now. I got nothing. I got camera 3 back up. They're just showing the sky.
Looks like the G3 boys having a good time. There you go. You can see the checkered flag off there just in the background. This is the final breath of fresh air that all of these guys have needed, crossing that finish line after 12 hours of racing.
This is all we've had for the last 10 minutes.
That's fine. It's over. Jerry, something to intro, exiting.
Thank you guys very much for watching. It's going to be very difficult for us with this weather to be able to get you guys any podium interviews. We will get some stuff up on posted on social media. That means, if you look at the lower left of your screen, that means that Sean Hess and Cross Kirchmeier have come home second place. They deliver as promised. They wanted to get on the podium and give you guys 15% off as a promo code, but they are not making it easy for you. They're making Superman fly to get that discount. So you better copy that promo code, take a picture of it, screenshot it, do whatever you got to do to go save 15% at Hess Motorsports. Thank you to everybody that watched the show. We really appreciate all of you guys. Thank you to all of the staff at the Outlaw Series, all of the staff at Rednecks and Paychecks. Thank you to everybody at the Outlaw Productions TV crew for providing us such great online coverage with all the adverse conditions. We really appreciate everybody. But most of all, thank you all for watching. You guys are our lifeblood, and we really appreciate you guys being a part of our off-road culture. We will see you guys at the next race. Thank you very much. Sayonara from the 12-hour side-by-side race at Rednecks and Paychecks Off-Road in St. Joe, Texas. See you next year.